Hello, America. So good to see you from a beautiful Bozeman, Montana. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Mike Fortin. First time here on RSBN. So good to see you.
Thank you. It's amazing. This crowd has just filled in. It's unbelievable right now.
It really is. The crowd is here ready to see President Trump. He does not speak until tonight, but you know how we are here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We start early because we want you to feel like you're here with us and enjoy the day, enjoy the time. So happy Friday to all of you. Good to see you. We are on the campus of Montana State University. The scenery is beautiful. No words can explain just how gorgeous it is here in Montana. My first time here, and I'm absolutely in love with this state.
Yeah, surrounded by mountains. It's really great. It's definitely Trump country.
It is Trump country, and we are here to prove that today. He won in 2016, he won in 2020, and he's on the path to win in 2024 as well. So stick around with us. We have a jam-packed day for you. You don't want to miss a beat. We are here. We're excited. President Trump will be here a little later on. Before we get started, we want to thank Birch Gold Group. That's one of our sponsors. They are great people over there, experts in their field. As you know, the dollar is in decline. And so with that means that we don't know what the future is like for our money. But you will know what the future's like if you invest in gold. You can transfer your IRAs, your 401ks into precious gold metals, and the Birch Gold Group can help you do just that. They have a 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau. They have thousands of happy customers, and you could be the next happy customer. I speak to these guys on the phone. They're helping me, and I know that they can help you too. So contact the Birch Gold Group. It's very easy to do. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. You'll receive a free information kit. They'll contact you, and they'll get you on the right path to financial freedom. Again, don't stress about your financial future. Invest in gold today. Don't wait. The Birch Gold Group can help you out with that. Let's show the crowds. They're here. It's early. President Trump doesn't come for another, 8 hours, and they're already here, Mike?
It's unbelievable. I mean, the crowd is unbelievable. You can hear them in the background. It's truly just, big sky country. Today it's Trump country, and the crowd is ready.
Yes, they are. But before we go show the crowd, I want to show you there are so many vendors here. There's so many patriots here. I want to show off this truck real quick. This is my new friend, Sean. Sean, how are you?
Good to see you guys.
Oh, my gosh. Come all the way from Tennessee. How long is that drive?
30-hour drive. Yep.
30 hours?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you stop and sleep during that time, or did you make it?
Yeah, no, we had to do it in legs.
Absolutely. Increments. Okay. The reason I want to introduce you to Sean is not only is he a Trump fan, he's a true patriot, he's an American who wants to save this country. Check out his truck. Look at this truck. Tell me about this. Let's go walk and talk and see this beautiful truck.
Well, this is the Trump truck. Donnie Jr. signed the left pec for me over here in Tennessee.
Show me.
Right here, this is Donnie Jr. He signed that for us last year. Sebastian Gorka, Jack Posobiec. Just pray for Uncle Trump. Pray for President. He is the one standing up. He's taking bullets for America. So he's seen more combat experience than the left ticket right now, the communist ticket on the left, just on January 13th. So we love Right Side Broadcasting. God bless you guys for what you guys do. You guys are amazing. And look at this line. They say there's nobody here. Look at this line. It's 12 o'clock. The event starts at 8. This is it. Thousands of people. So we're so grateful that God bless everybody who's out.
Absolutely. God bless everyone here, everyone watching, and God bless America. More about your truck, because I'm very intrigued by this. How long did it take this truck to be wrapped?
It took just a couple of days, but we designed it, and right down there you see rebellion and tyrants is obedience to God. That was supposed to be on a seal of the U.S. It shows that spirit of 1776, the real patriotic spirit. My daddy was freed from a North Korean death camp in 1950. So our whole family escaped communism. The ones that remained behind were killed. That's what communism does. And on the left now, you got 2 open commies on the ticket. So absolutely, America has got to stand up and resist them and get President Trump back in.
And when you say that your family escaped communism, do you see a lot of that happening in America today? That, people who escape communism, they say they're seeing a lot of similarities right now. Do you agree?
Gosh, yes, they do anything to divide the people and then conquer them. So in Korea, where everybody's the same ethnicity, they just did it by landowners, like China, landowners and non-landowners. In America, they're doing it by race. So everything is race baiting, race baiting, race baiting. But you look around, look at this. Trump is everybody. All the races here. Everybody supports President Trump because he stands for peace and he stands for America first. And nobody wants World War III.
And we're on the verge of that right now. And I'm glad you brought that up because there is race baiting right now with the left, and the media goes right behind it. They want to divide this country on race. But that's what makes America so great, is that we are all coming from different backgrounds, but we're all the same. We all love this country.
100%. We love God's gift of freedom. It comes from the Almighty Creator. Jesus has had his hand over the president. They tried to take him out, but Jesus said no. So we are just so grateful for all the patriots coming out to stand with the president. He's the best of all time. We got to take our country back.
Yes, we do. So I have a few more questions about your truck. How long did it take, did you say, to wrap this truck?
Just a couple of days.
Not bad.
But
did you design it?
Yes, yeah. We got the George Washington Trump here. We got the hip-hop Trump here, or the felon Trump.
And look at these abs. I didn't know President Trump had abs like that.
Look at the tats, look at the guns, man, he's big. And on the other side, we have Mary MAGA, you filthy animal, with the Tommy gun. So we have a lot of fun stuff on the truck. This is a QR code for our album. If people pick up the album, then they're and post a picture of their purchase, they're in to win a 50 cal Desert Eagle Black. All proceeds go to Veterans for Child Rescue. That's run by Navy SEAL Craig Sawyer.
Good for you, and thanks for supporting our veterans.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Well, good to see you, Sean. Always a pleasure. And be careful on your 30-hour drive back to Tennessee.
Right Side Broadcasting News, man. These guys are the real ones. Y'all follow them, subscribe.
And follow him as well. I know people can't follow the QR code at home, so what is a direct link for someone?
Bullethead on iTunes, Amazon.com, pre-order, and enter to win a Desert Eagle.
Okay, one more time. What's the name?
King Bullethead.
King Bullethead.
Yeah.
All right, Sean, good to see you, and we'll be around later and check out. Everybody's taking selfies right now with this truck. It's a good-looking truck. Hey, I like that mask. Look at this mask right here, too. Pretty cool. Yeah, and okay, let's see you dance. He's a break dancer. Now Trump's break dancing for us. He's got a circle around right now. A lot of viewers watching him. Very good. Oh, I like it. That's the Trump pump. We like the Trump pump. Thank you so much. We're going to send it over to Mike now, who has a little baby. Babies for Trump.
I'm here with Amirani and Eric. And what's your child's name? Asian, who is undoubtedly a huge Trump fan. Where are you guys from?
I'm originally from Colorado, but my husband from Bozeman, Montana.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I was born in Mexico.
You're born in Mexico?
Yes.
Very good. And tell me, what is the biggest issues that are concerning to you in this upcoming election?
Well, one of the things that's concerning to me and also for this country is the lack of awareness of Jesus Christ alone, and just protecting that and our freedom of religion, really.
Okay. Anything to add?
Yes, just the open border is just hold on. It's just so, ¿cómo dice? It's just open, and that's not okay. There should be an order on this country, and it's not. It's a lack of leadership, too. So that's why we need Donald Trump.
Well, there you have it. People here in Montana, obviously open borders is a concern. Everywhere we go, open borders is definitely a concern. So I thank you guys for that. And, we look forward to your votes, and hopefully we can make America great again. All right, you got it. Thanks. How are you guys doing? How are you?
Let's go! Yes. I follow you guys because you guys are the best. You're always there for everything I need to see.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Where are you from?
Manhattan, Montana.
Manhattan, Montana. And what are your concerns with this year's election?
None, because Trump's going to win.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Trump and Sheehy.
There you go. Sheehy here, local in Montana. Yep. Fantastic. All right, well, great. Thank you guys for coming out. Have a great rally. Enjoy.
Love you guys.
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, continuing to follow the crowd here. As you can see, it is noon, a little after noon here, Mountain Time, and thousands of people have already showed up to support President Trump this evening when he arrives. So we are excited to see. Look who we have here. Love the leather. American Freedom. Very good to see. American Freedom. More, looks like bikers for Trump here today as well as they walk by.
If you guys are looking for a great backdrop,
All right, we also have people here registering people to vote, and that's what's so important as well, getting registered to vote, because believe it or not, the people are out here, but a lot of them may not be registered to vote yet. So if you're watching at home, make sure that your family and friends are registered and that they are ready to go come November. Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, good.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Ray. I'm living in Belgrade from Minnesota.
From Minnesota. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Eric, originally from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, actually.
Are you both? We were just talking about being registered to vote. Please tell me you're both registered to vote.
Registered in Montana.
Registered in Montana, yeah.
Okay, so you both live here now.
Yes.
Gonna be moving out. I'm taking my vote to Minnesota, where we need them.
Okay, very good. So you have a strategic plan there.
Yes, yeah, indeed. I mean, we got to get Trump in over there. It'll probably work out. It won't, but hopefully it will.
Yeah. So talk about today. Is this your first time to see President Trump?
Yes.
Definitely my first Trump rally as well.
How excited are you?
Very excited. I hope to see him. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
What is it about President Trump you love so much?
That he's truly for the people. He's like a man for the people. Like he's not part of this skull and bones club that's been controlling the U.S. government since they assassinated JFK. I guess you could technically say they've been controlling it since 1913 when they installed the Federal Reserve, but I don't know. That's why they don't like him, is because he's not part of the club, but you know. He's
not part of the club. They can't pay him off. There's no way to control him, and he really wants to save this country.
Exactly.
So you talked about the JFK assassination, and so my mind went back to July 13th, the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. What were your first thoughts when you heard that President Trump had been shot?
Hell yeah.
He had been shot?
I saw he was alive. I saw
that he was alive. Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. The first picture I saw was him of, like, you know, the picture, but it's like, I don't know. I had chills for the next 40 minutes after seeing that picture, because I don't know. It proves like what his ideals are and where they lie, because his first thought after his shoes, but he was probably in shock, you know. His first thought was to reassure the American people that he's fighting for them, and to tell the American people that we need to fight for him to get in, which in the end is fighting for our country.
What do you have to tell people in your generation? You look younger. Some people in the younger generation feel like their vote's not necessary, or maybe the country and how it's headed, where it's heading, does not affect them, but it does, and it affects your future. So, any words to anyone your age to get out and vote?
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, if Kamala gets in, if this continues, the path has been set for a very long time. It's going to get more draconian. The end goal is, and has been, a one world government. Look at the dollar bill. It says a new world of the ages. It's just, the end goal is global domination, and this is one, they're ramping it up. They've been ramping it up in the last 4 to 8 years. It's going to get a lot worse. They're going to bring UN troops in. That's the plan. And they're going to make you live in a pod. So, I don't know. Get out and vote if you don't want to live in a pod and you don't want to eat bugs and you want your freedom.
I don't want to eat bugs and I don't want to live in a pod. Do you?
Definitely not. And to answer your question about younger voters, I think we should all realize that we live in one of the greatest countries ever. Many people have died to live in America and guarantee the right to vote for all people, all colors, all religions. And I hope that on November 5th, the 5th of November, we're going to remember that day because it's going to be a big day for our nation, and hopefully we take our country back.
Absolutely. Well, we are, not far. We're down in the double digits now. So I've been counting. I have a countdown on my phone. How many days left until Election Day? So we're in the 80s right now. So it's going to 80s. There you go. It's going to be here before you know it. So make sure you're registered. Make sure you get out and vote. And we're going to save this country, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you. We love RSBN.
We love you too. So thanks for being out here today.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
All right. So we're going to continue on. Hi, sir. How are you?
Doing good.
Where are you from?
Spokane, Washington.
Spokane. Okay. How far was that drive? About 6 hours?
6 hour drive.
Okay. First time to see Trump?
Yes.
All
yeah,
right.
first time ever.
How excited are you?
Very, very excited.
Yep. A lot of people out here are. So have a great time seeing President Trump. Make sure Spokane, Washington gets out and votes too.
All right, thank you guys. Thanks for watching. And fight.
Absolutely. That's the slogan. Yes, you're welcome. That is the slogan ever since July 13th is fight, fight, fight. People are excited, and that's what they are out here to do. That's what they want to do is fight. All right, we are going to send it over to Mike now, who has an interview with us. Mike.
So I'm here with Cameron and Taylor. Tell me, are you guys local?
We live in Butte, which is about 80 miles to the west.
Okay.
We are from Montana. We are local as it gets.
Awesome. So tell me, what are your main issues? What are you hoping to see November 5th?
Trump needs to win, and everyone needs to do what they can to make sure that happens.
I'm wanting to see this country go back to fighting for issues that actually matter instead of a bunch of silly stuff like, feelings. We need to get back to actual issues because feelings come second to safety. And what we really need is safety. And I believe that Trump is hopefully going to show us some safety again. And anybody that gets shot on national television and turns around and has a rally immediately after, I think is definitely somebody that's tough and that needs to run the country.
It's certainly very inspiring. And you notice that you mentioned that some of the issues. What are the issues that you want to see resolved?
I want to see, legal immigrants come in. The more immigrants, the better for America, but we need to see legal immigrants, not people that are coming in and trafficking drugs. In this town, in Bozeman here, we have a lot more homeless people than we used to living in tents and campers because we don't have affordable housing. We need to rethink how to actually make affordable housing. For example, we need to remodel old structures and keep actual old buildings intact instead of getting crony funding to just tear things down. And we need to stop printing money for the wrong thing is what I'm trying to say. We need to save more money and spend money where it needs to be spent on things like actual affordable housing, secure borders, and
So borders and economy are obviously issues that are very near and dear to you. And how about for you?
Well, actually, he hit on a very big point there with a lot of the corrupt demolitions. It's something that gets overlooked a lot. But if you look at it, there's literally forces ripping down our country. If you look at what's going on with a lot of the huge plants in Indiana and the Midwest and Michigan, a lot of those plants would have still been functional and sitting there to be reopened. And because of really stupid federal regulations and a lot of corrupt demolition contracts and a crony system for paying those contracts, a lot of those plants got destroyed. And if you look at where it makes the difference, if you look over to the situation in Ukraine right now, the reason why Russia's doing as well as they're doing is because they kept all their World War I and World War II infrastructure. And we've spent literally billions of dollars destroying our infrastructure that's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. We've lost huge plants like American Axle in Detroit, massive plants that could have been retooled and turned into, if they had to be a wartime. And it's a security situation because it's a deterrent, too, to other countries. If they look at us and say, oh, we don't have the industrial capacity to even crank out what we used to.
And that's a very good point, obviously, to be able to retool old factories into whatever we may need them for, going forward. So, it's issues that we hear this all the time, and, we know that obviously the economy, the multiple wars that we're now in, and obviously border security are huge. So yeah. I thank you guys. Anything else you want to add?
Well, yeah, just on that point, I guess that would just be the big one. It applies to everything. Buildings are the biggest and most valuable thing we build as a society. And so if we're going to cut the waste, we need to start with the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that are wasted every year with buildings getting demolished.
And hopefully, fill those buildings with hardworking Americans.
Oh, yeah.
Another thing, I'm sure the good people at RSBN already know this, but we have a lot of foreigners, specifically from China, representing the CCP, coming into Montana, Utah, Idaho, and wherever else in America, and literally buying up land under our feet. That's scary. I don't know about you, but I don't want to see America become a communist country. So, like I say, we need more border security, and we need senators, hopefully Sheehy here, to actually secure our land and tell those people to take a hike, because we need our own land, and we need to take responsibility for keeping our land ours in America.
We need to take care of our homeland first. Awesome. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
All right, we do have some exciting news for you. RSBN has launched our new store on Sticker Mule. There you can find all kinds of great merchandise for yourself, for your coworkers, for your family, your friends, your neighbors. Go ahead and stock up today. All you have to do is go to that website on your screen. That's stickermule.com/RSBN. And a big portion of today's sales goes straight to RSBN, so we can continue to be on the campaign trail through November and bring you all of these great rallies. So make sure that you stock up today. Whether you want to show your support or just grab some cool gear, we've got you covered on Sticker Mule. Again, there are stickers, of course, t-shirts, keychains, and so much more. Go to stickermule.com/RSBN. And again, a big portion of the proceeds goes right back to RSBN to keep us here on the campaign trail. Vanessa Broussard, so good to see you here in the beautiful state of Montana. We're having a wonderful day, about 65, 66 degrees, a little windy, but everyone here is having a great time right here with the mountains in the backdrop. It's a gorgeous state. First time here, and I'm really enjoying it. So we're going to continue to walk the crowds if you want to come with me. The last couple of rallies, we've really seen a lot of children here, which is great to see. The children, the babies, the kids, people are starting them young, and that's what it's all about, starting them young. Let them know about our country, our freedoms, our founding fathers, our Constitution, our Declaration of Independence, and the true fighters in this country. And they're here to teach them all about President Trump. And this little guy right here, he's already taken a nap because he says, oh, I have a long wait in line, but that's okay. I wish I could do that right now, but I have a job to do. But a nap sounds great right about now, and this is the perfect weather to lay down and take a nap. Again, it's mid-60s here in Montana. A beautiful day. Mike, how are you doing over there?
I'm great. I'm here with Gary. Gary, tell me, you mentioned this is your first Trump rally.
Yeah, this is my first Trump rally, and me and my buddy rode our Harleys over from Western Washington out Sumner and Wilkerson, and it's my first. And he has stage 4 liver cancer, so it's going to probably be our first and last ride together. We've never rode Harleys before together, so it's quite the adventure. And I've never been to Montana, and it's the first time coming here, and I work for Puget Sound Truck Sales for Trump, and it's just a great time, and a lot of great people here, and I know this is a once-in-a-lifetime deal because Trump won't be back here, I don't think, so we have to make it good for him.
And where did you ride in from?
We rode in from Sumner, Washington.
From Sumner, Washington. And what are some of the issues in Sumner, Washington that you and others are concerned about?
Well, we have not a very good governor, what he's giving out, but then they're putting in a couple other bad people, Riker or that can't think of Ferguson or whatever, and they're both, one's a Democrat and the other one's a Rhino, and it's not, not good. I thought, Byrd would be the man, and went to a couple of his rallies, and it just never, so that was a bad deal. But it's all what it is. We just have to make Washington a freaking red state again, because I work for a used truck company, and the economy right now is freaking kind of up in the air, and
Have sales slowed for you guys, and do you think that's directly related to our current administration?
Oh, yeah, because to get the parts and everything just skyrocketed. We have to wait weeks and weeks for parts, and people want their trucks, and it's just gonna, we just have to work through it. Like my employer says, we're gonna work through it and make sure, we make it, and that's all he can say.
Well, it's great that you have an employer that wants to stick by their employees and hardworking Americans. It's obviously very important in an economy like this. So, I hope that you guys can continue to do that and, enjoy the rest of your day. I think it's going to be great for your first rally. It's going to be absolutely amazing. The crowd is electric, and Trump's on his way.
Puget Sound truck sales for Trump.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right. A lot of times, we just mentioned this earlier, a lot of times when we come to these rallies, we see a lot of children, which is great. And so I found one. This is my friend Drew. He's 10. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. The weather is great. I know you're from Montana. This is my first time here, and I love your state. It's a beautiful state.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. What do you love about Trump?
Well, I think he's a really good president, and I think we should all vote for him.
I think you're right. And your hat says that he's going to what?
Make America great again.
Yes, he is. Josh is his father. Josh, teaching him young, that's what it's all about.
100%. Yeah, actually, we're from Helena, just about an hour and a half away, and I got 4 kiddos, but I had to bring the oldest one because this is going to be something for him to remember, and it's exciting, man. I mean, there's a lot of hope for our future here, I think, so I'm stoked.
Well, in 2016, Montana went red. 2020, Montana went red. How's it looking for President Trump come November?
100% red again.
There you go. That's what I'm reading as well. We believe Montana's going to go straight to Trump once again. Is immigration affecting Montana like we're seeing in the South?
It is a little bit. I know, obviously not to the extent, but was doing a little bit of just door knocking and talking to folks about trying to get Tim Sheehy into Senate. And yeah, there's some concerns for sure.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. Every state is now considered a border state. And you talked about the Senate, big races going on there as well. What's your advice to people from Montana watching about how important it is to get out and vote red all the way down?
Yeah, super important. We got to get Tester out and get Tim Sheehy in. Tester's won the vote with under 50% for the last multiple elections, and so everybody needs to get out and vote, and it's, some people think it doesn't matter, but it 100% matters. So,
are you seeing more energy behind this election than you have in the past for people wanting to get out and vote?
I think so, for sure. Yeah, no, it's been good. Yeah.
Good to hear. Love to see it. All right, Drew, so good to see you. Cute little 10-year-old who knows that if you were of age, that you would get out and vote for who?
Donald Trump.
All right, yes.
He asked me if he could vote on the way here. Can I vote? I'm like, you got to be 18.
Yes, you have a couple of more years, but your dad's going to vote, so he'll vote for you. He'll put that one vote in for you. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, have a good time seeing Donald Trump today. You're welcome. How cute is he? Love seeing the kids, Mike. The kids are our future, and I don't know. It just touches my heart when I see little kids out here learning about our country, seeing a former president who is possibly on his way to being the next president again, 45 and 47, and they're just so excited, the little kids.
Yeah, it's great to see so many kids. They're I just walked around a little bit, and there are so many younger kids here, not able to vote, but they're here with their parents, and they're here supporting, and they are. I believe that they really truly know what's at stake.
Yeah.
Kids are very observant. They see what's going on. They hear what's going on. And, the love and support here, and, parents bringing their children and introducing them to what we need, to help fix this country. So it's really great to see the kids.
Yes, it is. And what's going on in our school system right now, and they're not going to learn at school, so it's very important to teach them those critical life-saving measures at home. And I say life-saving because when they get out into the real world, we know what's out there, and so we don't want them to be brainwashed once they go off to college or into public school systems where they're putting these wacky, as I should say, wacky books into our libraries for kids to read. So if you teach your kids at home, when they get out into the real world, they know right from wrong, because you have to teach them right. So when they get out into the wrong, they know that's not the way to go.
And they know it's right. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, the school systems now are, you know, depending on state by state, there's a lot of weird things going on,
Yeah.
you know, and, you know, things that parents don't necessarily want their children, you know, to be a part of. And
Yeah.
so, you know, it's nice to see that, you know, hopefully we have something coming, and, you know, it's gonna fix those issues.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, we're going to continue to show you the line, because the line is long here in Bozeman. Again, we're on the campus of Montana State University, and the crowd is here. The people are here, and that's what we love to see. No matter where President Trump goes, he draws a crowd. The MAGA movement is in full force with 87 days to go until Election Day. November 5th will be here before you know it. Hey, how are you?
Doing great.
I'm wonderful. How about this weather?
It's amazing. A little cooler than what we've been experiencing recently, so
Okay, it's a perfect day for a Trump tailgate party, right?
you're darn right it is.
What's your name? Yes, what's your name and where are you from?
My name's Sean McGuire. I reside from California, but I came up from California just to make that known. But I'm a Montana now, so yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm Benjamin Gustafson from Belgrade, Montana.
Okay. Let's talk about California.
California, yes.
What is going on over there? Can you explain it to us?
Holy cow, I you know what? I'm glad I got the hell out of there when I did, because I thought it was bad then. Woo, it's gotten a lot worse since then, and I'm glad I made the trek up here. Yeah, it's pretty amazing up here.
One word to describe Governor Newsom. Be nice, we're on air. Well, you don't have to be nice, but
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice.
keep it PG.
Ooh, one word to describe him.
Putting you on the spot.
Regime, like.
Good one. That's a good one.
I don't know, like.
There's just not enough words to describe.
There's not enough words. Like, I could be here all day describing what it must feel like to be under his rule, but I'm glad I am in Montana here today. Air's a little fresher, freedom's a little more free, and yeah.
So, do you think there's ever any hope for California, or do you think we're going to have to get Governor Newsom out of there? What do you think the future looks like for California? Because we have spoken to a lot of people from the state. There's a lot of Republicans there. A lot of Republicans are scared to come forward because of Hollywood. Will they get jobs anymore? So the people are there, but they're scared, I think.
There's hope for California. Just got to get him out of it. Sorry, you got to go, Newsom.
Newsom's got to go.
You got to go. And nothing's getting better with you there. Absolutely. He's got to go.
All right, so you're now residing in Montana.
Absolutely. I wish I was born here. The air smells a little bit more free.
It does.
You know what? And I grew up around that coastal air, but it still wasn't free enough. So I had to leave 10 years ago, and there's something about the O2 up here. Yeah, I'm feeling it.
I love that you love it here and that you're here today. First time to see the president?
I am here. Yeah, it's first time seeing the president here. First time at a rally. I couldn't be more ecstatic. Share this awesome space with my fellow patriots. Woo! Woo! Trump 2024!
Yeah.
This is my third Trump rally. I'm ready. Let's see Trump again. Let's make America great again.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Tim. Yes, let's talk about that. How important is it to get him back in the office?
America. We need someone to fight for
Do we need air to survive?
Montana.
Do we need oxygen?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how much we
We
need.
need to get John Tester
That's how much
out
we
of
need
here.
Trump in this area. And then all the
You got something to
land, the United States of America.
I agree with all of them. Get
all about
Tester
it.
out of there.
So you're both from Montana?
I'm a native. Yep.
You live in Montana?
Yeah, I've been here 29 years.
And so how important is it, we're here for Trump, but we're also here for, the Senate races and all of the other races that are so important. Any words for the people out there to get out and vote and just how important it is?
Vote red. Please save America.
Fight, fight, fight.
Fight, fight, fight.
Fight, fight, fight. Let's get that freedom going.
2024, guys.
Yes, well, it's so good seeing you both. Thanks for being here. Of course. We are having a great time. I'm absolutely loving it here. Todd, how are you? Good to see you.
Let's go.
Trump tailgate right there, everyone. So good to see you. Thanks for coming out. My friend Todd, how are you? Good to see you. Let's see this guy over here. Right here.
My sister's watching. Can I say hi?
Yes, you can. What's your name?
My name's Heather.
What's your sister's name?
My sister's name is Dawn, and my brother-in-law Jake, and they've been watching you guys diligently. Hi.
Thanks for watching. Are you both from Montana?
We moved here from Washington a couple years ago, and we are true Montanans now. Yes, we love it.
Trump fans.
And Trump fans.
I can tell by your attire, and you're here today. I've spoken to several people today who have moved to Montana because they say it's a little more free.
It is free. The people are nicer, and we don't want to change anything about Montana. We just want to be part of them,
Let me tell you, this is my first time here. It was on my bucket list, always has been, so I'm glad my job took me here today. I'm absolutely in love with this state. How gorgeous.
The people seeking asylum from Washington in Montana.
I love it. Can't go wrong here in Montana. So let's talk about Washington. Any hope for that state, you think?
There's always hope with God.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have to keep our faith for this country. Yes. Speaking of prayers, there's been a lot of prayers lately, thanking the Lord after July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. Any thoughts? What were your thoughts when you first heard or saw that President Trump had been shot?
He told me.
I actually saw it live as it was happening, and I couldn't believe it. And the whole situation behind it, I don't want to get into it, but it's a lot deeper than I think.
We can get into it. That's what we're here for. I would love to get into it. Tuesday will make 1 month since that shooting, and we don't have one answer from Secret Service, from the FBI, from the government. Not one answer. Seems a little fishy, right?
They tried to jail him. They tried to kill him, and he will be our president.
Yeah. See, we can get into it. We're on right side. We can talk about it.
God is in control.
Yes.
And
God was in control that day as well.
Right, and it wasn't his expiration time. It was just time to show the world that God is covering him, and God's got him.
Yes. And we've got his back as well.
Right.
Yes.
That's right.
At the RNC, he said, when the Secret Service was covering him, he was talking about the tens of thousands of people who were there, and he said, you couldn't see me, but I could see you, and I could see that you were all holding your breaths, which we were. And he said, I had to basically tell you that I was okay. This is why he put up his fist and said, fight, fight, fight. But it goes to show what kind of person he is. He was watching us, watching him.
Yes.
So we have his back as well. We know he has ours, that's for sure, right?
Yes. Amen.
It's so good to see you. Thanks for being here. And I love that you're now, a Montanan and enjoying it here.
Yes, amen. And we're able to be proud about it. Yes.
Be vocal and open.
Yep. Good.
God bless.
Yes, and tell your family hello one more time.
Hi Don, hi Jake.
Hi Don, hi Jake. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thanks for stopping by, and we're going to toss it over to Mike now.
All right, so I'm here with Taylor. Taylor, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Awesome. Tell me, are you local?
What?
Are you local here?
Yes.
You are. So what, are you, is this your first time at a Trump rally? Is this your first time voting?
Yes.
Awesome. So tell me, what do you do, and what are some of the issues that have been affecting you and your community?
The gas prices.
Gas prices. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 14.
You're 4, so you're not voting yet.
No.
Okay. All right. So at 14, is that it's something that's been affecting friends, family, and are you seeing them suffer because of the prices of food and gas and things like that?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, it's been going like a lot of money everywhere,
And so obviously you're in high school?
Yes.
And are you seeing, has there been any trickle down issues or anything that you're seeing in school that the kids are talking about that, are they aware of what's going on?
Not really. I haven't really heard about it.
Got it. Okay. Well, hey, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And have fun at the rally. It's going to be great.
Yeah, thank you.
You got it.
All right, a lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday bills. That means food, gas, even that power bill. You know how hard it is. If you own a home, I want you to call my friends at American Financing. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month. Can you imagine what you can do with that $854? That's what they're doing for their customers. And in fact, if you let them help you out, you may not even have to pay your mortgage next month because they are that good and they are very hard workers. $854 a month, if you do the math, is like a $10,000 raise. Credit card interest rates are insane. Most of us are still having to pay for them month by month. Americans are struggling and they are living off credit card debt right now. If you're only paying the minimum every month, it will take you years to pay that off. There are no upfront fees to get started. No upfront fee. So give them a try right now. Don't wait. Call American Financing today. And if you call today, you, again, may not have to even pay next month's mortgage. American Financing, that number is on your screen. Write it down. 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN is their website as well. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. Save yourself some money. We could all use it month to month here in this Biden economy. All right, showing the crowds here at Montana State University as we wait for President Trump. And I'm loving the masks. I'm loving the blue suit. I'm loving the red tie. Can you tell me your name?
Tyson Smith.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to, do the part and say that you're the president. Tell me about this. I love the outfit.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
Hermiston, Oregon.
Okay. What's it looking like in Oregon right now?
Well, it's a mess. There's a bunch of crazy liberals running around.
All right, but we don't want that to happen. We can't afford that much longer.
No, we cannot.
So is this your first Trump rally?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, I'm loving the outfit. Any words to President Trump if he was watching right now?
Make America great again.
Make America great again. Love the outfits. You know President Trump is known for his blue suits and his red ties. So,
Right side?
yes, we're right side. Yes. Okay, we're going to move through the crowd. Okay, we're going to move through the crowd real quick. I think that's where Mike is. Mike, we'll toss it over to you.
All right, so what are you guys doing over here? Because I'm hearing a lot of Trump. I'm hearing some dancing. What's going on over here?
Promoting family.
Promoting family. I love it. So this is what family does. This is great.
Yeah, it is.
What is this your guys' first time at a rally?
It is the first time. Let's go, Trump!
All right, that's awesome. How old are you, buddy?
8.
8 years old. Look, the camera's right behind you. Say hi to the world. And who are you here to see?
Trump.
Awesome. And so, are you guys here local? Are you here from Bozeman? Where are you from?
From Boise, Idaho.
Boise, Idaho. So you're from. Awesome. So in Boise, what are some of the issues that you're seeing that are affecting your community?
Family, faith it's just disappearing. And
Idaho is not as conservative as it once was. We're being governed by rhinos, and we'd like to see more Trump supporters. And we have family issues in our schools that,
What are those issues that you're seeing in your schools?
The parents, taking the parents out of the pictures and not including the parents. If their kid wants to be transgender, they want to keep it hush-hush and not tell the parents so that they can help the kids transition, and it's garbage.
I certainly understand that. As a parent myself, I feel that every day. So what else did you want to say?
That's about it for me.
Okay. So, and how old are you?
15.
15. And what are your thoughts on what you're seeing and hearing as a young person, not yet ready to vote, but what are your thoughts, obviously being here with your family? This is a fun event. There's so many kids here, there's so many youngsters here that are getting introduced, to politics in certainly the right way. And what are your thoughts?
That Trump is like the only good guy out there. And
more knowledgeable about politics than your average 15.
yeah. I don't know.
What were you telling her? What were you telling her?
That you were wanting to know why politics are important to her and why we should be educated in that way, so that we don't blindly just accept what's being taught or told to us, but that we've actually look at the facts and the information.
And the difference between right and wrong.
Right.
So obviously it's certainly a great example of what we like to see, obviously with issues in school and what's going on, and obviously trying to remove parents from their children's lives in one way or another. That's again, as a parent myself, that's something that affects me, so I certainly understand. And so seeing all the kids out here is amazing. It's great. I love what you guys are doing, and obviously it's great parenting, so cheers to you guys. You got it. Have a great day. You guys have fun. Anything you want to say?
Nope.
Nothing at all. Hey, how about you? You look like you want to say something.
Trump rocks.
There you go. You?
Go Trump.
All right. Awesome. There you have it.
Shout out to someone.
Go right ahead.
Hey, Linda. I just want to say hi, like I said I would.
Awesome. You guys have a great day. Enjoy the rally, and let's see some more.
Let's go Trump!
There you go. Let's see some more. Let's see it.
All right, so I'm over here to your left when they're done.
Down low.
Okay, so we're here. Look at my friends. We're playing a Trump card game. This is Tom. This is Ryan. This is all their friends. And I never knew that there was a Trump card game.
Well, it's not actually called Trump, but Trump-style card games. The game's called Afghanistan, and we call it Ganny. I've been playing it since I was in my 20s. So yeah, we're playing a Trump-style game on a Trump deck at a Trump rally.
Trump-style game on a Trump deck at a Trump rally. Does it get any better than this?
Not really.
It's so nice. Okay, so you have your blanket here. You're playing games. I want you to explain to me real quick. You were explaining to me earlier, but I want the people at home to know, if you're playing cards, you love sitting around with your family and friends, how do you play this game?
All right, if you know how to play spades, it's basically the same thing. Only you deal out 10 cards, and the first round you flip the top of the deck, and whatever that is, like if it's clubs, that's the trump card. And you play it out, and you keep track of who takes how many tricks. Whoever gets the most tricks will get to look at their hand on the next round and call the trump card. And you just work your way down. The next time you play 9 cards, the next time you deal 8 cards, 7, 6. And you need to win at least one trick to get to the next round. Once everybody's been knocked out except for one person, that's the winner, and you start back over at 10. Everybody's back in, play again.
I like it. Who's winning right now?
That would be Troy.
Okay. So, how are you? What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Ryan Ness. I'm from Billings, Montana.
Is this your first time to see President Trump?
First time in 8 years, actually.
Okay, so you have seen him before.
Yeah, back in 2016 when he had another rally in Billings. It was a good time there.
What time did y'all get here today?
8:30.
8:30? Not too bad, not too bad. I really don't know where the front of the line starts, but I'm sure you'll be fine and get in.
Yeah, I hope so.
Have you seen President Trump before?
No, I haven't.
It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's going to be a great time. So what made y'all decide to come today? Like, what is it about President Trump that you wanted to be here to support him?
Well, there's so much about President Trump. More than anything, the way that they fight, the way that he's fought against the attacks on him shows me that they're afraid of him, and whoever they are is really what I feel the problem is. So if they're that afraid of him, we need him.
Absolutely. That's a telltale sign right now, right? Is that when he came down those golden escalators, they had started attacking him immediately. So the light bulb goes off. And you start asking yourself, why do they hate him so bad? Because he's not one of them. He's an outsider, and he can't be controlled.
Exactly.
We love him. So I wish I could sit here with you all day and play games. A Trump-style game on Trump cards at a Trump rally. This would be nice. Mike, do you think we could just take a break for about 20 minutes and just play a Trump-style game? I want to learn.
Okay, that'd be great.
Maybe next time. I have a job to do. I'm going to go meet some more wonderful patriots like you. Make sure you get out and vote in November.
Absolutely.
Any last words you want to tell people watching at home about how important it is to get out and vote?
Oh yeah, get out and vote. It's going to be closer than we think.
Yes.
Every point counts.
Every vote counts.
Make America great again.
Absolutely. Make America great again. All right. Well, you all have a great time. I wish I could sit here with you and play, but I promise next rally we'll do that, okay? I'll take about 10, 15 minutes and come learn how to play this game. Have a great day. Thanks, guys. All right. We're continuing to move on. Let's go through the crowd and see more people. These fun kids are still playing. Love watching you having a great time. Okay, we're moving through. And this is really giving you an idea of just how many people are here now that we are actually inside with the crowd. We have some ladies for Trump here on the left. Hi, how are you?
Terrific.
What is your name? Where are you from?
My name's Tanya Fagan. I'm here from Bozeman.
Bozeman. I love it here. It's my first time here. What a beautiful city.
It really is.
Okay, so your hat says that you're a Trump girl, like 90% or 110%?
110.
Yes, of course. That's what I like to hear. You know, when President Trump first ran in 2016, the left and the media said women wouldn't love Trump. And how false is that?
He's so for women, and my mom and I are both for Trump. And our whole family is for Trump because he loves our country and he does love all people.
Yes, he does. Mom is here as well. Mom, good to see you. Do you live in Bozeman?
I do. And I love it here. So beautiful.
What do you love most about President Trump?
That he gets things done. And he says what he is going to do, and then he does it.
Yes, he does.
Such a fabulous, positive kind of president, and I'm hoping that he wins again.
Absolutely. Well, I love your scarf. I love both of your outfits. So cute. What a great mom and daughter day out, right? Oh, we got to show more.
Red, white, and blue.
Mom is something else. I like your mom. Very cute outfit.
Dad here too.
Oh, Dad is here. Dad, I didn't see you. Let me turn around. Hey, Dad. How are you? What's your name?
Frank Dowell.
Okay. Do you love President Trump just as much as your daughter and your wife?
Well, yeah, I got it all started.
You got it all started. Tell us about that.
Well, my name is Franklin Roosevelt Dow, but I converted a long time ago. I'm 91, and I've loved Trump way back when he was just starting his career. So
you knew the younger Trump?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Michael?
Yeah.
Mike knew the Trump when he was in Manhattan and building the skyline and helping the city of New York.
Mm-hmm. Sure did, yes, yeah.
Well, here we are now, and it could be 47, number 47. How does that make you feel to know that?
Fight. You bet.
You're the cutest little family. I love y'all. Will you adopt me?
Yeah.
I love Montana. I love your family, and I love your values.
We do have good values. Yeah.
Well, it's so good to see you. Have a great day. Cute little family here. Patriotic. Where are you from? I'm from Texas. If you can't tell from my accent, everybody can pick it up. It is what it is, you know.
Love it. Yes. Well, welcome to Montana.
I love Montana. Love it, love it, love it. You may be seeing me here soon in Bozeman on vacation. I absolutely love it here. Okay, let's toss it over to Mike now.
All right, so I'm here with Quaid. Quaid, how old are you?
13.
13. Who are you here with?
My family.
Family, great. They brought you out. What are you here for? What do you want to see? What do you want to hear? What have your parents told you? What are you seeing in school?
Well, like personally, we're all big Trump supporters, and today I'm kind of trying to fill out a checklist, So I went over, got a picture with Tim Sheehy, trying to get on the news, which seems like I've achieved that, and hopefully I can talk to Trump.
So you came here with an agenda. You wanted to get on the news. You wanted to talk to Sheehy, and what was the other one?
Talk to Trump.
And talk to Trump. I know you got 2 of those 3. I don't know if you can get the 3rd one, but I wish you the best of luck. All right? Hey, have a great day, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming out. There you go. And you take care of yourself. How are you, sir? I'm great. Tell me, are you local here?
I was raised here, yeah.
You're raised here. Tell me, over the past 3.5 years, what have you seen change, and what do you hope to change November 5th?
Well, I think we had a little more of our fiscal responsibility, and I'd like to see a little more integrity when it comes to how our national defense is. We spend our money and take care of the people.
What have you seen change specifically here? Has obviously the economy is certainly an issue everywhere we go. Border. Have you seen those directly affect you and those around you here in your community?
Well, the cost of living and inflation has cost of housing, and so is that whatever causes that, whether that's just the inflation or the demand, or whether it's lots more people, demand. So I would say the immigration issue is part of that. It's raising the price.
And so, is this your first rally?
No, I went to one. When Trump was in Bozeman, I think in 16. I think it was 16.
Okay, so this is your second. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you very much for coming out. I know we all appreciate you and your support. And thanks again. All right, take care.
Oh, I got here at like 7, right as soon as parking. And there was already.
That's it. Are you a fan?
Absolutely a fan.
Awesome. What's your name?
Joe Davison.
Where are you from?
Helena.
Helena. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me, what is this your first rally?
No, this is my 4th rally.
4th rally.
Yeah, and
okay,
I've been
you're a veteran.
Yeah, I've been interviewed by you guys before. Liz Willis, and hey Joe, how you guys doing? Make sure Joe Seals gets some love.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Is Liz Willis still with you guys?
I'm not. Is Liz still?
No, well, that's too bad. She was great, but and I got interviewed by Margaret Howell and Billings and.
Awesome. So how have things been affecting you? Since the last time we saw you, what's changed in your life over the past 3.5 years?
I think that COVID was a real pain, and even before that, though, when Trump signed the Farm Bill of 2019 or 2018, but it was a farm bill from the previous administration. He legalized industrial hemp for the first time since 1972. And they took industrial hemp and moved it from the Dangerous Drug Act of 1972 and moved it over to the Department of Agriculture. Well, since that happened, I got a job harvesting industrial hemp. And so I harvested your hemp oil and your hemp medicine and stuff. Well, I grew it first. And so that I thought was really good. The Farm Bill was excellent.
Awesome. And has anything else, economy-wise, obviously immigration has been an issue, in your community and around you. What have you seen change, and how has that negatively impacted you?
It really hasn't negatively impacted me. I haven't lost jobs or anything because of that. It does seem like the immigrants the migrants that came up here are a little different migrant than you see in New York.
How so?
Well, I worked in a store, and I would get a lot of the laborers and workers would come through my store, and on Fridays and weekends and stuff. And so I seen them; they look like working people. And I know in New York and some of them in St. Louis and stuff, they're not working people. They're law enforcement haters
and how about crime? How is crime here in Montana? And have you seen an increase in crime in any way, shape, or form?
No. Crime in Montana is low. Crime in Montana is always low, and so we don't have those problems that they have other places.
You're kind of isolated from it.
Yeah, kind of isolated from that. But how many viewers do you guys have right now live?
Quite a few. I can't count them on numbers and on fingers and toes, but we certainly have quite a few.
Right. Because this is a great platform to get messages out and different ideas that you normally would.
What message are you trying to send the people today?
Well, there's remember when the cocaine was found in the White House, and everybody thought it was Hunter's. Okay, I don't believe it was Hunter's. I believe it was Kamala's. See, the cocaine was found in a cubbyhole next to the Situation Room, right by the Vice President's entrance. Okay, Vice President comes through that entrance, nobody's checking her. Okay, so she comes through that entrance, something's going on in the Situation Room, she puts all her stuff in the cubby, handles the Situation Room, grabs her stuff and forgot her cocaine.
Well, there's certainly a lot of theories about it.
And I think you could all be put to rest, Kamala, if you would just take a drug test. Lots of federal employees are subject to drug tests, and I don't think it should be any different. And so I think you should take a drug test, Kamala, a full drug screen. And if you wanted Trump to do that, I bet he would have no problem.
Yeah, he seems pretty open to anything at this point. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Be well.
You got it, man. Enjoy the rally and have a great day.
All right, well, we don't have a health care system in this country. We have a sick care system. Pharmaceutical companies make billions off sick Americans like you. Every year they make billions of dollars, which means Big Pharma needs you to be sick and rely on them. Well, now you don't have to do so thanks to the wellness company. This is our way to push back. And how can we do it? Well, for one, we vote for the right president, but for two, we need to make sure that we take care of our health. And you can do that with the medical emergency kit from Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky. Their team of doctors have come up with this medical emergency kit to get you prepared in case there's another COVID of sorts or some type of disaster that strikes like COVID or just the family bug that strikes. You can have medicine at your disposal in your own home. Dr. Peter McCullough has been preaching the importance of early intervention since 2020. So now is the time to get your medical emergency kit. The kit is prescription only. You can't find anything like it that is on the market or in a store or in a pharmacy. You need to have at least one of these kits in your home. I do. I've put it to use before, and it was exactly put to use like it's supposed to. I was in an emergency. I got sick, and instead of waiting on the doctor or for the pharmacy to have my prescription ready, I had my prescription right there in my kitchen, and so I became healthier immediately instead of having to wait on a doctor and or a pharmacy. So go to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Use the code RSBN at checkout and save yourself $45 with that RSBN code. Again, that's makecaregreatagain.com. Use the code RSBN. And just a reminder that these kits are only available in the USA. I'm Vanessa Broussard, along with Mike is here with us today. It is a great day. Mike Fortin here with us. Great day in Bozeman, Montana. Stick with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we have a lot more people to talk to. We have a lot of exciting news to talk about today, some of the big news going on this week, and of course, the man in the arena will be here later on tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, Don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live here in Alabama. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll get right back out there to Bozeman, Montana. Mike and Vanessa doing a great job out there, of course, as we are 87 days from the election. And we'll dive into some more details about that great state there. And speaking of the Northwest, we've got, of course, Montana, Idaho, and the state of Washington. And somebody from the state of Washington running for Congress there is Joe Kent. Now, Joe, of course, is endorsed by President Donald Trump, and he joins us right now live on Right Side Broadcasting. Sir, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me. Great to be with you.
So when we look at you as a military veteran, first of all, thank you for your service, sir. We see what Tim Walz is up to out there on his side there. Have you any reaction to what he's been trying to say?
I do. I mean, look, the claims of him being a combat veteran and him being a sergeant major and all that, that's been pretty well documented. What I really want to focus on is that Tim Walz was a leader of a unit that was tapped for a deployment in Iraq. And Iraq in 2005, 2006 was a pretty dangerous and scary place. And there was, unfortunately, a lot of folks who, like Walz, were finding reasons why they couldn't deploy. Now, if you contrast that with someone like J.D. Vance, who is from the global war on terror, post 9/11 generation. He's a sharp contrast for guys like Walz. He said, hey, my country was attacked. I just want to go serve. He raised his right hand and he said, send me wherever you need me. And the Marine Corps sent him out to Anbar province in Iraq. That's where Fallujah, Ramadi is. There was a lot of people coming home in body bags from that deployment. So I personally think that the contrast couldn't be starker between J.D. Vance and between Walz. And something else I really want to point out is that Walz left the military before he went to combat, started a career as a politician for the party right now that hasn't found a war they don't want to get us deeply involved in. Again, contrast that with J.D. Vance. He went to war, he was in danger, he did his duty, and now his time in combat shapes his worldview and his desire to keep us out of foolish foreign entanglements. So I think it's a great topic for us to really just contrast the two different messages, the two different parties, and I think it's very important for us to highlight.
And speaking of messages, I know you're focused on restoring common sense Republican values. If you are sworn in as the next congressional representative out of Washington, can you talk to us a little bit about some of the common sense that I think the whole country needs to be reminded of and hear again?
Yeah, that's a great way to frame it, because I think far too often we frame things in like, this is a conservative argument, this is a liberal argument, Republican versus Democrat. Look, the other side has gone so far that we're basically just asking for a return to sanity. When we say, hey, we want to stop this inflation that's robbing working families of their wages, we need to do that by tightening the belt in Washington, D.C., stop the printing, get back to being energy independent. Most people understand what gas prices and grocery prices were just 4 years ago. We want to bring that that back. We don't want to be 35 trillion in debt, mortgaging the futures of our children and grandchildren. That's just common sense. Same thing with border policy. The left likes to call us, everything from racist to weird for saying that we want to secure the border. Everyone, I think, that has any kind of common sense, they understand we have to have a border. We can't have a country where millions of illegals come into our nation. We also can't have a country where we're allowing fentanyl to be pumped into our country, killing tens of thousands, even up to 100,000 American citizens every single year. That has to stop. We have the tools to stop that. And then look, we want to keep our nation out of these foolish foreign endless wars, focus on our own country. And something that's near and dear to us out here in Washington State that I think really paints a contrast to how far the left has gone. We believe that biological men don't belong in your little girl's dressing room, bathroom, and competing against them on the athletics field. The other side, the Democrats, they have fully embraced this crazy sexualization and transgender ideology that's being forced on our children.
Exactly. So that woke mind virus that is going throughout our country, obviously, we're trying to bring common sense, truth, and morality back into the nation. Just yesterday, I was watching some local news in Milwaukee. I'm kind of a news nerd, and I saw a story about drag bingo, and they were doing a live shot there, interviewing somebody from there. And that seems like what the left wants to pour into the youth and also through the country. So to your point, how about the Olympics? What are your thoughts about the situation with the Italian female boxer taking on somebody that was trans as well? Looks like we might have lost him there. All right, we'll see if we can get him back there live. But I can tell you, of course, the situation with the state of Montana, there are 4 electoral votes up for grabs there. Also, we know that President Trump is running for all of America. So that's what Lynn Patton, his senior advisor, said recently. And of course, when there's all these situations that are out there with the left versus the right, what we're looking at is simple on the November 5th ballot. It's truth versus lies. And speaking of truth versus lies, let's go to the debates. President Trump has agreed to a number of debate dates. September 4th on Fox. Trump agreed to that one, waiting on the Harris camp on that. We do know on September 10th, on fake news, NBC both agreed for that one. September 25th, President Trump announced that there will be a debate on ABC. No word yet from the Harris camp. Now, switching gears, the vice presidential debate between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz, of course, is going to be great. And I can see you there, Joe Kent, back here joining us live. Lovely. Technology is always the way it is, but that's all right. We're glad to bring you back here. Let's get through some more of the Q&A a little bit of today. Can you talk to us a little about the state of Washington, the Northwest in general? I've met a lot of great patriots in that region that are at different rallies throughout the country. Can you just talk to us about the fabric of that area?
Yeah, so I'm running for Congress in Washington's 3rd district. That's Southwest Washington. So we are just across the Columbia River from Portland, Oregon. We go almost up to Olympia, out to the coast, and some in the Columbia River Valley. Look, the Pacific Northwest, I think like a lot of America, when you get out of these major urban cities that have been destroyed by Democrat policies, you're going to find common sense Americans. You're going to find people that share values with us. Because again, I think when we talk about common sense values of getting inflation under control, securing the border, protecting our kids, these aren't big Republican issues. These are just common sense issues. And that's what most folks are fighting for out here. They just see what's happened in the last couple of years. I mean, the open border policies are really having a major effect here in Washington. Even though we're far, far away from the southern border, we've had fentanyl pumped into our district because California, Oregon, and Washington on the I-5 corridor, these are all sanctuary states. This has basically been an open for business sign to the cartels, and we have people dying in our district from the fentanyl. People like my opponent, Marie Perez, voted to leave the border wide open. Inflation, I mean, look, where we live, it's pretty working class. We don't have a ton of wealthy people. These are hardworking folks who in the last couple of years, they're seeing their dollar go less and less far. Their wages are being stolen by the inflation. They're really being hurt by that. We've got a lot of local issues too, where the federal government has really messed up our natural resources between the timber industries and the fishing industries. We've had a real lack of federal focus on the I-5 corridor in terms of infrastructure. And that just speaks to, how the federal government wants to take our tax dollars and send them overseas and not prioritize the citizens. So the issues that are affecting us in Washington 3, I think are very, very common throughout the entire nation. We're being destroyed by these Democrat policies. at every level.
And then just a couple states over where the rally is today in Montana, it seems like we're seeing that under Harris, Montanans have spent $10,000 more on transportation, $5,000 more on energy, and nearly $4,000 more on food. And the list goes on with shelter at $6,000. Outside of all of the economy in the sense of having Maganomics come back, which would be great to have, do you see, is there a fear there of our Constitution being attacked by the left? Or is it kind of like, hey, you know what, this is kind of business as usual, we just want to win another election?
No, I think people understand that this is probably the most important election of our lifetime. I mean, I know that pundits like to say that every election cycle, but I think the feeling is very much different now. The economy, obviously, that drives a lot of folks who don't follow politics. However, over the last 4 years, what we've seen with the way that our First Amendment rights are being really just trampled upon, if you are of the conservative mindset, or if you just don't toe the party line, we've had a lot of people come over to our side because our COVID lockdowns were so draconian that they just saw how really just authoritarian the other side is. The Second Amendment's under siege as well in Washington state. Washington has always had a unique political balance, but it's always leaned very libertarian, where we even had a lot of folks who identified as left. They were really serious about their Second Amendment rights. Our 2A is under assault. And look, you've got Democrats like Marie Perez who have voted consistently to trample over American civil liberties, voting for FISA 702, allowing the government to search your data without a warrant. These are just un-American principles. And so I do think we're getting a lot of folks who have seen gradually over the last couple of years the erosion of our basic constitutional rights, really starting with the COVID era, where you had government say which businesses had to be shut down and which ones could stay open. I mean, and the list goes on. But we're seeing a lot of people realize just how important this juncture is that we're in right now.
Exactly. We don't want another situation where there are shutdowns and that kind of thing. And I think people are concerned that if the wrong people get in charge, we might get to a more of like a Venezuela, or even right now in the UK, a lot of turmoil and civil unrest. Ideally, we have common sense come back.
For sure. I mean, look, Americans really need to take a look at the rest of the world. I know there's a bias towards, hey, things have always been generally, peaceful and tranquil here, and so therefore that will always continue. That future is not guaranteed. Just look at the rest of the world. I mean, I think most of us, if you would have told us in 2015 that in just 5 years, there was going to be lockdowns where the government dictated when kids could go to school, was forcing the closures of places of faith, was telling businesses they had to shut down, was dictating that you had to take an experimental vaccine. I think most of us in 2015 would have been like, you're crazy, that would never happen in America. We have protections. I mean, so I do think that this right here is a critical juncture, and people need to look at the rest of the world and realize that, it's cliche to say, but freedom isn't free. And so we do have to fight through our political process to maintain our freedoms every day.
And finally, can you talk to us about that, your military service? I know 20 years as a military veteran. Can you talk to us about right now your thoughts on the military in the United States? It seems like there are a lot of people, of course, that love the country in the military, but then some of the leadership, maybe not so much.
Yeah, we're in a major crisis right now. I think most people have probably seen the statistics that we're somewhere between 20 and 30,000 troops short of meeting our recruitment goals, while at the same time, you have this Democrat Party that has not found a war they don't want to get us deeply involved in. So we're on the cusp of World War III on at least two major fronts in Europe with the Ukraine conflict, and then in the Middle East was taking place between Israel and between Iran. And so, look, we've been very lucky in America that the last 20 plus years of warfare, we didn't have to actually have a draft. And so the American population was really kind of not affected by that. But right now, with the Democrats marching us towards war, with Biden destroying the U.S. military in the last 3 years, promoting all this woke ideology, telling anyone in the force if they voted for President Trump, they might be a domestic terrorist, the COVID mandates, that forced out a lot of good troops who would have stayed in even longer and sent a message up and down the chain that, hey, we don't want you here if you are of a certain belief. And then the disastrous Afghan withdrawal. I mean, that had a major effect. I know the mainstream media wants to memory hold that, but that had a major effect on a lot of veterans and also a lot of folks who were in the military. So we're in a crisis right now. And I think Americans haven't really had to think about what does it mean if my country wants to go off to war, because we've had this all volunteer force. But again, people need to take a broader look at history. The war on terror is the only time we've been able to fight a war with an all volunteer force. So unless you're ready to have everybody from age 18 to 25, 26 drafted into the military to go fight these foolish wars. We've got to put our country first. We've got to think about having people that are actually pragmatic and thinking about not getting us involved in these wars. And right now, the only person who's doing that, it's Donald Trump. And you can tell that's his ideology because he picked J.D. Vance as his running mate. And I think J.D. said it perfectly when he said, like, if you want to get your kid drafted to go fight in some stupid globalist war, then vote for Kamala Harris. If you want to make sure that our country lives in peace and prosperity and we're not involved in these foreign entanglements, you've got to vote for President Trump.
Exactly. So peace through strength under a new President Trump administration. I did say last question, but this one, I want to know this one, though. At the end of the day, when you're an infantryman or a military man or woman in our country, what is it like? What does it feel like to have someone that is a commander-in-chief that is strong, that has peace through strength, versus someone that is chaotic and weak? What is it? How does that feel?
It's a night and day difference. I came in the Army under Bill Clinton, 98, was there when the war kicked off. So I served under Bush, and I served the entire time under Obama. And the hallmark of the Obama era was that we are still going to be asked to potentially give our lives. We were still deployed. We were still taking casualties, but we had no will to win. We were fighting literally with one hand tied behind our back the entire time. When President Trump came in, it was a night and day difference. And he said very clearly, I'm going to give you guys everything you need to win. Your job is nothing else but to go out there and crush the enemy. And then at the end, when we actually accomplished our missions, like defeating the Islamic Caliphate in Iraq and Syria, President Trump did everything he could to get us out of those wars. That's truly how you respect the troops. There's a lot of folks out there who want to say, I respect the troops, but then they vote for every single foolish deployment. President Trump said, our troops are to be used to destroy our nation's enemies and nothing else. And when that job is done, he wants to bring them home. First president in I don't know how many generations that didn't start a new war. So we've got to have a commander-in-chief who is smart, who is strong, and who respects the troops enough not to let them go bleed out on foreign battlefields for nothing.
Joe Kent, running for Congress. Good luck, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time here at Right Side.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Definitely. So Joe Kent, of course, running for Congress in Washington. If you go a couple states over, of course, that's where President Trump will be today in Bozeman, Montana. We're going to go back out there live to Mike and Vanessa, who are talking to the great people of Montana. Before we do that, I just want to thank the Free Trump Book, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you have to do is go to freetrumpbook.com. And some of the indoctrination that the youth gets sometimes in the educational system, well, this is something to kind of reverse that, to talk about Donald Trump and what he actually did during his first administration, which, again, didn't start any new wars. The economy was better. Gas prices were at $1.87. Our country felt, as some of the people there in Bozeman were saying, just more free, right? You just felt that freedom. So that book right there, freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee writing that book there in Tennessee, doing great things for the country. So again, 87 days until Election Day. And on top of that, 4 electoral votes at stake in Montana. So we're going to get back out there to beautiful Big Sky country in Montana. A population there, about 1.1 million people, a lot of patriots in that great state. Under Harris, Montanans have spent $10,000 more on transportation. There's so many bad things going on, of course, but we're going to have a great day today because President Trump is going to share his agenda with the American people. And on top of that, if we win this election in November, which if you're looking at the polls and the boots on the ground in the majority of our country, making it too big to rig, we will hopefully see a victory come November 5th. So we'll dive into some more information in just a little bit. But as we know, on the ballot is America First versus America Last, far left radicals versus common sense conservatives, and President Trump, of course, running to be the president of all of America. I'm Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's send it out to Mike and Vanessa live right now in Bozeman, Montana.
Welcome back to Bozeman, Montana. I'm Vanessa Broussard.
Mike Fortin.
And so good to see you here with us for this rally today. The campaign trail is taking us right through the beautiful mountains of Montana.
It is absolutely gorgeous, and it's an amazing day. It's cooled off. Perfect temperature for this rally. We're low 70s. It's great. People are happy. Music's playing. It's been a great morning.
It really has, and we have several hours before the pre-program starts, and then, of course, President Trump will take the stage at 8 o'clock Mountain Time tonight. And I don't know what your plans are for the weekend, but where else could you possibly be other than with President Trump on a Friday night?
I know. It's, I would much rather be here than a lot of the other options that we have.
Yes.
But it's the environment here is electric. The families, the people that are coming out in support. There's thousands of people looking at the security lines and people just, all the way down the sidewalk. There's thousands and thousands of people here, and it's just love. It's great. It's absolutely great.
It is really great. Hey, we want to talk to you about your taxes. If you are struggling with back taxes, or if you're struggling with just your 2023 tax return that you haven't seen about yet, that's okay. That's where the experts at Tax Network USA come in. They can help you with any of your tax-related problems. They are licensed in every state, so no matter where you live, the experts can help you out. They have saved their customers over $1 billion in back taxes. That's billion with a B. And they can help you for whatever you need. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. They actually are the professionals who do the negotiations with the IRS, so you don't have to. So let them do this for you. Again, don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA, they say that they don't care what size your tax issue is, they can handle it. That number is on your screen, 1-800-357-1415. Call them today. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415, or you can go to tnusa.com/RSBN and log on there as well. Again, find your path to financial peace of mind with Tax Network USA.
Check them out.
Yes, absolutely. They are, again, licensed in every state, and they can help you no matter where you live. Look at the crowd continuing to grow hour by hour here in the beautiful city of Bozeman, Montana. We are on the campus of Montana State University, and the venue in which this rally will be held. This venue holds 8,500 people. Hello, thank you. Holds 8,500 people, and we're expecting it to be a packed house this evening. How are you all? Good to see you. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. I'm seeing a lot of Congress Zinke stickers. Tell us about Congressman Zinke running for U.S. Congress and how important it is for him to get in office.
Always important for a Republican to get in office.
Absolutely. What is it about Zinke that you firmly believe he'll get the job done?
Well, I'm fairly new, so I don't know much.
You don't know much about him, but you just know that he's good enough for your vote.
Yep.
Anything you want to say about Zinke? He's here today, and we'll be talking to him. What is it about him that you want to see him continuing to work for this district?
Well, he's a veteran, and he loves Donald Trump, and he's a fighter, and that's what we need in Congress. We need a fighter. That's why I'm supporting him.
Do you live in Bozeman?
Manhattan, just out of Bozeman.
So that is your district?
Yes.
Have you seen President Trump before?
From a distance.
So this is your first rally?
Yes, that we're actually going to be able to get into.
In Great Falls in 16, and we couldn't get in.
Yeah, so you made sure you got here early today, and you brought your chairs.
Yeah.
What is it about the Biden-Harris administration that you think needs to go?
Well, there's a lot of things that we don't agree with them, and so, that are very important to us. The border, abortion, the economy's a mess. So Donald Trump has a lot of solutions that we like. So
we saw it the first 4 years, so he needs to finish the job the next 4 years, right?
Finish the job. And JD right behind him, yes.
How do you feel about JD Vance on the tarmac the other day confronting the media and the plane that she was on, demanding answers?
I like it. He's a fighter also. That's what I like about him. That's what we just need, a fighter. So,
You got to save this country, right?
yep, absolutely.
Well, I'm so glad you'll be getting in this time. You'll be fine. I think you'll be okay. Good to see you. Thanks for being out here. Have a good day. All right. Yes, doesn't he?
Montana loves Trump.
He won in 2016. He won in 2020. What about 2024?
Gonna win again with Vance on his side.
Talk about Vance. I was just asking the gentleman behind you, what was your thought when you saw Vance go on the tarmac the other day and confront the media and the plane for Kamala Harris?
It was perfect, and he should have just pressed a little harder. Yes.
I think he's good. I think that it shows that he wants answers, and he's a leader, and he's a boss. That was a boss move.
Absolutely, and we all want answers now, not later, now.
You know, the spirit out here is so happy and joyous. People just have hope. They love this country. Don't you see a big difference between the conservative MAGA movement and the Democrats?
100%. We love Montana. We don't want to be a part of California. We love it here. And the people in Montana will make a difference.
Governor Newsom needs to keep California in California, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He can stay over there.
Don't cross that state line.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. Good talking to you. All right, we are going to keep moving the line here. And I think we have Mike who's ready for us.
All right, well, there she is right there. All right, so what is your name?
My name is Joy.
Joy, where are you from, Joy?
I am from Wyoming. Well, I live in Wyoming.
Okay, is this your first rally?
This is my first rally. I'm so excited. I'm obsessed with President Trump. He's my hero. He's the love of my life.
How are you hoping that he changes your life during this election?
Affordability, well, everything. Everything from, the inflation, the, the gas prices, freedom,
What's most affecting you and your family?
Right now, affordability. Yeah.
Gas prices, just inflation.
Cost of living, everything. I'm trying to start my own business.
What do you do?
Esthetician. I do lashes.
I can tell the lashes they're really popping.
Thank you.
You look amazing.
Thank you. But yeah, I'm trying to start my own business. So, and right now it's not really business friendly at all. So, yeah, the left is really targeting, small business owners. And yeah, so just trying to make it, I'm
just trying to stay afloat.
Just trying to stay afloat. I'm 42, still living with my mom, and I really want my own apartment. And, I just want to make a living.
Of course, I think that's what everybody wants, right? Financial freedom ultimately is what every American is looking for. And obviously, small businesses are more than 60% of what makes up business in this country. So obviously people like yourself and anyone that's running a small business is extremely important to this economy. And obviously, over the past 3.5 years, we've certainly seen, small business owners targeted and small businesses that make up this country targeted in so many different ways. And so, I really hope that you can get that business going and hopefully, obviously the man of the hour is going to be here at 8 p.m. And, what are you seeing here in this gigantic crowd?
It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I unfortunately am not typically surrounded by, patriots, Trump supporters.
Well, there's certainly no shortage of patriots here today.
For sure. No, and it's beautiful. I'm just taking it all in. And yeah, I brought my tissues because I know I'm going to cry, everything. So
I see some tears in your eyes now.
I'm prepared. But yeah, to say that I love my President Trump and his beautiful family and just can't even, there are no words. There really are no words.
Well, you flagged me down. You told me that you watch RSBN all the time, so thank you for that.
And I follow you guys on social media.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We certainly appreciate it. Hope you have an amazing day. Welcome to beautiful Montana, and we hope you have a great rally.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Got it. Take care.
Well, I do have some great news from the Trump team. President Trump has departed, coming here to Montana. So he is on his way to rally here in Montana. We're seeing more families here today. Love seeing the families. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good. Can I sit by you? I'm just going to make myself comfortable. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Kate, and I'm from Billings, Montana.
I love Montana. I think I've said it a million times today. This is the most wonderful state. I love everywhere where I travel for work, but the Montana has to be up there on the list.
It's gorgeous here.
Yes, and the weather is perfect. People are having a great time. You brought the kiddos out today. How important is that for them to learn about President Trump?
It's extremely important, and they have been Trump supporters since day one.
Since he came down those golden escalators.
Yes, and every time they see him on the news, they know exactly who he is, and they know exactly what he's talking about.
How old are they?
They are 6 and 10.
How awesome is that? Can you talk about, as a parent, how important it is for them to learn at home about our country and who's fighting for our country?
So their father is actually an Army combat veteran, so it's really important for us as a family and as a whole to instill those morals and values and teachings with our kids in home.
Tell your husband thank you for his service. We really appreciate that. And on that note, let's talk about Waltz, claiming that he was an Iraq veteran. He served, and news is out about stolen valor. How does a military family feel about a man who wants to be vice president who's not even honest about serving in our military?
It's extremely difficult for us, especially being that my husband has served. So it's very contradicting for him, and it does affect him, and it does hurt him.
Because he did leave his post, and the rest of the team went and served, and he stayed back. But they forgot to mention that part on his website.
Yeah, it's a little disgraceful, but people can say anything unless they have the proof to back it up.
Again, we appreciate your husband's service. So good to see the boys here, and first time, right, to see President Trump?
It is. Yep, it's their first time.
You're gonna have a great time. He puts on the show. He dances at the end. I always wait for the grand finale where he dances.
That's awesome. They'll love that part.
We call it the Trump pump. You'll see it. I can't do it like him, but he's a great dancer. He's great at everything he does. Don't you love President Trump?
We do. We love him, and we support him, and we're here for him.
So good seeing you. Thanks for being here. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you have your seat back. Thank you. All right, we're going to continue moving the crowd here. And you can see the thousands of people who are already here hours in advance. This is what it's like. The crowds come for President Trump. And we're going to send it over to Mike now.
All right, so we are here with
Kevin.
And Kathy. Angel.
And so great to see you guys here. And you guys just all met standing in line? Okay, so you guys met.
I just met them. Yeah.
Awesome. And where are you coming in from?
Great Falls.
Great Falls. How far is that?
3 hours north.
3 hours. And you guys are local?
Yes, I am. I'm
awesome.
from Boise, Idaho, about 8-hour drive.
And you're clearly an alumni of the Trump University hockey team. Yeah. Fantastic. I love it. And so what are you? Is this your first rally?
Yep.
Yes.
First one.
Absolutely.
Second. First. Okay.
I went to one 8 years ago in Belgrade.
And how was that for you?
Well, we got up to the thing and then no more, so we had to stay outside.
Well, I think you're going to have a great chance today. What are you guys hoping to hear? What's been affecting you? Obviously, with you and your mom, what's going on that you guys are hoping to see changed?
Freedom of speech. Freedom. I mean, and save America. We got to save the U.S.
What are the most important things to you right now? Is it the economy? Is it the border? What is the most important things for you?
Border. That's all part of it. Yeah.
Border.
Our freedom.
Border for sure. Yeah.
And how about in your communities? Have you seen crime on the rise? Have you seen, and how's that affected your community?
I mean, we have cameras all over the house now. I live in Boise. We never lock the doors, just outside of Boise, and definitely increasing, for sure. Yes. In Bozeman, yes.
And so you've seen an increase here in Bozeman as well.
Yes.
And what types of crime are you seeing here, and what's the most prevalent?
Probably the homeless that we never had here before, that park their old beat-up campers. And
so I've heard today. Obviously homeless has been has greatly increased in the area. Has that brought drugs or anything of that nature with it?
Yes, I think so.
Same with Boise.
A lot of high-speed chases and drugs involved. Yeah.
Got it. And so what's in your neighborhood? What are the things that are affecting you and your family and people employment, things like that?
Well, I know you definitely feel like you need to watch your six now, and it never used to be that way.
Yeah.
And you are seeing it. Just, I mean, everything's gone so far through the roof, with expenses and having.
It's almost become a fight between good and evil. In some senses, and we've seen so many children here today with their families, and one of the things that we keep hearing is, it's the difference between right and wrong.
Absolutely. Yeah. What is wrong with family values? Like, why is that so negative? Family values. Family is good.
Yeah, amen to that.
Yeah. It's definitely. I think one of the most important things that we've heard today is certainly a return to family values and just and children just coming up the right way. And obviously there's issues in schools in some states more than others, but it's one of those things that we keep hearing over and over from parents that we want to raise our kids the right way. As a father of 3 children myself, I certainly can understand that. So anything else you'd like to say?
God bless America.
Yeah. I guess
Trump hockey?
Yeah, Trump hockey. I mean, I respect teachers, of course, they do amazing work, but the public school system, just big government in general has got to go. Big government has got to go. They don't know what's right for me. I know what's right for me.
So you want to be able to make your own decisions?
Absolutely. And
certainly, what's wrong with that? As Americans, we should be able to.
The government thinks they know it's better for me than I know it's better for me. I want that choice.
And as you should have that.
Right. Yeah. For sure.
Okay, great. Well, more here on the ground from the Trump rally here in Bozeman, Montana.
All right, love the Trump hockey. Hey, if you're struggling to keep up with your everyday bills, whether that's food, gasoline, your power bill, electricity, water, whatever the case may be, you are not alone. If you own a home, I want you to call my friends over at American Financing. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month. And if you do the math on that, that's like a $10,000 raise a year. $854 a month is what they can save you on average. Credit card interest rates are insane. Most of the people in America are still living off credit cards right now in this Biden-Harris economy. They just can't afford to pay their bills, so they're turning to credit cards and they're in credit card debt. But that's where American Financing can help you. There's no upfront cost, no upfront fee to get started, so give them a call. That information is on your screen. Don't wait. Give them a call today. That number is 888-402-0299. Again, that's 888-402-0299. Also, the website, if you want to check it out, is americanfinancing.net/RSBN. Again, don't wait. Give them a call today, and they can help you get on the right path to financial freedom and save some money every month. I know it's hard to do, but that's where the experts come in at American Financing. Let's continue to walk the crowd as we see all of these people here at the rally waiting for the doors to open. We are at the south entrance between this stadium was where President Trump will be speaking tonight, and also the football stadium. I want to see this guy's shirt. I love this shirt. My dog is smarter than your president. That's pretty bad.
I like that.
I like it too, but it's pretty bad that a dog is smarter than the president. Isn't that sad?
Yeah, it is sad. Very sad.
I have a question. Where's Joe Biden lately? Where is he?
In the basement, I guess. If even there, I don't know.
On the beach somewhere, or, just taking a nap.
Hanging out, yeah. The Commander-in-Chief, 44 or 45, 46, and 47.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, what do you think about Kamala Harris running for president?
Oh, there again.
Is your dog smarter than her as well?
Very much so. Both of my dogs are smarter than her. Well, the cat too, maybe.
Yeah. I believe that.
Yeah.
Well, she's gone 18 days now and counting without doing an interview. Do you think she's running from the media?
Well, you know she is. You know, you can't talk to the media unless you have all the questions ahead of time, and you've got a teleprompter to read off of. So.
How do you feel about J.D. Vance confronting the media and Kamala Harris's plane on the tarmac the other day?
I thought that was really awesome. Yeah, really awesome.
That's a boss move.
Great. He's going to be a great vice president.
I loved it when I saw it. I wish I was right behind him. You'd see that picture that's trending on the internet right now with his entire entourage around him as he confronted them. But it's absolutely true. The media needs to ask Kamala Harris so many questions, and they're covering up for her.
Right. Why aren't they asking her any questions? What do we have to do to get her to answer some questions?
And Joe Biden as well, but that's what the media does. He doesn't even know where he is right now.
Exactly.
I'm not even sure Kamala knows where she is.
She is, yeah.
He's just cackling somewhere, laughing it up.
Isn't that the truth?
But your dog is smarter than the president and Kamala. I love it.
Yep. Thank you.
You have some, we don't know what your dog's IQ is, but even if it's a low IQ, we're pretty sure they're still smarter than them, the two of them.
We do know that for a fact.
You know that for a fact. So good to see you. You know, we see a lot of shirts and merchandise here at these rallies, but I've never seen my dog is smarter than your president, so I had to come talk to you.
All right.
Are you from Montana?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Beautiful state. So thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great time. How are you doing? What's your name? Where are you from?
Tim Andrew. I'm from Tri-Cities, Washington.
Washington. What do you think about what's happening in Washington right now? How's it looking over there?
Well, there's a reason why I'm over here.
Across that state line.
Yeah, Idaho or Washington, or Idaho or Montana this way, we're all good. We're all good. So, yeah, in fact, earlier when I saw you, I was watching RSBN on my phone while I was watching RSBN live, and I texted my kids, hurry, I think I'm going to be on TV, but you guys were at the commercial. So
You are now. Are they watching?
They are, and I want to say hi to Joe, too. Hi, kids. Hi, Joe. Thanks for doing RSBN. Some of us couldn't live without it.
Oh, well, thank you. That means a lot to us. You know, you're what keeps us going as well. We love talking to the people. And, you know, I go home. There's a lot of times where, you know, I'm searching social media and I'm surfing all of the news of the day, and I get down. And I'm like, oh, there's so much going wrong in this world. But when I come to an event like this, it reminds me there's so much right in this world, too. And I firmly believe there's more good than evil.
Well, everybody here is friends. You've never felt safer in your life than in a group like this. So
everybody's happy and joyous, and we're hopeful, and we love our country versus the left, who's mad and angry and they want to destroy our country.
Absolutely. You see it live all the time. I mean, look at what's happening. I love that question that you asked. What do you think about what's happening? Well, we got to fix it. We've got to fix it, and that's the bottom line. And in November or shortly thereafter, we will.
And that's the big message now. The Trump team has put this out, make it too big to rig. Because there's no doubt in my mind, I'm 110% positive that the left is going to try to cheat again in November. So we have to make it too big to rig.
You can tell. We knew then that something was up when they didn't campaign at all. And even this year, you can tell something's up because they're overconfident. And so we do need to make it too big to rig. Vote early. I would say vote often, but just vote early.
I wish we could.
Yeah.
Yes. Sometimes President Trump is watching on Trump Force One. We do know for a fact he's on his way to Montana right now. He's in the air. If he's watching, what would you like to tell him?
I love you, and I know lots of other people love you. And, sir, I would take a bullet for you. Absolutely would.
Okay, let me tell on myself real quick. I was in Butler, and I was on the media riser, and when the shots rang out and I saw President Trump drop down and the Secret Service jump on top of him, I jumped off the media risers, and what I was supposed to do was go under the media risers for cover. But what I didn't do is go under the media risers for cover, because I was so worried about President Trump, I just, squatted down next to the media riser because I would not keep my eyes off the president. And so more, shots were fired. But I was so worried about Trump. I knew about my own safety. But just like you said, you would take a bullet for the president?
Absolutely.
Same.
Glad you're on our team.
Of course. I've been 110% 250 million. Is that even a number? Percent President Trump since he came down those golden escalators, and I will be into the finish line. That's not changing.
You are awesome.
You're awesome too. I'm so glad that hopefully there's no more bullets. We'll pray for that. But I love how you say that you take a bullet. I would too. President Trump, we need him.
I love him. My whole family loves him. We have 4 sons and 1 daughter. This is my wife, Tina.
Good, great. Do you feel the same way about President Trump as your husband does?
Oh, definitely. Love him. Love him. Pray for him all the time.
Love his sons. Love his daughters.
Such a classy family, right?
Oh, man. Talk about Camelot.
Love Melania.
So classy as well. Beautiful lady. We think about what will happen after President Trump because he only has 4 more years. And so this was actually a discussion last night at dinner with about 15 people sitting in a restaurant in Bozeman, Montana. What happens after President Trump? And someone said, there are so many more Trumps. Let's just keep the name going.
I think there are now, not just Trumps, but even Trumpalites, if you will. Lots of people who think like that, right? Yeah. And if we do what he wants to do, I mean, we talk about drill, baby, drill. People react to that viscerally. But what that means is we are getting our country back in shape financially, right? That's where we're really starting to fail. And then all the social issues will follow. So I think that the plan that he has laid out for us, if we just follow it and we get him back in office, we will have good results. Now, are there more Trumps? More actual Trumps and more
with a last name.
Yeah. There's Trumps with the last name. We love you all. Barron, get ready. Get the uniform on, buddy. But there's a lot of people who are here to help. In fact, they can lead us. We will help in any way we have to.
Absolutely. So good talking to you. Thanks for being here. Do you know this little guy right here? A genius. All right, let's talk to you. Hey, Dad. What's your name?
Fox.
What is it?
Fox.
Fox. I like that name. That's a unique name. How old are you?
11.
11 years old. What is it about President Trump you love so much?
The way that he fights to get Joe Biden out of the office.
The way he fights to get Joe Biden out of office. And do you want Kamala in office?
No.
No. Absolutely not, right?
Yeah.
Just as bad because they're in the same administration. And look at what happened to our country. So who's going to save our country?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Hey, Dad, I'm going to come talk to you. You are a genius. Fox, I like that name. What's your name?
I'm Jess.
Jess, how are you?
Good.
So important to bring the little one out.
It is, yeah. I mean, you don't get this opportunity very often, so I wanted to be a part of this.
He's 10 years old, right?
11.
11 years old. What are you seeing in schools? Is it worrying you what's going on in children's schools these days?
I think overall, I think he's been pretty lucky, and so no major issues, but he's aware of it. Yeah.
It's so important because it's taught at home, right?
Absolutely.
When you think about Kamala Harris running for president, what comes to mind?
Nothing comes to mind. That's I mean, I don't. It scares me a little bit, but that's why we are all here. We have to do our part, and we have to all vote. I mean, it's never been this important.
Make sure that she's not in office.
Absolutely, yes.
Good to see you here. Thanks for bringing out the kid. I love the name Fox. I've never heard that name before. I like it. That's really catchy. I'm going to remember that. Thank you for being here. All right, so I think we're going to head over to, ma'am?
Couple here would like to.
Okay, I think Mike has them ready to go right there. Yes.
All right, so how are you today?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Great. Where are you from?
Lewiston, Idaho.
Lewiston, Idaho. How far is that from Bozeman?
About 8 hours.
Okay, cool. How about yourself? What's your name?
My name is Brenda Stucker.
And where are you from?
I'm from Clarkston, Washington, which is...
And yourself?
Yeah, I'm Wayne Stucker. I'm Brenda's husband, and we came from Clarkston. Same distance as she did, about 430 miles.
So you were telling me earlier you work for an engineering firm and you drive trucks.
I drive truck and shoe horses.
And shoe horses.
Yeah, I drive truck and shoe horses.
And so with everything that's been going on over the past 3.5 years as a truck driver and shoeing horses, how has that affected your employment and your industry?
It's tightened up a little bit. People aren't as willing to dish out the money as it used to be, and they, like for horseshoe goes, they might go a little bit longer between services because to save $1 here, $1 there. You know?
And I assume, obviously, driving trucks, fuel prices have just skyrocketed for you as well.
Well, we've had up our cost of it costs more for us to drive and to deliver, so the services go up, the price of the goods go up, you know.
And so, you know, with everything that's been going on, what are your what's most concerning for you over these past 3.5 years, and what are you looking to change?
I think the borders are a huge concern, and the cost of everything, inflation.
Yeah, absolutely. Borders, cost of living, everything's just upside down. Everything that's wrong is right, and everything that's right is wrong, and we need to get it back to the way it should be.
And how do you feel as though the policies of our current administration have affected youth and children?
I feel like they feel hopeless, like they don't have a future.
Yeah, absolutely. It's concerning to send our kids to the public schools, and it's not affordable to send them to private schools because we can barely afford groceries. So,
in your local community, what has changed? What really concerns you on a day-to-day basis?
Personally, me, it's kind of funny, but my attitude has changed. I'm not as happy as I was. I'd like to be. I'm more concerned about things.
Excuse me 1 second. Let's get a shot as we raise the American flag here in Bozeman, Montana. As we hear the chants of USA.
What a beautiful sight this is, Mike.
It's unbelievable. What a sight to see, no matter where you go, to see the Stars and Stripes being raised. Just to hear thousands of people in the background chanting USA has become customary here at all the Trump rallies. So coming back for you, what are some of the things that you're seeing here in the local community? Obviously, you know, we've talked about prices of fuel, we've talked about the economy and the cost of living. You know, what else concerns you on a day-to-day basis? Just driving to work, what do you see that's changed? Oh, sorry about that.
And there's been a huge increase in the homeless population in our town.
And are you seeing anything? I mean, is it with the homeless? Is what comes with that you're seeing?
People living on the streets. You can't go to the grocery store without having people begging for food, and it's heartbreaking.
It really is, you know, and it's tough. It's certainly something that's tough to see, you know. And I think that, you know, with the policy of our current administration, it's really pushing people into poverty, you know. And there seems to be, you know, the middle class is seeming to be pushed out, you know, with the costs and everything. And so it's just becoming increasingly harder for Americans like yourselves to live on a day-to-day basis. With any closing remarks that you have here, anything that you hope to hear tonight from President Trump?
Well, I'd like to hear the positivity and some encouragement and some positive outlook for the country for the state of our country. I just want to feel good about get a message from him and just feel about like we're going in a positive direction and things are going to turn around because it's got to get better.
So you just want to hear the positivity, you know?
Yeah, we need him back, absolutely.
How about yourself?
I just love that he has a plan for America.
Yeah.
That's great. A plan is always good, and I love it when a plan comes together. Well, hey, thank you guys so much. Appreciate your time. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the rally. You got it.
All right, if you want to convert your IRAs or 401ks into precious gold, contact the Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. The Birch Gold Group has experts standing by that can help you convert your money, start saving today, and it doesn't have to be a lot. You know, a lot of times when people think about investing money, they think that they have to have a lot of money, but just start with a little bit if that's all you have, and they'll help your money, they'll help save your money. And we don't know what's happening with the US dollar. We know that it's on decline. And so this is your way to save your hard-earned money. Invest it in precious gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you. You'll get a free information kit. And from there, they'll come up with a plan that best fits you and make sure that your money is safe. They have thousands of happy customers. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. That is the Birch Gold Group. One more time, text the word Trump to 989898. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Mike Fortin here in Bozeman, Montana, having a beautiful time in this wonderful state of Montana. It's a gorgeous day and we have a lot more coverage coming up. Can't wait to continue to talk to the crowd, hear from of our state representatives and state leaders, and also the man of the day will be here this evening, President Donald J. Trump. So stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network, your campaign headquarters for 2024. We'll be right back.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. As you see there, Trump is set to speak at 10 p.m. President Trump will take the stage around 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock for those of you watching on the West Coast. And the pre-program will start at 8 o'clock. Before we throw it back out there live to Bozeman, Montana, we do want to let you know about the RSBN newsletter. So it's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for more information, everything Right Side Broadcasting Network. And on top of that, for events, rallies, and any news coming out of D.C. or anything that pertains to America First, you can get a newsletter right there in your email inbox, as you see, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. newsletter. So the live pictures out of Bozeman, Montana are great because you know what? I saw someone wearing a jacket earlier. It's about 60, 70 degrees out there in Big Sky country. A little bit different for those of you that watched when we were live in Atlanta, Georgia just last week. But right there, gorgeous weather and Big Sky country. I've never been to Bozeman. I'd like to check that out sometime, maybe even Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We did speak to Joe Kent, who was or is running for Congress out there in Washington, so the northwest of the country right now, getting highlighted today, of course, as President Trump travels there, and we'll have a great speech showing up a little bit later today. And of course, we'll be going right back out there to Mike and Vanessa to interview the people waiting in line as we go from the people to the president. So we know that there are 87 days until the general election. There are 4 electoral votes up for grabs in Montana. Also, a number of other issues that Montanans are dealing with, including under Harris, Montanans have spent $10,000 more on transportation, $5,000 more on energy, nearly $4,000 more on food, and $6,000 more on shelter. That was on average since January of 2021. So anywhere you look in this country, we know that there are problems and a lot of issues going on. Yesterday, you know, President Trump at this press conference, if you watched on Right Side Broadcasting Network, had a few memorable quotes throughout his delivery there. One of them, he said, we have a, quote, very sick country right now. He said, quote, most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. And we have a culture of no common sense. So we already know what the problem is, and we've been hearing it, and we know it, we feel it, we see it, and we hear it from President Trump. But then what's great is when there's a problem, there's a solution. So what is the solution to the situation? As you guys know, it is common sense, America first. It is those GOP 20 platforms that Agenda 47 and the 20 platforms have come together to make our country great again, to make America great again. So we have a number of issues to tackle here when it comes to the border, when it comes to inflation, when it comes to the Constitution, our rights in the First and the Second Amendment and on. So we see a lot of things going on. We're concerned as Americans. I'm concerned. I know you're concerned. But the thing that's great is we have strength through God, we have strength through President Trump, and we, the people, have stepped up to a level that we have not seen in quite some time. And speaking of we, the people, right there in Montana, awaiting President Trump to speak at 10 o'clock tonight. A little bit of a late night for those of you on the East Coast, and then here in the Central Time Zone, 9 o'clock, not too bad either. But out there on the West Coast, 7 o'clock is when President Trump will take the stage. Always good to hear President Trump, his thoughts on what's going on in the 24/7 news cycle. And it's not only President Trump, it's the Trump campaign and also in conservative media, you know, kind of straightening out that false narrative that the left keeps trying to throw our way. We just kind of, you know, correct it over and say, no, this is the common sense right here. This is truth, and we know it to be true through a number of ways, including our freedoms in the Constitution or morality or that kind of thing. So, yeah, a lot to get to today. We'll be going to that pre-program, which again starts at 8 o'clock tonight. It'll be a wonderful time there in Bozeman. We'll send it back out to Mike and Vanessa, who have been doing an awesome job out there live. Again, a little bit different than Atlanta, Georgia in the sense of the weather. A lot less humidity and some gorgeous mountains out there in Montana. There are some nice ones there in Georgia as well. So yesterday's press conference at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump did share with us the debate dates and the networks that he agreed to. So we know that on September 4th, he agreed to a debate against Harris on Fox on September 4th. But as of right now, Kamala Harris on X only mentioned something about the September 10th debate, which will be on fake news NBC. So both, we know that President Trump and Harris will debate, at least we know right now, on September 10th. President Trump also mentioned on September 25th on ABC, there would be another debate. So no word yet from the Harris camp on that. You know, it's interesting. There are about 19 days that have gone by since Kamala Harris has so-called taken over the helm on the left over there, and she still is dodging the media, dodging interviews, as President Trump said yesterday, she wouldn't be able to do a news conference for that 70 minutes that he just did yesterday. Compare that to maybe 70 seconds of a word salad. So that's what we're dealing with here. I get being nice and we got to unite our country, and we do as Republicans, Democrats, Independents throughout our land. President Trump being a president for all of America. The problem is the left-wing leadership when it comes to Biden and Harris and others that really are trying to, and Walz now, trying to really drive that extremist, progressive, anti-Constitution, anti-God, anti-our country, anti-Trump, anti-we the people objective. That's what they want to do. They're not hiding it anymore. So we'll see. These debates are going to be quite interesting when President Trump and Kamala Harris are going to be going toe-to-toe there. And then the vice presidential debates. Just imagine what that's going to be like when it's vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance taking on Tim Walz, the very interesting character out of Minnesota. So we can see that it's going to be basically, I can sum up probably these debates in 3 words, and then we'll get to some more facts and figures about Montana. But I just want to say truth versus lies, right? Truth versus lies. That's the debate in a nutshell. It's going to be the truth versus a lot of lying. So we'll see how that transpires. September 4th, which would be on Fox, and then the September 10th one we definitely know is happening between Harris and President Donald Trump. All right, so the last 19 days without a press conference and without an interview for Kamala Harris, the Trump campaign actually released just yesterday 3 questions for the Harris camp. So the Trump camp's asking the Harris camp these following 3 questions. Here are those 3 questions. You chose Tim Walz as your running mate because he reflects the values you hold. He has now been exposed as a liar and a fraud. Is this pick a self-reflection of yourself? Number 2, why did you layer the former Biden campaign staff with Obama's team? Do you not have confidence with Team Biden? And the third question is, when is your next press conference? Which obviously she hasn't had one yet. So those 3 questions coming from the Trump camp. But again, this is not about pinning Democrats and Republicans against each other. At the leadership level, yes, because that's what's happening. But as Americans, again, President Trump running for all of America, no matter what, right? So we know that there are good-hearted people all across this country. We've met them here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are with the people there. And we want to see our country have common sense. We just want our country to have freedom again. We just want to have the American dream continue on for years to come. I'm looking forward to 2026 as well, when our country is 250 years old, and President Trump will have a great, huge celebration at the Iowa State Fairgrounds, a part of Agenda 47, just celebrating the United States, celebrating we the people. And that's what Right Side Broadcasting is about, as you know, and that's what we're covering this event today for here in Bozeman, Montana. So at the end of the day, we know we're going to see how things go in the next 87 days. As President Trump said yesterday, September 6th in some states starts early voting, so that's around the corner. So we got a lot at stake here coming up, but today it's going to be awesome. It already has been awesome. If you've been watching since the top of our broadcast, about 2 hours and 10 minutes ago, people are in good spirits. They're happy. They're glad to be there. They're glad to support President Trump. They're glad to support our country. And this is what is the majority of our nation, as you guys have seen. I mean, we go live at every one of these events and rallies, and we've interviewed everybody from people from Atlanta to Detroit to Bozeman to Philadelphia to the Bronx, to Harrisburg, PA the other day. So we see that the people overall are still in good spirits, but saying, you know what, we're going to fight for our country through hard work, prayer, dedication, and voting. I join with the people, and everybody at Right Side joins with the people. We're all on the same team with this, that we simply want our country to be great again. We want to not have to pay $3.80 a gallon right now, or in some places more than that. Some are a little less, but we want our prices to go down for construction or for any industry that we're in. We want our health care to be not some of it corrupted, right? We want we've got the great group at the Wellness Company. We want people that are conservative that are running the country. And I say that because we know that a majority of the country wants that. So we know that we're under attack when it comes to our rights and our freedoms. We see that through what's happened to Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro and President Trump and countless Americans. So at the end of the day, we're looking for the truth and the common sense to be back. The basic traditions of our country, the conservatism, and you know what? And love. We want to love one another in this country. And if somebody's a Democrat or Republican and they don't get along, well, we can at least live in peace and harmony, hopefully, right? We can't let the mainstream media keep trying to pin us against each other in this nation. So President Trump on Truth Social earlier today, this is a great post by President Trump talking about the podcaster Joe Rogan, who recently decided to support someone else, RFK Jr. President Trump said on Truth Social, quote, around 1:30, I think today, it will be interesting to see how loudly Joe Rogan gets booed the next time he enters the UFC ring. He ended that statement there with MAGA 2024. So that's interesting. As you guys have seen, when President Trump walks into any arena, it's going to be, as they say, pandemonium, right? Very loud, very exciting, just like it's going to be there in Bozeman, just like it was in Atlanta the other day when I was live with Titus Ellis Smith and, all these different events. We know it's going to be loud today in Bozeman, but also, as President Trump's referring to, whenever he would walk into those UFC fights, whether it's in Vegas or at MSG in New York or wherever, the place goes wild, right? Well, Joe Rogan, we'll see what happens. According to President Trump, he's saying it will be interesting to see how loudly Joe Rogan gets booed the next time he enters the UFC ring. We have seen President Trump walk in there with a number of great people, from Tucker Carlson to Kid Rock. Tucker Carlson, shout out to him for being on Truth Social now. But he would always go over, President Trump would shake Joe Rogan's hand. Well, let's see what happens next time. They might, I don't know, we'll see. So that'll be must-watch TV, of course. But speaking of must-watch TV, right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, enough of me blabbing here. We're going to send it out to Bozeman, Montana, where we have Mike Fortin and Vanessa Broussard holding down the fort with the great people of Bozeman. It's going to be a wonderful day. We'll see you back here in the studio a little bit later. I'm Matthew Alvarez, live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Go ahead and give us a follow at RSBN on Truth Social, or go to rsbnetwork.com or get the app. Let's send it to Mike and Vanessa right now in Big Sky Country.
Welcome back to the beautiful Bozeman, Montana. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Mike Fortin, and we are 88 days away from Election Day, and the campaign trail is taking us right through the beautiful state of Montana. And the people here, Mike, they are ready to see President Trump. They're ready to vote in November. They're having a great time today. The weather is great in the upper 60s, lower 70s, a little breeze keeping us cool. How beautiful is it out here today?
It's absolutely amazing, and the crowds keep growing and growing. We just had a chance to walk through the parking lot where the crowd is wrapping around. There's thousands and thousands of people here and growing by the hour as we await the arrival of President Trump tonight at 8 p.m.
And you are absolutely right. We could not believe our eyes just a minute ago whenever we walked to the parking lot and saw the line longer and longer by the minute. I'm going to actually walk this way so you can, we want you to see it too. So you can not just take our word for it, you can see the line as well. But as we walk, take a look to our left. Look at the Trump sneakers that they have on sale here today at the rally. But I want to show you this area. So we have been in front of the arena. Now we're moving to the side. You can see there's another line starting to form here. And then we're going to walk with us. We have to move through these trees and these cars. But I want you to see, this just gives an idea just how long the line is. As we walk, the line goes on forever, it seems like. And here's another line. It just goes on and on and on. So you can see this is people still coming in, arriving. They are forming at the end of the line here. And so we're going to walk around, Mike, and just show you the people. And we're going to, hello, how are you? What's your name? Where are you from?
Here from Bozeman, Mark.
I would think you're from Hawaii with this shirt on. I like this shirt.
Well,
You like the tropics?
yes, I do. I like Hawaii. I like Trump.
And your shirt proves that.
That's right. That's right.
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
Are you having a great time today?
Yes, and I watch you all the time. And when I opened up your website this morning and it said Montana, I went, I hope I get to meet them.
Well, you did. I'm Vanessa. So good to see you. Thanks for watching RSBN.
Always, that in Real America's Voice. Yes. Free Bannon. Free Bannon.
We do need to free Bannon. Let's see. We are in August, and I believe he has. Yes, I think we have a couple of months to go, but he'll be out by election day.
Peter Navarro said they found a way, some law.
Well, you know what? I know their attorneys are hard at work. He has some great attorneys, so hopefully we can free him sooner than later.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for covering it.
Absolutely. Love it here. How many times have I said that to you today on air? Probably 200. You'll hear it from me a lot more today, too, because this is a gorgeous state. So I wanted to show you the line. The line continues to move on, and it's growing, and it's getting longer, and the people are still coming in here, too. So you can see they have parked, and they are continuing to make their way. If we can show all the people still arriving here in Bozeman. And here they come. Here come the crowds. Here comes MAGA Mania ready for the rally tonight. Isn't this great to see, Mike?
It's unbelievable. I just stepped out as the ambulance passes by, and you can see, literally as far as your eye can see, this line stretches all the way down, all the way around the parking lot, and just seems to continue on forever. It's a sight to see with so many people just packing this venue.
It is. Women for Trump. So good to see you. Hey, you know, in 2016, the fake news media said that the women wouldn't love Trump. Is that true?
That is an absolute lie, like most of other things they say about him. Yes.
We see a lot of women for Trump here today.
Yeah, baby. He's a good man.
Where are you from?
We are from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
So you drove in for this rally?
We did.
How far is that drive?
It was about 5.5, 6 hours.
Too bad. I'll walk with you so you don't lose your place in line. First rally?
Yes. So we decided, we just found out about it yesterday morning at 6 a.m. And we did,
it's like a girls' trip, road trip.
Well, the husbands are parking the car.
Still a girls' trip. We'll say, we'll let them do the work while we celebrate and stand in line. So, Women for Trump. I really think that the women, the mama bears out there, we've had enough, and we're going to save this country.
We've had enough of what's going on in the schools, what's going on in the medical profession, which both my husband and I have been in, and we're just like appalled and disgusted with what's going on with that. And I think people have had enough.
Can you explain what you mean by the medical field and what's going on there?
Well, the transgender, for example, the new potential vice president passing laws where the children can be taken away from their parents in order to have these mutilating surgeries is absolutely an atrocity. And, I just can't stand for it. I'm here for support, and I'm here for the mama bears and women for Trump.
And save our children. Let children be innocent, right? And let them be innocent. Let them be babies.
Let them be babies.
Okay, well, I'll let you go get your place in line. So good to see you. Love that you're here. Have a great time today. Women for Trump showing out in full force today. But look, the line continuing to grow. It was up there just a few minutes ago, but it's already a lot longer here today. Hi, what's your name? Where are you from?
Hi, Melissa Ross from Bozeman.
Oh, you're all from right here in Bozeman. When you found out that President Trump was coming to your city, what was your first thought?
I'm going to be there for that, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Wouldn't miss it. Historic day.
Is Bozeman Trump country?
Not so much, but we'd like to change that. The greater area is, if you get, in the county, Gallatin County, we're trying to hang on. But it's good to see so many people out here who are like-minded today. So
great. And so what do we need to do to change that in Bozeman?
I think he'll speak for himself as the months go on and the policy, becomes apparent that his his policy is what's best for America. And just, we can't keep going down this road, and this is our last chance, really, to save America.
But Montana's red. They voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, and we know 2024 is going to be his year as well.
Absolutely. And we have some great down-ballot candidates, including Tim Sheehy for senator. We need to take back the Senate. And I know that's why Trump is here today, because if he doesn't have control of the Senate, you know, he's not going to be able to get his agenda through. So
I like how you mentioned that, because we really need to reiterate that vote down the ballot. We need the House, we need the Senate, and we need the presidency.
All of them, yeah.
Save this country. All three parts. Yes, you're welcome. What's your name? Where are you from?
Dave Sage. I'm also from Bozeman, but relocated here from Illinois.
Okay.
And I'm glad to be here. I was thinking on the way here, we have a saying where I come from that I think is appropriate, and that is, for me, John Tester's about as phony as a $3 bill. And so I'm glad to be here to support Tim Sheehy and Donald Trump. And like I said, we have to keep getting the word out, because Trump's got a message. You know, Vance is doing his part. Sheehy will help bring Montana back into a presence in the U.S. Senate as well.
Do you think there's a good chance that he'll take that seat?
Boy, I hope so. Again, I'm new to the area, but I look at the ads. I say, here's a 3-term senator, and John Tester, who really, as near as I can tell, doesn't have any accomplishments or results. All he does is vote 95% of the time with Joe Biden, because that's what Chuck Schumer tells him to do. And so that's why I believe Tim Sheehy has a good shot at winning the seat.
We need to get some good MAGA people in there, get the rhinos out of office, to get the liberals out of office, and really get out there. And like the Trump campaign says, we need to make this too big to rig.
That's right. Absolutely. Go Trump, go Sheehy.
Yes, like it. Love to hear it. Look at the cute little kids here today. Hi, you want to wave to the camera? I like your flag. Cute kids. All right. The little ones are out here as well today, Mike.
It's truly, the crowd is packing in. You know, as we walk here, you know, it's growing and growing. What's up, guys? How are you? Good. Where are you from?
Billings, Montana. Yeah, we love Trump.
Awesome. I hope that's why you're here.
Yeah, it is.
Awesome. What are you guys hoping to hear today?
Everything. No gunshots.
Fair enough.
I just want to hear Trump. I want to see him. That's all I'm here.
Okay, awesome. How old are you guys? Are you guys old enough to vote?
I'm 18.
So this is going to be your first year voting?
It is, yeah.
I'm guessing you're voting for Trump.
Yeah, and Sheehy.
Perfect. Anything you guys hope to see change while you're, after the election?
Yeah, probably some of that pride stuff and then the border stuff get cleaned up. Hell yeah. All the extra prices, anything that.
Are you guys driving? Do you guys have your own cars?
Yeah.
So can you afford gas right now?
Yeah, no, we can't. No, I can't afford it.
So that's why you're here on a Friday night, to see Trump, so you don't have to drive around and waste gas.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have to work, and I don't get enough money for that.
What do you do?
I work for a guy named Dave Blanco, and I do lawn care for him.
Okay, cool. So you got to put gas in a lawnmower, so obviously he's got to pay you less because he's got to feed the gas through those things.
Exactly. It's too expensive.
Got it. Well, guys, thank you. Have a great day. Appreciate it. How are you guys doing, sir? How are you?
Great.
Where are you from?
Northwest Montana.
Northwest Montana. Is this your first Trump rally?
Yes.
Awesome. Are you happy to be here?
Oh,
Is
excited.
there anyone else that's happy to see Trump today? All right. That was low. Is there anybody here who's happy to see Trump today? All right. There you go. The crowds are just growing. How long was your drive in today?
6 hours.
6 hours, and it's going to be worth every minute of the drive.
Every minute.
There you go. Awesome. Anything you're hoping to hear tonight?
Yes. We're going to build the wall, finish it. We're going to do a great economy again for drilling all our
Drill, baby, drill.
resources. We're going for it.
Close the border, drill, baby, drill, bring down gas prices.
And food prices.
And food prices, of course. We all have to eat. Well, thank you very much. Enjoy the rally. How are you guys doing today? Welcome here to the Trump rally. Where are you guys from?
Bozeman.
How have you seen over the past several years? How have you seen things change here based on our current administration?
Can I swear?
You can say whatever you like.
The current administration, it's been pretty shit.
I mean, that's valid. It's valid. It's valid. Mom, how do you feel?
Prices have gone up for everything. My kids are like launching into adulthood and can't see a vision for how they can afford it.
And I imagine you probably can't keep the refrigerator full either.
Right, yeah.
Is she eating all the food?
She doesn't live. She's married, but like they can't see a vision for
Is that the husband there?
That's my husband.
Oh, okay, there you go. Dad, how is this affecting you? Because obviously I'm sure a lot of this falls on your shoulders.
Just the cost of living and everything else has gone up. There's a lack of security. The borders are just wide open. Kind of a loss of security. So,
how have you seen things change here locally over the past several years?
Just I don't know. It just seems like less safe. Used to not lock.
Less safe. I mean, is that a real concern for you? I mean, do you feel less safe, in and around your hometown?
Absolutely. Used to not lock the doors. Now we lock the doors.
It's funny. I've heard that 2 or 3 times now today, where it was one of those cases where small town, you can leave the doors open. Everyone's very neighborly, and now people are locking doors. It's kind of hard to believe, especially here in a city like Bozeman.
Yep, it's just a liberal shift for the local, organizers, commissioners, and stuff. Is just kind of letting free rein here, and they need to have security and safety as a priority.
And how are your local police officers? Obviously are they being defunded? What's causing this real lack of safety that you're feeling?
I think they're just taxed and maxed out. They're spread too thin. We've got a great police force. We support them, and they do a great job. But I think they have to prioritize their calls.
And as Women for Trump as well, how do you feel? I mean, how does that make you guys feel? Obviously, safety doesn't affect him and I in the same sense that maybe you guys would feel less safe. How do you feel about that?
So we've got 6 kids. We're down to just 1 still at home. The difference when my older kids were teenagers out on their own, could go to the mall, could go anywhere in town. We didn't worry. Now we have to tell her, oh, you're not allowed to go to Bozeman Beach. We don't want you driving down Main Street. We don't want you driving in these areas where we know there's urban campers and things that are unsafe. And
you say campers, I assume the homeless too, because that's something that has come up with almost everyone that we've talked to that's here locally. Is homeless has become a real concern.
Yeah, it was never a concern, and now the city is being so lax and just letting them pay a $7 fine or some lame fine, you can stay here and camp here on these city streets for a month. And now that they've passed the Grants Pass thing, they're still not acting on cleaning it up. And so it's just concern.
That's very concerning to hear. So, well, hey, I hope you get to hear what you want to hear tonight. I hope things can change for you. And obviously, I know President Trump appreciates your support. You got it. Have a great day. Have a great rally.
All right, as you can see, the line is continuing to grow. It has grown so much just in the last couple of minutes. We are now in a double line here in the first row of the parking lot. Just minutes ago, it was just 1 line, but the people are really coming out here. It's 2:30 in the afternoon, Mountain Time, local time. And President Trump is expected to speak at 8 o'clock. We'll have a pre-program, of course, before then. And then and then the man of the hour. Look at all the babies and the kids continuing to come out with their parents. Hi, how are you? What's your name?
Chip. I'm John. Ted.
Where are you from?
I'm from Nashville.
Nashville, so you made the drive in?
I flew. I used to go to school here. I just came out to see some buddies, and then Trump's in town. Might as well come say what's up.
Have it. Sorry, Mike. Reason to be here.
It's
Perfect
all
timing.
good.
So are your buddies? Are they Trump fans
Nice
too?
to meet you. Pleasure. Nice to meet
I
you.
love it. Yeah, right. What's your name? Well, there's some crazy people. They call us weird.
Just have common sense. I'll say that.
That's all it is,
Brain cells.
Yeah, that's all it is common sense.
That's what I'm saying.
And like I just said, they call us weird. The left calls us weird. They call J.D. Vance weird. Have they looked in the mirror lately?
That's what I'm saying. I think if I forget that saying, but it's something like you look at someone's eye, but there's a big stick in your eye. Something, that Bible quote, I forget what it is, but they might be able to look at that 1 or 2 times.
Yeah. I think they need to read the Bible a couple of times.
I think a lot of people do.
We all do, yes, that is true. I try to, on social media, send out a biblical verse every day just to kind of, mix it up a little bit because there's so much bad on the internet. So I try to, if you follow me on social media, please do. I try to put out a biblical verse every day. But Montana State University, what's the vibe like with the college kids? They all love Trump, right?
I don't know. The school's pretty liberal.
Oh, No, come on, Montana State. What's wrong with your?
It's a college, though. They all are.
Talk about that. Do they really try? You're a college. I haven't been in college in a long time. I'm not going to tell my age, but it's been a long time. These days, do they really try to brainwash you in college?
Well, I mean, just look at COVID. We can go anywhere without a mask on. I think that says it all right there. Honestly, right there, it was one of those where nobody's allowed to talk out of turn. Or I'm a political science student myself, and you're not allowed to debate the professor, or you get in trouble. So,
really,
that kind of says it all right there. Yeah.
My first class I actually took here was Native American Studies, which is a good class. I'm sure. Yeah, it's great to learn about that, but instantly from the jump, it was kind of, if you don't agree, you're kind of cooked, and you're not getting good grades unless you're writing your papers with what they want to hear, and kind of make yourself seem like you feel guilty when.
So what do you do in that situation to pass the class?
You kind of just have to do what. You kind of have to sacrifice what you believe on a piece of paper and just kind of get what you're paying for, and you got to get good grades.
Especially when you're the customer. It's really sad.
I'm paying you to feed what I don't believe.
That's really sad. And you're hearing it straight from college students, what they go through on college campuses these days. So parents, pay attention. If your kids are in college or going off to college this fall, let them know that this is a real issue on America's college campuses.
It is. I agree.
Any words of advice? Please tell me that you're registered to vote.
Of course. Who isn't?
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, it's true. If you care, who isn't?
He's registered and he's a legal citizen, so that also helps.
It's really worrisome that they're wanting these illegals to get out and vote.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, besides the open border, that is pretty worrisome. Yeah.
We have a photo bomber behind us. Hey.
Photo bombing. She's like, she told me to get in front of this particular camera. So I'm like, Liz Sheehan, Kalispell, Montana.
Okay. Do you want to say hi to someone that you were waving to?
Hey, Mary T. Wish you were here.
Well, there. So you got your shout out. You're welcome. Well, it was so good talking to you. Thanks for telling us about the issues on college campuses. Make sure you get your college kids out to vote for
Donald J. Trump.
There you go. All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great day. So you hear it here that there are real issues going on college campuses. Mike?
What's your name, sir, and where are you from?
Mike Delosier from Havre, Montana.
You said you had a statement for President Trump.
Yeah. First off, I'd just like to say nobody can afford 4 more years of Camelot. Everybody's living paycheck to paycheck. People are using their credit cards. They've got them run up to $12,000, $15,000, just trying to make ends meet. One message I give to Trump, as he lowers gas prices, prices come down. One thing he could do for most of us American people out here working is give us a one-time withdrawal from our 401k for $20,000. Let us get back to the good, as the economy, and he brings the economy back, would help greatly. Go Trump.
That's awesome. Well, he has been known to watch RSBN, so hopefully he's watching now on his on Trump Force One on his way here to Bozeman, and hopefully you get your message.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Yes.
I just have to say one thing. Thank you so much. We live rural. We don't have television, and I have been able to watch Trump rallies, all of them, and be able to see you guys speak and talk, and I just want to say thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. Thanks for watching. Where are you from?
We're from Joliet, Montana.
Joliet, Montana. How far is that from Bozeman?
Oh, 2 hours.
2 hours. Okay, so not too bad of a drive. You got to bond a little bit. What are you guys hoping to hear tonight?
You know, I am just excited to be here and just listen to what President Trump has to say. We're back in 100%. We understand that he is one of the most amazing people that has been selected to do what he's been doing throughout this country and this world. So we are very excited to be here.
Is there anything that's really been affecting you? Anything that you look like you want to say something? What do you want?
God and our Constitution. It's the only two things we need is God and our Constitution. And the rest is.
What are your thoughts on our borders and obviously inflation, gas prices, cost of living? What are your thoughts on that?
We've been hit hard. It's definitely not an easy thing to walk through, but we understand that things are under control.
What's been the hardest thing for you? What's hit you the most?
So I will say what's hit me the most. I work for Samaritan Ministries International. It's a healthcare sharing ministry, and the thing that hurts the most is to see our Medicare members have to leave because they are bullied. You do this. If you don't do this, you're going to be penalized. And it really hurts my heart. These people, we need a choice. We have a choice. We are free people. That's the whole purpose why we live here in this country. And yet their rights are taken away. They're bullied to take something that they don't like because they don't approve of some of the way the government's handling the funds that they have. So that is my whole thing that I see, and it hurts. I see a lot of people hurting all the time because of financially. They can't even afford to pay for their own health care because of everything that's there. They have food, everything that it's just ridiculous.
It seems as though there's certainly been a real assault on the middle class, and the lower class that this administration for some reason has had in their sights, and obviously people are hurting. People are hurting, and it's something that hopefully we can turn around.
Hopefully, that's the Lord's will. We're praying. Let me tell you.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. How are you guys? Good. Where are you guys from?
Columbus, Montana.
Columbus. How far is that from here?
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Okay, cool. What are you guys hoping to hear tonight? Is this your first time seeing Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 10 and a half.
10 and a half. A sassy 10 and a half. I love it. Are you excited to see President Trump tonight?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. What do you like about President Trump? Tell us. Tell the rest of the other 10-year-olds what you love about President Trump.
I love how he's going to make America great. And, oh, great.
Don't be nervous. It's all good.
And
it's okay.
yeah, and how honest he is.
That's awesome. That's
How strong he is.
and how strong he is. Obviously, anybody who's able to stand up and yell "fight, fight, fight" after taking a shot, is okay in my book, and obviously proves that he's got some strength. How are you feeling?
Good.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
A woman of few words. Very much. All right. Well, hey guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have fun.
All right, I'm going to take a quick time out to tell you about RSBN and how we're on the road at these rallies, Mike, and how a lot of it has to do with you, the viewer at home. We have so many people who donate to us, and they have been donating to us since we started this off way back in 2016 whenever President Trump announced his candidacy. The people at home have really helped us out, and you're a lot of the reason why we are still here on the campaign trail, so we thank you for that. Some of you send monthly donations in. We appreciate that. Some of you just do a one-time only, and that's okay. We accept that too, and we're appreciative of those donations as well. If you would like to donate, please do. Every little bit helps. It's rsbnetwork.com. rsbnetwork.com. You can find the donation link there on that website, rsbnetwork.com. Please continue to donate. We have 88 days to go until Election Day, and it's because of you we're still out here spreading the truth and showing you what real Americans want, and they just want to save our country.
Yeah, and hearing some of the stories both on and off camera from the people here in Bozeman, it's some of it is heartbreaking. And how they've been affected, and how the inflation and gas prices and food costs. It's shocking to hear that people have lost so much in such a short time, in 3.5 years under a current administration. And it's one of those things where they're still filled with hope. And I think that President Trump has really just made people feel like there is hope out there. And so, I think tonight people are going to be happy to hear that, and he's just going to bring it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He always does. And we're expecting that tonight as well. And you are absolutely right. These people are struggling right now in 3.5 years under the Biden-Harris administration. And that one name continues to be out there and wants to put in another 4 years, Harris. We cannot have 4 years of
We certainly
Harris
cannot afford that
administration. So get out and vote. Make sure we save our country, ourselves, because you had more money in your pocket under President Trump. Our borders were closed. There wasn't a war. We could go on and on and on, and we'll do that later on once we go inside. But there's so much on the line here in November. We're either going to have a country or we're not. We're either going to be a free country or we're going to be on the path we already are on, and that's to communism. So November is very important. Make sure you get out and vote. The line is moving, continuing to grow by the minute, Mike. I'm really happy with what I see. This arena holds about 8,500 people, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think everyone's going to get in today, but they're still in line hoping for a shot at seeing President Trump speak tonight here in Bozeman.
Yeah, it's funny because just when you think the line ends, it just continues and continues, and people are pouring in. The lines are getting denser and denser, and no matter where you look, there's just patriots up and down the parking lot. In the main holding area, the security area, there's people everywhere. So it's truly just unbelievable how many people we have as you take a look all the way down the street. As far as you can see, we're continuing to get people piling in by the minute.
So we are reaching the end of the line here. So you can see, let's take a look at how this goes here. So we go here, we go up this aisle, back around this aisle, then we go loop around here to the front. There are lines there, and then of course that big crowd in the front, right in front of the arena. So we're looking at thousands and thousands of people already in line, and President Trump doesn't speak for another couple of hours. Again, it is a Friday. Some people are still at work. We're expecting once they get off at 5 o'clock, you know how it is, they're coming straight here to catch President Trump at 8 o'clock Mountain Time. So if you're on the East Coast, it's going to be a late night for you, but what else would you possibly want to do on a Friday night than hang out with President Trump? And us here at RSBN, we're cool people. We like to hang out with the people of America. So thanks for watching, and thanks for hanging out with us. TGIF.
Thank God it's Friday, that's for sure. Friday with President Trump in beautiful Bozeman, Montana. As we look at the scenery, the mountains surrounding us on this beautiful campus here today, home of the Bobcats. Truly amazing. The turnout is phenomenal. So many Americans here wanting to see a change, and we've heard the plight of many, and we've heard the hope that many people have to hopefully change this November. So as you get a chance to look at the crowd as it grows, walking through, just so many people here. So much love for RSBN as well.
Yes, and we love everyone here. Also, hello, good to see you. We love all of our viewers. We love all of these great patriots. We all have the same mindset when it comes to the love of our country and our freedoms and our Constitution, Declaration of Independence. Basically, common sense. It shouldn't be that hard. But the left is making it very hard and wanting to take it all away from us. But we're not going to let that happen. These thousands of people out here are saying, nope, not under my watch. Continuing to move forward, we're going to go back into the main section here. We'll have to kind of shimmy through the merchandise area, which is always cool to see all of the different merchandise that is brought out to these events. We have food vendors. And of course, if we want to pan real quick as we continue to walk, all of the merchandise in this area. Always cool to see the different hats and magnets and shirts and bracelets, jewelry, flags. I see a martini glass over there. That's an American flag. Martini glass, pretty cool. Haven't seen one of those yet in the rallies that I covered. But people are shopping. It's a beautiful day. We're in the high 60s, low 70s, a nice breeze. And the people are just enjoying themselves. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is George, and I'm from Gilbert, Arizona.
Arizona. So you have some big races there in Arizona. Kerry Lake's on the ballot. So you got a lot on the line there.
Yeah, we do. We do. Hopefully they take it, and we can just get all these liberals out. I'm sick of them now.
What do you have to say about the current situation in Arizona when it comes to your border?
It needs to be, we need the wall. We need it. There's too many illegals coming over. We can't have it taking our jobs. And Phoenix, it's a cesspool now with all this crime.
And do you think people like Kerry Lake, great fighter, she's there to fight for Arizona and our country?
Yeah, I think everyone likes her. I think she's going to do it.
I think so.
Yeah.
When it comes to our border, it's a really a big issue. I know that's where you're from. You're here visiting Montana.
Yes.
Okay. But every state is considered a border state now instead of just your southern states.
Coming up here too. They're sending them up here all around Montana, everywhere. It's terrible. How can they get away with that?
They're doing it.
Yeah, they are. They give them driver's license and fly them all over. It's unreal.
We have to save up to get on an airplane.
For it.
We're actually paying for it. It's on the taxpayer dime.
Yeah, we're paying for it all, so it needs to be fixed.
How do you think, it's been in the news lately that when J.D. Vance was announced as President Trump's running mate, the left called him weird. Isn't that ironic that you look at the left and a lot of these people who support, the liberal ways and how they dress and how they act, but yet we're called weird.
Yeah, ain't that crazy? I don't want to say all the things that I, seen, but yeah.
You can say it. It's RSBN. We tell it like it is here.
Things they have in the boys' bathrooms and things like that, that's terrible.
President Trump says he will end that on day one. No men in women's sports. No men belong in women's restrooms, especially in our schools as well.
Locker rooms and the showers, that's terrible to allow that. Crazy.
And the left wants us to think that that's okay. Hey, well, what about the Olympics where the man...
Watched it.
Well, I haven't watched it either, but there was a man who...
Yeah, I seen that, and...
He was awarded a gold medal for punching a woman just because he claims to be a woman.
Yeah.
And nobody said nothing. Not a thing. Do that right here and watch what'll happen to you if you hit a woman.
Nice to meet
What's
you.
that song? Try that in a small town?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't go on in these small towns.
No, it don't.
Well, we are so glad to see you here. Make sure Arizona votes all the way down the ballot how they're supposed to.
We need to. Thank you very much.
Have a great time in Montana. Yes, have a great one. All right, now we are going to head this way and toss it over to Mike. Who
All right, sir. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Bill Gelling. I'm from Butte, Montana.
Okay, cool. Is this your first Trump rally?
This is my first Trump rally.
Awesome. If President Trump's watching right now, what do you have to say?
Better win this.
That's valid. That's very valid. What's your name and where are you from?
Nikki Gelling, Butte, Montana.
Okay, cool. What are some of the issues that are affecting you guys and affecting your community that you'd like to see change?
The borders being opened. Change that. Get them closed. Yeah.
The economy is crap right now. The illegals I see illegals all over. We're way up here in Montana. There's illegals up here working, taking American jobs.
And the economy, how is that affecting you? It's obviously the cost of living is at an all-time high.
Groceries high as hell. Savings is gone.
How about you? What do you think? You look like you're in deep thought. What do you want to say?
I really don't have much to say. I mean, Trump.
Well, you're wearing a truth bomb shirt, so I expect you to say something great.
Okay. Yeah, inflation is out of control, and we need to do something about it. So.
And how do you feel?
Same. I mean, want this world to get better.
What's your biggest concern right now?
As a mid-20-year-old, I want to buy a house, and that's not possible in this community or anywhere in the United States right now. So, yeah.
What do you do for work?
I'm a diesel mechanic.
Okay. And have you seen any decline in work? Are people still spending the money to get the diesels fixed?
So I actually work for a private company that I'm just keeping all their trucks up and going.
Well, have they seen a decrease in business because of the economy?
Not really, because I work for the elite. So. Got
it. So what do you do for work?
I work as a veterinary technician.
Okay. And have you seen any decline there in business, or what's affected you most in terms of the economy?
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
How about you? In terms of the economy, what would you like to see?
Just the cost of living, everything's gone up.
Yeah.
You can't go anywhere without spending a 20, you know what I mean? Everything's up, but everything needs to change.
Awesome. Well, I think everyone here has the same message that they want to see a change. They need more money back in their pockets. And, obviously people want to buy houses. People want to live comfortably. So I hope you guys get to hear the messages you want to hear tonight. All right. Take care. Thank you.
Okay. So I know we show the crowds, but we want to give you a great idea of how packed it really is from a bird's eye view. So walk with us for a minute to these steps.
Oh, perfect.
And we're going to show you the crowd from overhead. And this is the first time I'm going to be seeing this as well, but we wanted to give you an idea just how packed it is here today so far, with hours left before President Trump takes the stage. Look at the people, everyone. In beautiful Bozeman, Montana. As we pan the crowds, you're really getting a good idea of just how packed it is here today. But just remember, it goes out into the parking lot as well. So you're only getting to see part of the crowd. All right, and we're just hearing from a law enforcement officer that 15,000 tickets were issued for this event. Now, remember, when you come to a Trump event, you don't have to have a ticket to get in. It's free to come. But they do like to have an idea of what the crowd size will be. So when an event is announced, when a rally is announced, you can sign up, and that gives them an idea of just how many people will be here. And they're hearing right now, overhearing from a law enforcement officer, 15,000. That's just from him. That is not an official count. We'll have more on that for you later once we get closer to the event starting and people start coming in and heads are counted as they come in. We'll know more about just how many people are here for this rally today in Bozeman. We see people of all ages. I interviewed a man earlier who was 91 years old. He told me that he has been a Trump fan since before Trump announced his presidency for the 2016 election. He said, I followed President Trump when he was a businessman in Manhattan and watched him build the city and expand the city. And I have been a fan of his from decades ago. So he says, I've always been on the Trump train well before his run for presidency in 2016. We've seen kids here of all ages. We've seen babies here. Parents are really taking the step to teach their kids the importance of our country and how important it is to save our country. Again, I'm Vanessa Broussard here with Mike Fortin. It's an honor to be here with you. It's a pleasure to be here with you. If you're on social media, make sure you're following Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're watching on YouTube, hello to all of you. Hello to you watching on Rumble. Make sure you sign up for our locals channel on Rumble as well. We're also on X. I think we just hit a big milestone there on X today, and we want those numbers to continue to grow. Here today we hit 1 million followers. Thanks to everyone who follows us on X. It's definitely a day to celebrate that milestone. So continue to follow us on X, share our posts, get the word out, the truth out. The more you share, the more people will see this, and we need to know that MAGA country is in full force. The MAGA movement is strong, stronger than ever, and with 88 days to go to Election Day, we're not slowing down. Full steam ahead for the next 88 days. We're also on Instagram and Truth Social, President Trump's platform. Rolling out a new TV streaming service there too. So make sure you're following RSBN across the board. If you're interested to connect, I'd be happy to connect with you as well. I'm on Truth Social at Vanessa, just my first name, at Vanessa. I'm on Instagram and Twitter, which is now X. And because President Trump got on TikTok, I had to join TikTok as well. So you can now follow me on TikTok. I like to take videos from these rallies and post on TikTok after the day is done. So make sure you're following me there as well. But most importantly, for today, I want to give another thanks to everyone following us on X. We hit 1 million followers, and that's a big reason to celebrate because we know that on the site there's 1 million of you who love what we're doing out here, and we appreciate that. So continue to share. Let's continue to get those numbers growing on social media. On the campus of Montana State University, they're saying it's ultra MAGA country here. All right, we want to let you know that I believe October is the deadline to file your taxes if you have filed an extension. If you owe back taxes, that's okay. That's where Tax Network USA comes into play. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. The professionals at Tax Network USA, they negotiate with the IRS so you don't have to. They have over 14 years of experience. They have saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your issue, they can definitely help you out. They will use their expertise to your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA they don't just negotiate, they also protect your assets, that is, from the IRS seizures, and they manage yearly returns for ongoing compliance. So don't stress about back taxes. Don't stress about if you haven't filed your taxes for 2023 and you may have filed an extension, that's okay. They are certified in every state, so no matter where you live, they can help you out at Tax Network USA. Call that number on your screen. That's 1-800-357-1415. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415. You can also visit tnusa.com/RSBN. tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, don't let your tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA. Find your path to a financial peace of mind. All right, I'm going to continue to let you see the crowds here. I love being up here so you can really get a good idea of just how big the crowd size is. Thousands of people in line. They're here in the front of the arena. They're on the sides of the arena. And they're actually in the parking lots between the arena and the football stadium. So the line goes on and on and on. I had a group of friends come up to me just moments ago asking they asked first where the end of the line was. And I said, you're going to have to walk to the parking lot. And they said, really? Will we be able to get in? And I said, well, go stand in line. I just don't know. But that's where we're at right now is that, there's thousands of people here, but they're going to try to get everyone in. So don't be discouraged if you're watching from home or if you're watching from work. We won't tell your boss, but come after work and see President Trump take the stage this evening. He will be here stomping for some Senate election seats up for grabs. Some state reps are here as well from Montana. And so we need to make sure we keep Montana red. And when President Trump wins in November, he can depend on Montana to help him in the House and in the Senate as well. Montana voting for President Trump in 2016 and 2020, and we're very confident he'll take over Montana in 2024 as well.
I love you guys.
We love you too. What's your name? Where are you from?
Lisa, Three Forks, Montana.
I like this pin. I've never seen a pin like this.
No, and someone got it at a gun show.
Really?
Yes.
I want to see this.
So cute.
It is so cute.
I think it's my hair.
It does look like you and President Trump have the same color hair.
I know. It's kind of great.
It is.
But you guys, you were there at the beginning when I needed you the most. It was so great. Like, you were there. It was so great.
I hope to
support
continue
you, and I love it.
We love being on the campaign trail.
You're always there at any of the rallies, anything I need to see.
Well, thank you. Well,
Appreciate you.
we're still here, and we're not going anywhere. We love to be here with the people and show the people at home what it's like to be at a Trump rally. Is this your first?
No.
How many have you been to?
Well, to Montana,
Okay.
2018.
Okay.
Right up front. Yeah. I was here at 4 o'clock this morning, last time 3:30.
Wow. So you're kind of in the front of the line today.
Kind of dedicated to the man.
I love it. Well, I'm so glad.
Birthday celebration in 2020 in Bozeman. We had like 800 cars going through town.
I love that. That's so awesome.
He's amazing.
You're
He
a
deserves
patriot.
our support.
Yes, he does. Well, it's so good to see you. I'm going to have to find one of those pins or make myself one.
There you go. Make it, girl.
Well, it's good seeing you. All right, I'm Vanessa Broussard here live in Bozeman, Montana. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network and making us your home for all of the election coverage for 2024. We're going to toss to a commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back and with lots more coverage from here from the Trump rally. Stay with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be going back out there to Big Sky Country, Bozeman, Montana. Population around 1 million people, but you know what? A lot of people will be at that arena tonight there in Montana. We'll go back out there to Vanessa and Mike shortly. Before we get into more of our coverage here, I do want to tell you about this great company called Sticker Mule. So stickermule.com/RSBN. We actually got a shipment today here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, so I'll actually show you some of the gear. So this is a bumper sticker right here, RSBN. You can get that by going to stickermule.com/RSBN. You got an awesome white t-shirt right here with the logo. We also have a gray t-shirt. This one I don't think would fit me. It's a medium, you know what I mean? So I gotta get back into the weight room there. But there's a gray one, and then we also have a black t-shirt. This is all from stickermule.com. This is stuff you can sport at the events and at the rallies out there in support of Right Side Broadcasting Network, in support of conservative media and freedom. We're going to show you a couple tighter angles of some stuff too. This is the coaster right here, RSBN coaster. It says on the bottom, on the right side of history. So this is pretty cool stuff as well. We have a microphone sticker. We have keychains, buttons. A couple more things I'll show you real quick. This flag right here, kind of cool. These are all stickers at stickermule.com, and then there is a magnet. This one has to go in the fridge soon, you know what I mean? And here's a cool sticker as well. So Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, at stickermule.com. RSBN. You can get this kind of gear as well. Obviously, you see one right here. Put it on the laptop. Always good to sport your favorite, team, right? Or how about your favorite media agency? When's the last time you ever heard that come out of anybody's mouth? Not really many people a big fan of media, but when you have people that are standing for God, the truth, the Bible, this Constitution, our country, as Right Side Broadcasting Network does day in and day out since 2015. I joined this network in September of 2022. Vanessa Broussard's been here longer than that, and other correspondents that you've seen on air. But at the end of the day, what this has been from the onset at Right Side has been all about we the people, and all about covering President Trump, but not only covering his speeches, but when he says, why don't you look at the crowds, we show the crowds. And as you see right there, we do that even in the pre-show. We started at 2 p.m. Eastern today, and we'll go all the way through to the end of President Trump's speech tonight there in Bozeman, Montana. And if you remember, in Atlanta, Georgia the other day, it was really hot outside. I was there with Titus Ellis Smith, and we didn't care how hot it was, right? We wanted to hear from the people. And my, oh my, did we not hear from the people there from all walks of life. We had all sorts of people there from all of these different countries, including our own. And it was great to see the people there for freedom and for President Trump. So we thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So that's stickermule.com/RSBN to get some of that gear, including bumper stickers and that kind of stuff, actually goes toward the network here. So obviously we're not bought and paid for by these woke corporations out there. This is all about we the people and some great companies that we partner with here at Right Side Broadcasting Network to share with you everything that you have seen and heard since 2015. The amount of rallies that we have covered, the amount of people that we have given the opportunity, because we want them to have a voice as well, right? We're all in this together. This is not a media network that has anchors and reporters that try and look down at people. No, we are people, just like you are. We're together in this thing. We also have families. We want our country to be restored, saved, put back together, whatever adjective or phrase you want to use. So we genuinely, our hearts and minds are with this country and with the Bible, with the Constitution, and with this movement, the Freedom MAGA movement, the conservative movement, and that's what we're about. So at the end of the day, it's common sense and truth, and that's what we hear from you out there when we're interviewing you, whether that's in Detroit or the Bronx or in Atlanta or today in Bozeman or in Harrisburg or any of the towns that we've seen you at in Iowa, New Hampshire. Remember the primary, right? President Trump crushing it in the primaries. It's because that's what the majority of America wants, and it's great to have an opportunity in conservative media here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We get a chance to correct the false narrative that you keep hearing out there from the left, and coming at it from a standpoint of bringing the country together as much as possible. As President Trump, his senior advisor, one of the senior advisors, Lynn Patton, said the other day that President Trump is running to be a president of all of America. So that's what we're doing here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is historic times. Every ounce of this is not just another rally or another thing to cover. This is the real deal, and we're with you, the American people, all the way through. Mike Lindell will join us at 6 o'clock Eastern here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I asked Mike, asked one of our people at the network here, our COO, Grace Saldana, about getting Mike on today, because Mike is from the state of Minnesota, as you know. Well, unfortunately, his governor, Tim Walz, is now the VP pick under Harris. So I want to hear directly from Mike his thoughts on that and what he's been up to. Of course, at America First Patriot, the country loves Mike Lindell, as do I, and as does this network. So a lot of great products, of course, with MyPillow. So that'll be at 6 o'clock. We'll be tossing back out to Mike and Vanessa. They're live in Bozeman, Montana. Quite the flight out there, all the way to Big Sky Country, bordering the states of Idaho, and then, of course, just a little bit further west, the state of Washington. Got a chance to interview Joe Kent, an endorsed congressional candidate out of Washington, running for out of the Congressional District 3. So that was earlier today, so if you want to scrub back on that interview. But more importantly, in general, it's we the people, right? We are the ones that hire someone like Joe Kent, or hire someone like the legend, the GOAT himself, President Trump. And he is always great every time at every speech when he says, when we win the presidency, when we win. So this is all of us together. This is not someone higher or lower than anybody. This is us as a unit wanting free speech, wanting common sense, wanting our country to be restored moving forward. So we know we don't want to see Venezuela here. We don't want to see the things going on in the United Kingdom here, and a number of other countries. The people there in those countries, though, and Brazil included and others, do want the freedom to continue in their countries, but unfortunately the leadership has squashed that, has controlled the masses, and that's not what we want in this nation. We are a free country, and as you know it, we were founded on that Constitution. So anyway, enough of me preaching to the choir. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network live right now, 5:11 Eastern time. So at 8 o'clock, the pre-program will start, and then we'll go out there live for that, of course. And then we'll be going to President Trump at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So that's 10 p.m., of course, on the East Coast. Look at all of those great people there working in all sorts of industries, all sorts of walks of life. But the point is, people that simply love God, love their country, love Donald Trump, and love the speakers that speak prior to President Trump. Think about it, Lee. The amount of great America First, MAGA patriots, the people that have, common sense, a good mind about them, a good heart about them, when they speak before President Trump takes the stage, people love hearing them as well. I mean, every rally, there's the national anthem, then there's a prayer first, then the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, then into the pre-program. And then you'll hear all of that right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not going to cut away to some other coverage. This is the coverage. This is what's happening, right? This is the movement of the majority of the United States of America saying with one voice that we want freedom in our country. We want the Constitution to continue to be the law of the land. And we want the man and the administration of cabinet and staff that have the people's objectives and desires at their main focal point, because it is about we the people, right? So again, this is all information I never could really say on mainstream media, but boy, is it good to be on conservative media here with people like Vanessa Broussard. You see Mike Fortin out there, Bobby McNeely and others, and Nikki Stanzione. So yeah, this is just a great opportunity to share our hearts and minds with you. But the thing is the same way you believe, most likely, right, is the same thing we're believing. So we're just able to show you the crowds, show you the speeches, and that's what we'll be doing here soon. Again, Right Side Broadcasting Network has been around since 2015, just celebrated 9 years of service. Let's be real, it's service to the country. This is something that, there was something that was needed that the mainstream networks and other cable outlets were not covering. They were not covering President Trump's speeches from start to finish, and if they did, they wouldn't cover the fact of the huge crowds that we see time and time again. And you see on the left, we're talking about the leadership levels here, they always want to point out, and some of the paid influencers want to point out the crowd sizes and everything. Well, at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the left, the right, and indifferent watch Right Side Broadcasting Network because they see the truth, they see the people. And that's what's awesome to be able to show everybody at home. And that's why we're glad that you're with us here today. So again, stickermule.com/RSBN. Get some RSBN gear. Sport it out there at the rallies. As you see, big crowds gather at Trump rally. That's Bozeman, Montana. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Continue to stay with us. Let's go now to Mike and Vanessa in Big Sky Country.
Welcome back to Bozeman, Montana. A beautiful day here on Montana State University. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Mike Fortin, and we are honored to be here with all of you on this gorgeous day. Temperature is about 75 degrees right now. It's a gorgeous day, beautiful setting in between all of the mountains, Mike.
It's truly just a amazing setting. I mean, what a great place for a rally, a beautiful place. We can't ask for better weather. The people are fantastic, and the love for RSBN is overwhelming.
Well, we love the people too. That's why we are here, is to talk to the people, get to know the people of America and all the states that we visit. And they all have one common goal, and that is to save our country. There are thousands and thousands of people here already. Just about an hour ago, we were in the parking lot showing you the line, and it has quadrupled in size ever since. So it is really getting bigger by the minute. The people are showing up to support President Trump. And not just President Trump. There are some Senate seats up for grabs. They're here to support the state representatives. They are here to vote red all the way up and down the ballot in November, and they want to keep Montana red. We hear a lot of people, because we are, on the east side of the country, the west side of the country, and we hear a lot of people talking about California, and they say, we do not want California and their ways and their beliefs moving into our state. So they said, Governor Newsom and California, keep that over there in your state. Do not cross state lines. So Montana wants to stay red. They're ready to earn some more Senate seats and House seats. They know that President Trump will need the Senate and the House when he's elected, and so they're going to do their part to make sure that Montana is there in D.C. come, I guess, January of next year, but they are ready to vote in November.
Yeah, it's, I'm surprised that there has been so many California transplants out that have left California and just vacated, just because they are so over the politics and the liberal agenda that they've been seeing for so long. And when that starts to creep into small towns like Bozeman and this state, people are just aggravated. They're just they don't want it. They want to keep it out, and it's just overwhelming.
It really is. But what is overwhelming also is the people. Let's go continue to talk to them. Like, there's so many different people.
There's so
here.
many. The crowd seems to be moving.
Oh, they're happy now. We're going to go down there with them. We have some great music playing. We've heard Kid Rock. We have Pitbull playing right now. And the people are walking fast. We like to call it mall walking, to make sure they don't lose their spot in line, because people started showing up very early in the morning. They started showing up last night, and it's the perfect weather to be out here. We call it a Trump tailgate party here in Montana. And just bear with us for a second as we make our way through the crowd. We might have to move a little bit back because we are right under the speaker. We want to make sure that you can hear us. So let's go a little back here. Look at all of the people here, Mike. It's so great to see. Okay, we're moving just a little bit back to get away from the front of the line because we're under that loud music. I'm coming to you. I like your style. You're dancing. You must be in a good mood.
I am. I'm in a great mood.
What's your name?
Ruth Ann. I'm from Idaho Falls.
Idaho Falls. So what brings you here today? I know see President Trump, but how important is it for you to be here to support him today?
It's my life. I love Donald Trump. My whole family hates me, but that's okay.
You know what? We're going to pray for them.
Huh?
We're going to pray for them.
Yes, we are.
Is this your first time to come to a rally?
Yes, it is. Yes.
You were just dancing to the music because you're that.
I'm excited, and I'm trying to figure out where the crowd's going. I'm just following along.
The line is starting to open, so we don't want you to lose your spot.
Thank you. We love Trump.
Donald Trump. Woohoo! Yes. Trump, 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 Trump.
Love the chants. Love the chants for Trump and Vance. That's a ticket. That is the ticket right there.
Hey, how are you? Hi.
Nobody wants a Kamala Harris ticket here.
What's your name and where are you from?
Karen Check from Great Falls, Montana.
How far is that from here?
About 2.5 hours.
Okay, cool.
The way she drives.
All right, a little heavy on the pedal there?
I'm from Montana.
There you go, open roads. So is this your first guys' rally?
No, I was at the one in 2016 in Great Falls. It was awesome.
That's awesome. So what are you hoping to hear tonight from President Trump when he arrives at 8 p.m.?
Well, just the same message, really. Just he wants to make us what we were. I don't recognize America anymore.
What's the most important thing on your agenda?
Less taxes. I want to be able to afford my groceries and fuel.
That certainly would be nice. And how about for you?
I think we need to close the border.
Yes.
The biggest thing, yeah.
What are you guys seeing locally? How's everything been affecting you guys?
Well, like she said, just groceries, everything is so high. Yeah, gas, everything. So.
Well, that's awesome. You guys have a great night. Enjoy the rally. You got it. Have a great day. How are you, sir?
Good.
Awesome. What's your name? Where are you from?
Bob, Clyde Park, Montana.
Awesome. How long have you been out here today?
Oh, 3-4 hours.
You know, they're saying there's about 15,000 people here now. It's quite the crowd. What are you hoping to hear tonight?
To help Donald Trump make America great again.
What's the number one thing on your agenda that you're hoping to change November 5th?
Everything.
just a complete overhaul.
Inflation, securing the border, making us safe again.
Do you not feel safe in your country now?
And when I come to Bozeman, I don't. No, I see too many strange people around. That
I've been overwhelmingly hearing that you know people are not feeling as safe as they once did here in Bozeman.
I certainly don't. No.
I think that if Trump doesn't get in, we won't have a country. I think they're just destroying our country.
Well, if the past 3.5 years is any indication of what can be done to destroy our country, it's certainly on that path, and I believe we all know that we need a change.
Trying to do it, that's how I do it. Use some of the same tactics they've used.
Yeah, it's like they're certainly going from a playbook for sure.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Well, hey, you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you for coming out. Enjoy the rally and enjoy President Trump tonight. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Awesome. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Scott Swingley. I'm from Helena.
Helena? How far is Helena from here?
Oh, it's about 90 miles or so.
Not bad.
About an hour and a half.
Awesome. What's the most important thing for you in this election?
To regain the control of the southern border so we can have a secure and safe country.
Do you feel safe in your country?
I feel safe in my state. I don't know that I'd feel safe outside of this state, certainly in the bigger cities and the areas where there's a higher population and more illegal traffic from the southern border. No, I don't think I'd feel safe there.
You know, it's funny, man to man, I've heard this from a lot of people here tonight that they just don't feel safe. And what were you going to say?
Oh, I think it's that. I think it's protecting our children from this liberal agenda that has confused them, and it's the economy. I don't think it's one thing, but safety certainly is an issue.
Yeah, and obviously the children's been something that we've heard nonstop today as well, because as the father of 3 children, again, it's something where our kids are confused and they're asking questions that 8, 9, 10-year-olds really shouldn't be asking, in my opinion. And so, we want our kids to be informed, and kids certainly know what's going on, but it's a very confusing time for them.
And we've made it more confusing. This administration certainly has, by introducing things at age levels that aren't good about sexuality and other issues that those kids just aren't ready for. And so, we're robbing them of their childhood, and it's just almost like Soviet style indoctrination. I think that's actually occurring in a lot of areas of the country. So,
do you feel as though you can make your own decisions? I mean, a lot of times I've heard today that people feel as though the government is trying to take control of their lives and tell them how to live.
Well, certainly. I mean, the Democrats want a big government. They want to make more decisions for you in all aspects of your life. And so still here we can make our decisions, but I feel like that's eroding under this administration for sure. And I think under a Kamala Harris administration it would be far worse.
If you had 2 minutes with President Trump, what would you tell him?
I would tell him, do your best to secure the southern border and stop the flow of drugs that kill up to 100,000 people in our country a year. I would ask him to work very hard on the economy, see what he can do to bring interest rates down back to hopefully as good as they were when he was in office the first time. We were all better off economically. We certainly were. And so those would be the first things I'd talk to him.
Anything to add to that?
Just keep in connection with the Lord above, and He will guide you. That's what this country needs to get back to.
Amazing. Family values.
Yes, yes.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. Have a great night. Thank you for coming out and enjoy yourselves. Vanessa, we'll take it over to you.
Yes, look at this crowd. People are here to see
Trump 2024! All right. Trump 2024!
crowd. They are energetic. What's your name?
Connor Manning. Brady Walker.
Where are you from?
Lewistown, Montana.
Hey, is this your first time to vote?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, not first time voting. First Trump rally, though. Yeah.
First Trump rally. You seem really excited to be here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How much do you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love Trump?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. How about you?
100.
100 out of 10. I'm right there with you. I feel the same way. So you're pretty much near the front of the line. That's exciting. What time did you get here?
What was it? 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock?
Not too bad, because there are some people who got here last night. So you're doing pretty good. What is it about President Trump you love so much?
I love it. I love it. He's just not scared. He's not scared to speak his mind and say what needs to be said about this country.
What about you?
Grit. He's got grit. He's got heart. Yep, heart of a lion.
He can't be bought.
Nope, he can't be bought by nobody.
All right, well, it's so good to see you. Enjoy your time. It looks like you're having a great time.
Thank you, Trump 2024.
Yes, Trump 2024. I like your shirt. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Are you excited to be here?
I'm very excited.
What about you? Is it your first rally?
Oh, no. This is my second. I went to President Trump's rally in Billings back in 2016 or something.
So, fighting to keep Montana red.
Yes. Yes.
What are some of the biggest issues you're seeing in Montana right now?
Land grabbing, human trafficking. Yeah, that's just a few.
What about the economy? Is it a struggle?
Oh, yeah. It's a struggle for everybody.
We've got to change that in November.
Yes.
Good to see you. Love the pink. Pink looks good on you. Have a great time today. All right, Mike, who do you have?
All right. Hey, how are you?
Wonderful.
What's your name and where are you from?
Annie Luck, Anchorage, Alaska.
Awesome. You told me that you had something to say.
Yes, I've been looking forward for my son to graduate from the Naval Academy so I could see him as president there. And I'm so happy that I just flew in and 2 days earlier and get to see him here instead.
Oh, that's awesome. Your son's here.
No.
Oh, your son. Okay.
My son's not here, but I was going to see. Well, he's going to be the president when my son graduates.
Oh, got it. Okay.
In a couple of years from the Naval Academy.
Awesome.
And so, but instead I get to see him here. Because you guys, he isn't coming to Alaska, I imagine, because everybody's Republican there. But you never know.
You never know. You never know where he might pop up. What's on your mind going into this election?
It's scary times. Scary times.
What do you want to see changed?
The border, number one. I want that border hat. I'm like, stop.
So border is your number one concern.
That is my concern, because that's going to change everything. Yeah. It's going to change our way of life.
Yeah, we've certainly heard that a lot. Well, thank you very much. I wish your son and you all the best, and have a great time tonight. You got it. Audric.
Yes, sir.
Audric, how are you, man?
Good, how are you?
Good. Where are you from?
Fort Benton.
Fort Benton. How far is that from here?
I don't know, 2 hours.
What do you do in life?
Rancher.
Rancher. Yeah. Very cool. How has the past 3.5 years affected your life and what you do?
I don't know. Have you filled up with the fuel tanks lately?
Yeah. Sadly.
$5 fuel, $4 fuel, everything. The economy's just, I don't know how people are surviving my age without.
How old are you?
I'm 29. Yeah.
And so you're really feeling the squeeze?
Oh, 100%. I don't know how you raise families just in this economy that we're in. And then they just keep spending money in other countries that don't affect us, right?
Are you at the point of raising a family yet?
Yeah, I have 2 kids. I have an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old. And then we have a small business. Of course, we ranch. And then we have a construction business, too. So hit on every level.
Yeah, so you're getting it from every which way you can.
100%, yeah, for sure.
So, obviously the economy's hitting you. In your community, what are you seeing? Has anything changed? Is there anything you want to see changed?
I mean, a lot of this woke stuff that they're coming after the kids with is just out of control, even in our small community. I mean, there's 1,500 people in our town, I think, and that, and then just taxes are out of control, and spending. I mean, they spend, I don't know, everything. It's just.
What are your kids asking questions? Or what are they getting in school? What are you, as a father, what are you telling your kids?
Well, I tell them that's the reason we homeschool. I mean, that's.
Oh, okay. That's fair. I mean, that's great. That's that seems to be the answer.
100%. It's you can't trust the community. The government overreach that they do, and yeah, I don't know.
It's I mean, you seem like you have a lot going on. I mean, obviously with the small business and ranching and 2 kids and your homeschooling, how do you manage all of that?
My wife.
My answer would have been exactly the same. I want you to know. What do you have to say? I mean, what are your thoughts on all this?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I'm glad that we're homeschooling.
Did you ever think that you'd be your children's teacher?
No, definitely not.
And how does it go? I mean, it's got to be a lot, to stay home and teach the kids every day. And are you working with the company as well, with your small business?
Yep, I help out on the ranch, and I couldn't do it without him with homeschooling wise, but yeah.
What's the name of your company?
We have a small construction company. It's just my last name, just Ayers. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, hey, thank you guys for coming out. Certainly appreciate it, and I hope you guys get a great rally tonight. Yeah. Awesome, man. Thank you guys so much. Vanessa, we'll head it over to you.
Yes, we are continuing to see the crowd here as they wait for the gates to open. Hi, sir. You're waving to the camera. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's your name?
John White.
Okay. How many Trump rallies have you attended?
This is my first.
So tell me about the excitement behind this rally.
It's crazy exciting. Everyone here is for the same purpose, to see the man, and we just want change in this country. No more of the same.
Are you surprised at the amount of people who are here?
I am very surprised. This is just awesome. It really is. Look at this.
The line goes on. I mean, through the parking lot. We're between the arena and the football stadium, and there's a huge parking lot between us, and it's like the parking lot is filled as well with a line.
I haven't even seen over there. I just see what's here, and this is crazy.
So, needless to say, President Trump is a loved man.
Oh, very much so. I mean, look. And we love him for sure.
So President Trump's wanting to debate Kamala, and she's not agreeing to it. What's your take on that?
She's a coward. Plain and simple.
She hasn't done an interview in 18 days.
She has not, because she likes to read scripted teleprompter, and she's just a coward. She doesn't want to take on Trump. She doesn't want to face his questions, his attacks.
Yeah, and you think about Kamala on the campaign trail now, and she's saying, when I win, or if I win, she's not going to win, but when I win is what she says. I'm going to do this, and this. Well, Kamala, sweetheart, you have been part of this administration for 3.5 years, and we've seen nothing, not even your face at the border.
That's correct. Even this morning I saw a clip where she said, on my first day in office, I'm going to lower prices. It's like, what have you been doing the past 3.5 years? Nothing.
It's all about, look at me. She hasn't been voted in. She's just handed a position.
Exactly. It's sad.
It is sad, but you know what's not sad is that President Trump is on the way to save us all.
Heck yeah, go Trump.
Yes, there you go. Thanks for joining us today. Look at the kids waving here. Hey, kids. Who are you here to see today?
Trump.
And who do you love?
Trump.
Oh, we all do. Look at the kids. Where are you all from?
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Idaho. So good to see you with the children. I'm telling you, the children are what's making it, because they are the future, and the parents bringing their kids out here is so great to see. How are you?
Great. My mom's 91, and she wanted to come, so she was jealous, but I go take lots of pictures.
Yes. Is Mom watching right now, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hi, Mom. Thanks for watching. How many rallies have you been to?
This is my first.
Look behind you.
But yeah, I guess we still have to walk. Oh, yeah.
Woo! Pretty much his look all the time, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry to be the bearer.
But you know what? He was only convicted on trumped-up charges.
Your chances.
Nicest people there are.
Thanks, Joe Biden. Thanks for telling us that.
Trump was trumped up. Biden, well.
I like that. I like the getup. I like the attire. Thanks for being out here today. That's the normal face of Joe Biden. Like, where am I? What am I doing? time I walk off this stage, what steps do I take?
Can't wait to listen to Kamala on the 10th as she tries to put two words together and make a sentence. Nah. He's going to do like he did with Biden.
It is.
Absolutely, we know that he will in Trump fashion, true Trump fashion. All right, we're going to keep, yes. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
I am doing great. The weather's beautiful. The people are ecstatic. It's just a great time. It's like a big family reunion.
It's a great vibe here, isn't it?
It is. First rally?
It is, actually, yes. I voted for Donald in the previous 2 elections. Plan on doing it again.
Good for you. So where's your vote going? Montana?
It is, yes. Yep. Tim Sheehy all the way for Senate. It's time to change the way we look at America. America's a free country, always has been. We need to keep it that way.
When you got here today and you see this massive crowd and you see the people who love this country, does it kind of restore your faith that there's hope?
It shows me that there's people in every single walk of life, in every city in Montana that is feeling the crunch in America right now. And that's why they drove all the miles to be here today. Real excited for it, sure am.
Well, you're going to have a great time at your first rally. I can promise you that. President Trump is wonderful, and you're just going to enjoy it.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. You too. Thank you. All right. Continuing to follow the crowd here in Bozeman. Hi, how are you?
Trump. Yay, I'm doing well. Thank you.
What is your feeling? What's your mood right now?
I'm excited to be here. It's my first political rally ever, and for the right man, I think. And it's just exciting to be amongst people that have like values and think some. Got family that have a different set of common sense, but you know, we're just all going to get out and vote for the person that we feel will do the best job, and pray that God brings the right one into office.
Yes, well, we know that God has his hand on President Trump. He definitely did on July 13th.
Absolutely agree, completely.
Divine intervention, right?
That's right. I received that too from a grizzly bear, ma'am. That's me after I got out of the woods, and so I know what it's like to be spared and have the grace of God in your life to be able to live now freely. You have nothing to lose. And fight, 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 that was so awesome. I just love it. And I don't have a whole lot of common sense, but I do have enough common sense to start making bear spray after that. So I've been blessed over the years to supply the public with a life-saving product, and it's been so rewarding. I'm so thankful, and I'm here to support President Trump in any way I can.
Well, thanks for all you do.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thanks. Have a great time. And we have actually a few words from President Trump right now, so we're going to toss it to that.
I just landed in a really beautiful place, Montana. It's so beautiful flying over, and you just look down, and that's the way it's supposed to be. But we have a very high rating in Montana. We have a lot of popularity. I like them, they like me. But I'm here to do some fundraisers, and most importantly to support Tim Sheehy, who's running for the U.S. Senate. And we think he's going to do really well. We're going to have a rally, and it'll be a lot of fun. And then tomorrow we're going to do some more different stops, different states, all good, all great people. And we're leading in all of the polls now. Just about every poll has us leading. They found out that this is a phony that we're running against, a person that had no idea what she was doing on the border, has no idea what's happening with inflation, had no idea what they did when it came to Afghanistan, the most embarrassing day in the life of our country. There's never been anything so embarrassing. We should have gotten out with dignity and strength, not the way they got out. It's an embarrassment to our country. So we have a great campaign. We have something that's going to be really very important. It's called, we are going to make America great again. And it's going to happen very fast. We're going to become energy independent again. Prices are going to start going down, including for food, for energy, and everything else. And we're going to really do a job. Thank you very much.
All right, words from the president right there. I'm Vanessa Broussard, along with Mike is here with us, his first time here. Mike Fortin, so good to see you. How are you enjoying it so far?
You know, it's great. It's a lot to take in. There's so many people. It's astounding at the number of people. I think what the last number we heard was over 15,000 people are here, and you know, it's it's been great. The reception from people have been amazing. It's shaking on little hands, taking a lot of pictures. It's a fun place to be.
It really is.
The crowd is electric. I've said that 100 times, but it's just everyone is so nice, so welcoming, and so appreciative of what RSBN does. And so it's a real pleasure to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here as we continue to look at the crowds of people here waiting to get the doors. They're waiting for the doors to open to get a glimpse of President Trump tonight. We'll have a pre-program like we usually do, and then President Trump is expected to take the stage at 8 p.m. That's Mountain Time. So thanks for spending your Friday with us. Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Myrna.
Where are you from?
Helena.
Okay. And so what are some of the biggest issues you're seeing right now in our nation?
In our nation is going to hell in a handbasket. And I hope we can get here and support this man to save us.
And if anybody can do it, Donald Trump can do it, right?
Indeed. Indeed.
Well, if you look at our border, there was a poll that came out right after Super Tuesday, and it asked America, what is the number one issue you're seeing? People are struggling with money right now to pay bills, but the number one issue was our border.
Indeed. It's open. It's illegal what they're doing, and somebody should be held accountable. I don't know why they're not. Nobody's held accountable these days, and it's a shame. We have a beautiful, wonderful country, and it's going to hell right now in a handbasket with the current administration.
Yeah. With a Biden-Harris administration, this is what happened in 3.5 years, so we can't take Kamala another 4.
Absolutely not. It's Obama anyway.
A lot of people are thinking that. We've got some cheers going on right now. The people getting pumped up. What time did you get here today?
We got here about 1 o'clock. Not too bad. I saw on the news that they were coming in at 5:30 this morning. I'm like, oh God, I'm missing out. Maybe I'll stay home. I'm like, no, I'm going. It'll be fun anyway.
I'm so glad you came, and I got to meet you. So thanks for being here. Have a great time tonight. Okay, so Mike, who do you have?
I'm here with Dalton and Bella. Where are you guys from?
I'm from Bozeman. Belgrade.
Okay, cool. Is this your first Trump rally?
Yes.
Is this going to be your first time voting or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. What you said you waved me down. You said you guys had an amazing message for President Trump and all of our viewers, which is in the millions at this point. So whatever you say and do is going to be seen and will live forever.
All right. Okay. Ready?
Let them have it.
3, 2, 1. Trump!
All right. Well, there you have it. Is there anything else you want to add to that amazing message?
That was absolutely amazing. Thank you. I love President Trump. Trump's amazing. He's my boy.
He's your Huckleberry. Perfect. I love it. Thank you guys for coming out. Are you having a good time? Oh, yeah. That's what's important.
Well, they're fun. That's a fun group of girls right there. Hey, guys, how are you doing? Who are we here to support today?
Trump.
Where are you from?
Big Sky. Big Sky.
I love the plaid. And I like that around your neck right there. Yes, you're really looking the part of Montana. Montana, going to go red in November?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, 100%.
All the way down the ticket, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Vote red all the way.
Especially our Senate seat.
Yeah. And I'm hearing a lot of that from people here in Montana, how important that Senate seat is.
It's big time.
Can you explain that for our viewers?
Well, it's just going to turn the tables on the majority. So
we need it.
We need it, definitely, yep.
Do you think that the people of Montana are ready to get out and vote in November?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, oh yeah. Just ought to tell you.
Look, we got to get everybody out to vote, though. We can't just be at rallies. We got to vote. You know, that's the key.
I have a feeling there's going to be a great turnout.
Great turnout.
You know, President Trump and his team, they have the slogan, make it too big to rig, because we know they tried to cheat in 2020. Oh, yeah. We know they're going to try to cheat in 2024.
They did.
Right. And they're going to try again this year, so we've got to make it too big to rig.
Yes, ma'am.
Any last words that you want to say to the people out there watching? Sometimes.
God bless Donald Trump.
God bless Donald Trump. That's right. He has our back, and what? We have
his back. Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Yes. Have a great day. Okay, Mike.
Yeah. Hey, guys. So you were saying veterans for Trump.
Yes.
What else do you have to say?
You know what? We need our borders safe. I'm a veteran. I served for 5 years under Trump.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was the greatest time of my life, and I watch how wokeness destroyed people of my age. They hate America, they hate guns, and I was law enforcement. And they were teaching us every day, because you're white, you cannot pull over people based on their skin color, you cannot judge, and you have to watch your mouth, or they will kick you out of the military and punish you. I've watched good men be dishonorably discharged, and they forced the jab on us too. I had to get out at that point because I realized it's not about America anymore. It's about selfishness and how to get to the top through all the wrong routes. So we need Trump back. We need America. I served the country because I loved it. I was ready to die for it. There was no greater honor. This is not the country that I grew up with. I grew up in a tiny town in Alaska, and I was ready to die for this country.
I just tell you, you got a lot of these men right behind you, all shaking their heads and praising you. So, thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Seriously, we need to remember why America is the greatest country on the planet. It's not just our people in this country who need Trump. The world needs Trump. Look at all the war. No one wants to go die for wars if they have a president like Sleepy Joe Biden, little girl hair sniffing Biden. It's freaking creepy. That's not why I joined. So wake up, America, because our children need patriotism again.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Great interview.
How are you guys doing?
You can hear it in your heart.
Awesome. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Jackie, and I'm from Darby, Montana.
Darby, how far is Darby from here?
My friend. And I'm getting
What's your name?
Kathy.
Yeah, nice to meet you. What's up? Oh, he was the one who was telling me to come see you. He right back there. I'm not going to let him off the hook. What does she have a message for us?
Yes, she does. She's about ready to
Make America great again. Trump 2020-24. 2020-24.
There's a lot of 20s there. Let's just get through the 24 for now. What do you guys do for a living?
Well, I'm a retired law enforcement officer.
Oh, well, thank you. What do you do?
Professional horse trainer.
Oh, wow, very cool. So as a retired LEO, what are you seeing now? What
I see that defunding the police didn't quite work.
Yeah, it didn't work the way they
No, it sure didn't. And we need our police officers protected and backed. Correct?
What do you feel about the border?
Oh, well, who was in charge of the border? I think her last name was Harris. Yeah, she was in charge of the border. And what did she do to the border? Had she ever even visited a border?
Last I heard, I don't think she has. I don't know how the border czar has never seen the border.
Thank you. Yes.
I think our country's in pretty sad shape right now, and I think Trump is our only hope.
How about you? I don't want to leave you out since you were the one who flagged me down.
I think that no matter which party prevails this November, the opposing party will not accept the results, and it will be the final divide in our country.
So elaborate a bit more. So you think that no matter which way the results go, you think that there's going to be something?
It will be the final division in our country, to where our country will never be reunited again as one.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I appreciate that. Any closing words and what you hope to hear tonight when President Trump arrives at 8 p.m.?
What are you going to do for our country? Make it better again.
Really, that's it.
Getting elected.
Yeah, getting elected will make America great again.
It will.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
You got it. You got it. Who else we have? How you doing, guys?
Doing well.
You doing well? Were you trying to hide? Yeah. Okay, cool. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Mike. I'm from Loveland, Colorado.
Awesome, man. What brought you all the way out here?
We came up to go to Yellowstone on vacation, camping, and I just happened to be thrumming through Facebook the other night and found the rally up here, so we decided to load up and come up here. And we're
good timing.
Yeah, perfect timing, actually.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Awesome. What in Loveland? I usually pass through there when I'm going to Copper or Breckenridge. And what in your community? What are you seeing there? Well, how does the last 3.5 years changed your life in your community?
Wow. Population has increased a lot on the Front Range right there. So basically, I looked at the census before we moved out there, and from about 2017 to 2022. That Front Range area grew about 25% in population.
What do you attribute that to?
Probably a massive decline economically in California. I mean, if you look around, I've heard the same stuff from all the people up here in Bozeman. It's all happening. It's like Californians are fleeing and moving in out here and, taking up residence. So, yeah, I think that's probably the biggest impact that I've seen.
Awesome. How old are you?
Oh, man, I'm 14.
You're 14.
Yeah.
14.
Yeah.
What do you? As a 14-year-old, obviously in school, and is this your son? Or?
It is this boat.
Awesome. Well, so obviously in school and things like that. What are you hearing? What are your friends saying? What's the general consensus? Are you guys looking at this? Do you guys know anything about Trump and the whole presidential race?
Oh yeah.
What are your thoughts on it?
Trump's the good guy. Kamal's the bad guy.
So good versus evil, really. I mean, we've heard that a lot. It's right versus wrong. What are you hoping to hear tonight?
I'm not sure. I'm really not.
Well, I mean, hey, listen. I think everyone here at the end of the day wants the same thing. They want to make America great again. They want to live in a free country. They want to be able to make their own decisions as Americans. And obviously, as a dad raising a son, or is he your only?
No, my daughter's up there with my wife.
Well, come join the party. Come on in. Obviously, a lot falls on your shoulders, to provide for your family, and obviously this economy isn't helping you at all.
Absolutely. No, taxation's going up, inflation, we're spending, probably 3 times what we did at the grocery store just within the last year and a half, 2 years. So, yeah, it's absolutely, this is probably one of the most pivotal elections that I'm going to see in my lifetime.
I think so. I think we can certainly all agree that. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time. I hope you guys have a great night. Is this your first rally?
This is our first rally.
Okay, awesome. It's going to be something memorable for you as well. It's great that you guys can spend it, with your mom and dad. It's pretty cool. So welcome. Have a great night and enjoy.
Thanks.
You got it. Take care. Vanessa?
Yes.
We'll hand it over to you.
Yes, absolutely. I'm still here looking at this patriotic crowd who is standing in line waiting for the doors to open. You see more kids here, which is always great to see. We talk about it all the time here on Right Side Broadcasting. Hi, what's your name?
Lily.
Lily, where are you from?
Sheridan, Montana.
Okay.
Yeah.
How excited are you today?
Super excited. Yeah, we've never been to a Trump rally, so yeah.
Are you surprised with the turnout and all of the people?
No, I'm not surprised. This is
Yeah, I am.
his turnout. This is always his turnout. So
He
yeah.
always does have a great turnout, huge turnouts. No matter where he goes, the people follow.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll follow him to the ends of the earth. I mean, I know I will.
A lot of us agree with you on that. So let's back it up. Tuesday will make 1 month since Butler, Pennsylvania, when President Trump was shot. Still no answers. Does it make you trust or lose trust in our government?
Yeah, but I don't want to get too much.
You're good.
But I did notice he's been doing indoor only lately, so I think that's because of the threat, and it's sad. It shouldn't have to be indoor rallies only.
You can't stop President Trump. He has made the statement that he will continue to do outdoor rallies.
Think so?
He said it.
Okay.
It came from his Truth Social account.
Oh, I'm glad. Okay, good.
You can't stop President Trump.
You cannot.
Not even an attempted assassination.
Can't stop us because we're behind him and he's behind us. And
glad you said that, because we talk about that a lot, that he has our back and we have his.
Absolutely.
Who do you have here with you?
My son, Grant.
How old is he?
9.
Is he a Trump fan also? I'm sure with the
Absolutely is. He wanted to come. We were going to say, do you want a babysitter? He's like, no, I'm coming. So.
I love it. Well, thanks for being here. You're going to have a great time. President Trump's awesome, isn't he?
Yes.
Thanks for talking to us. Have a great time. You're welcome. All right, continuing to move on down the line here. As we see all of these people, you scream Montana with your outfit. Even the binoculars.
You bet. We're from Montana.
I love the binoculars.
Well, thank you.
Anything particular you were going to use those binoculars for?
Well, I just want to see his face. I want to see the man. I've been following him all this time, and he's the only hope we got, as far as I'm concerned. I could stand here all day and tell of all the things that he's done, what he was in, what has gone on since then. But I just want to say one thing. He believes in God. And he has a soul. And he's a winner. The man has done a lot of things in his life. And he has not been sucking on the government, not sucking on us in all these years. He's a successful leader, and he can do something for this country.
And you put that first name at the top of the list, God.
You got it.
God was with him a month ago in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you, that was...
What was your first thought when you heard?
My first impression of that was when I saw him go like that with his ear, I went, there's God right there. You know, and if you look at the whole dynamics behind that thing, it's the grace of God. So, hey, it's meant to be. You know?
We're still here today. We're still continuing on with the grace of God, President Trump on our side. We're going to save this country.
Yes, we will.
So talk about Montana. You're from here, right?
We're from Montana. You know, we're a bunch of hardworking people. 10 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to tell you the difference between a Democrat and a Republican. I couldn't tell you I ran from Iraq, you know. But I mean, now I've gotten into it. We have to wake up. We got to see what's going on in this country. Something you can't miss, you know. You miss this, you're in big trouble.
Absolutely. Well, it's so good to see you here today.
Thank
Keep
you
fighting
so
for Montana and our country.
You bet.
I like your outfit and the belt buckle. Tell us about your belt buckle.
All right. Yeah, that's a dog that I lost about 10 years ago, and I won a dog trial with him on a cattle trial. Okay. He was a hell of a dog.
I love it. Well, you look great. I like the outfit.
Kind of like Trump. He was a winner.
Yes. Dogs are man's best friend.
You got it.
Have a good day. Thank you. Have a fun time. All right, we are continuing to move on. I want to show you. We're going to walk a little bit around here real quick because the line wraps around right here, and it'll give you a good idea. Just about as long as. Yeah, as far as the eye can see. Yet again, you hear me talk about that every rally, but it's the truth as far as the eye can see. So now we're back to the parking lot where the line wraps around multiple times around different vehicles and around different aisles. It's double. There are double lines on each row, and it goes 4 or 5 rows in. Last time we checked, which was about an hour ago. So I can't believe just how large this line is, Mike.
It just keeps going. I just walked around the corner when you were doing that interview there with the cowboy from Montana. I mean, what a iconic
Wasn't he fun?
Montana look.
Yes.
You know,
that's why I had to stop and talk to him because his whole outfit yelled Montana.
Absolutely. I think he rode his horse here, actually.
He might have.
But the crowd just keeps going. You know, we've seen this rush of people now. It's getting to be about 4 p.m. And, you know, obviously people are getting out of work. So the crowd just continues and continues to grow this evening as we await the arrival, man of the hour, President Trump at 8 p.m.
Yes, and we're hearing that he is close to landing here in Montana, so he will be here momentarily. I love the outfits. Trump won. Yes, Trump won. Yes, hi, how are you? I'm Vanessa.
Good, hi. It's really good to see RSBN here.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Is he going to win again in 2024?
You bet he is. You bet he is. This guy right here wants to talk to you.
Okay, who do we want to talk to?
Come here.
Tom.
No, he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't?
Oh, he doesn't want to talk. That's okay. Oh, he's coming over here.
Oh, hey, this RSBN is good.
Yes.
Yeah, we're conservative.
It is good news, yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you had my back. He was after me when he first walked up.
Who was? I was no way,
okay.
no.
Yeah, we don't like the fake news, right, do we?
Because some people call it Russian broadcasting news.
Oh, no.
But no, I don't. I actually enjoy your channel.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So what kind of questions have you got? And I've seen you before. I have seen you on TV a few times, yes.
What are you from Montana?
We are now. These are my sons back here. Not this guy here. I'm getting old, but I'm not that old. But yeah, no, these are my sons, and that's my son's fiance. And we moved from Phoenix because it's become very liberal, and it's just not a safe place to live. So we moved here to Helena, Montana, and we are going to build our future here so my sons can have a future, because it's not like it was when we grew up. We could graduate from high school or even drop out and still achieve the American dream. And these kids today can hope for nothing more than a job at Walmart or something like that, and living in my basement. And it's just, things have got to change. They've got to change, and we need Jesus back in this world.
Don't you feel like that's where a majority of our problems, that's when it started, is when they started taking God out of our country?
Oh, yes. Because when I grew up, we had the 10 Commandments in our school. We had the 10 Commandments in our courthouse. And people believed in that, and they had values. And if somebody were coming after that little guy, I would risk my life for him. Nowadays, people will turn and just walk away. They want nothing to do with it. We're not. These are not those people. These are American patriots, and I love you and I care about all of you and everybody here. But if you don't have our values, get your ass out of this country. Get out of this country. And that's what I've got to say. And we need God back in everything.
We absolutely do. God first. And I think
family and then work, country. Yep. So yeah. Have you got any
more questions? I think you nailed it. If you don't like it, get out.
No, it's
that's what it boils down to, right?
Why isn't the media just really calling this out? This country was hijacked years ago. You can clearly see it. I mean, Harris isn't even qualified to be the president. She is not qualified to be president. Why isn't she qualified to be president? Were her parents born in this country? Were they? No, they were not. She is not qualified. Your parents have to be naturally born here in this country. We are still. This is, yeah. Things
getting bad, right?
Change. No, it's bad. It's bad. I mean, when you've seen the. And I didn't watch the Olympics. I didn't watch that opening ceremony, but I did see parts of it, and it's in your face now. They're coming after these guys right here. They're coming after these guys. And don't let them fool you, buddy. Don't let them fool you. God is real, and He's touched me and my family. It happened to me about a year ago. It happened to me about a year ago in my life. I couldn't walk. I was crippled, and seriously, I was crippled. My sons will tell you I couldn't walk, and I just, something happened overnight, and I woke up and I could walk again. And cut him off. He said, cut him off.
He's not telling me to cut you off. We love you. You know, and you're absolutely right. God first, protect our kids. They're trying to brainwash our kids. They're trying to manipulate our children, and they are our future. We've got to protect our children.
And Donald J. Trump, if you want a real vice president, and you guys are going to hate what I have to say right here, unless you're truly a patriot and you want things to turn around, man, get an Alex Jones, get a Tom Dimmick, get me. I'll straighten this place out.
You might have a spot in the administration. I'll see if I see you there in a couple of months. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for speaking with us, and keep up the good fight.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hey, we want to, we've been talking about the kids, but there are books out there for children that teach them positive things, and that includes the Trump book, the free Trump book. Get your hands on one of those today. Teach your children about the importance of our country and all of the success that came along with President Trump when he was in office. Go ahead and get your book today. That's freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. You do have to pay a small shipping and handling fee, but that's it. But the key there is in the name, freetrumpbook.com.
That's it. Get it for the kids.
Yes. All right. Well, we have a lot more to cover here from Bozeman, Montana. As you can see, the crowd is happy, from the little children all the way up to the elderly. The people are out here. They're ready for President Trump tonight, and they're ready to save this country. A lot more coverage coming up. Don't go anywhere. I'm Vanessa Broussard.
I'm Mike Fortin.
And we'll be right back.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look,
Don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to live coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We will be going back out there to Bozeman, Montana for the Trump Rally Montana Day. It is obviously a great day with a number of patriots out there talking to our correspondents on the ground. Before we get out to Bozeman, Montana, there are some reports out there. There's one from Helena, Montana, out of KTVH, the local affiliate there. They're reporting that President Trump's plane landed in Billings for a reported mechanical issue. Okay, so we also know that he'll be, once that's taken care of, heading over to Bozeman. Billings is about 140 miles west of Billings is 140 miles west of Bozeman, so that's about a 2-hour drive. President Trump also posted something recently on Truth Social after he landed there safely. Everything's okay. We've seen some videos. We have to confirm those videos of that landing, but the point is, it wasn't anything wild. The video was just a nice, calm landing. And here's President Trump moments ago.
In a really beautiful place, Montana. So beautiful flying over, and you just look down, and that's the way it's supposed to be. But we have a very high rating in Montana. We have a lot of popularity. I like them, they like me. But I'm here to do some fundraisers, and most importantly, to support Tim Sheehy, who's running for the U.S. Senate. And we think he's going to do really well. We're going to have a rally, and it'll be a lot of fun. And then tomorrow we're going to do some more different stops, different states, all good, all great people. And we're leading in all of the polls now. Just about every poll has us leading. They found out that this is a phony that we're running against, a person that had no idea what she was doing on the border, has no idea what's happening with inflation, had no idea what they did when it came to Afghanistan, the most embarrassing day in the life of our country. There's never been anything so embarrassing. We should have gotten out with dignity and strength, not the way they got out. It's an embarrassment to our country. So we have a great campaign. We have something that's going to be really very important. It's called, going to make America great again. And it's going to happen very fast. We're going to become energy independent again. Prices are going to start going down, including for food, for energy, and everything else. And we're going to really do a job. Thank you very much.
So there you go, President Trump on Truth Social moments ago from Billings, Montana. That's about 140 miles or so west of Bozeman. So he'll be heading to Bozeman, of course. Still slated for the pre-program to start at 8 p.m. Eastern and then at 10 o'clock Eastern start time. If anything changes there, of course, we'll have that for you. But at the end of the day, a great day in Montana for the rally today. Thanks so much for staying with us. And joining us right now is the great patriot himself, Mike Lindell, joining us from Minnesota. And Mike, Tim Walz, unfortunately, you have to say he's your governor, right?
Right.
So what are your thoughts with that?
Well, what a great gift it is that they picked him for VP. Like the president, our real president said, thank you. You got the whole world and the whole country is going to find out what we already knew in Minnesota. There is nobody further left than Walz. He's as far left, progressive, evil as you can get. And I can say that personally. I've had personal run-ins with him back with the China virus when I tried to give masks out to Minnesota before I knew they worked. When Walz said he needed them, and he said, "Oh no, we're not going to take yours till after the election because you're going to use it for publicity." And things like this. He shut down our Christian churches in Minnesota, but yet he opened the mosque up where they could put out the call of Allah with sound things on the buildings in Minneapolis. And he wants abortion, all the way up to birth and maybe even after. He's ruined our school systems there. We're letting these things in schools. He burned down Minneapolis. And you say, well, he didn't do it. The mayor didn't. No, but they were in cahoots. He let it burn. We know this is back when I spent a lot of time in Minneapolis back in my addiction days, my crack cocaine and not just them, but the streets where these were burned down, those streets in particular, they're right next to, not too far from a teen challenge where a lot of my addiction work now is done. And all my friends back then that I was doing drugs with and that they had rebuilt their lives and had all these businesses down there. 2 of them are born again Christians that work for MyPillow. And what happens? He just lets all their businesses be burned down and all the buildings. It was disgusting. Didn't call in the National Guard for, I think, almost 30 hours, and our real president had to do that. And this is kind of an interesting story, too, is I was going to run for governor. Everyone was telling me, Mike, run for governor, run for governor. I never committed to it. After the 2020 election, Walz put out over $1 million in flyers all over Minnesota. Everybody's house got these big flyers in the mail, bad-mouthing Mike Lindell that you do not want this guy running for governor or being governor. I never said I was running. In fact, after the 2020 election, I said I wouldn't run to be a dog catcher unless we get rid of these voting machines. And Walz, I can't think of anybody worse. If I was a Democrat and he would have been my last choice in the world. Now, let me tell you this, though. The confusing part to me is what are they up to? Because they're not doing their traditional, let's lower the price of gas, let's go in the inner cities and tell the blacks and Hispanics what great things we did. They're not doing that, everybody. And in order to steal an election, any election, it has to be believable, okay? Nobody's going to believe this at all. So you're going to have all kinds of these deviations. They're going to try and steal it. And but all you got to do is watch your Fox Newses of the world and watch what polls they put out. Because look at the poll they put out after the debate. Biden's polling even with Trump. You have to brainwash the Fox News watchers in order to pull something off. It's disgusting what they do over there at Fox and these other outlets. They don't talk about the great things going on, Matt. The great things going on where we have, things in Georgia. They're getting caught everywhere. All these things now, it's all coming out. All this crime's coming out. It's being, I'm being vindicated, going, Mike, you were right. Mike, you were right. I get 100 texts a day now going, Mike, you were right. Well, look what happened in Georgia. Can you believe they did this? Look at this. I'm going, really? You're telling me that?
Well, Mike, it's because obviously you're in line with truth and common sense, and anything that's contrary to that is what you see in the mainstream media and a lot of what's happening on the left when it comes to the leadership positions. One more thing about Walz. They were calling him cuddly, folksy, and all that, but at the end of the day, we know he is pro-communist, anti-God, anti-morality, and anti-freedom. Am I not right?
No, you're 100% right. He speaks Mandarin. He's many trips to China. I think he lived over there for a year. This guy is not folksy. He is like, he might on the cover, he looks like, this grandpa-looking guy from the Midwest. Wrong, everybody. Peel back the onion. This is the thing where we're very blessed where we are with our voices, everybody. 3.5 years after January 7th and 8th, when they tried to silence our voices forever. If you put a candidate like Walz up, and back then, prior to 7th and 8th of January of 21, anytime prior to that, you go back a decade, wouldn't matter. You had just a few outlets, your CNNs of the world and your MSNBCs and your Fox News. They're putting out this narrative that he's all folksy, whatever. And the truth would not get out. But now, since 7th and 8th, we've had of January, in the last 3.5 years, all these outlets and platforms have opened up. All these social media platforms here, Truth Social, Frank Social, your new Twitter, even Zuckerberg's Facebook is a little different now. But you got all these platforms, and you still have the great news outlets like RSBN, which has been there through it all, by the way, everybody. And so with the word's getting out about him. I was so happy when I heard he was running for VP. I said, they're not going to be able to paint a picture to the general public because everybody's on these phones now and all these social media platforms. All you got to do is click on one. I don't care if it's Gab, Getter, Truth, Frank Social, Twitter. Well, let's see. What does really Tim Walz stand for? E-ball. Wait a minute. Let's Google it. E-ball. Let's Google it. E-ball. I mean, evil. I mean, come on. So they can't hide it anymore. Mike, they can't lie to the people. They can't lie to the people.
Mike, you're so right. The progressive playbook is radically left. We know that. Everyone sees that. Nobody's hiding. The only person hiding is Harris, who has not been out there for the news conferences at all. Your thoughts about her not really taking on any questions?
Well, she can't. I mean, come on. Well, you guys, this is, they're going to try and steal it again, and which is going to be the biggest blessing ever of everybody. We've got a great plan, which I'll talk about in a bit, to secure our elections. And this time, no one's going to believe it. I mean, it's like this. If I said, hey, here's China virus 2.0, guys, have a ball. We're not going to fall for it. We're not going to eat like we did. Like, by the way, Walt in Minnesota made us eat outside restaurants in snowbanks. Our plates would melt into the snow. You couldn't eat in the restaurant, okay? If Thanksgiving, you could have, it was either 8 or 10 people only in your house. And if you had one more person, your neighbor could turn in, he had a turn-in website, you had to do 90 days in jail. That was going to be the fine. On Christmas, he gave us 2 more people. We got a couple more. Hey, it's Christmas, boy, bring them in, So, if you're them, what would you do? I was looking if I'm their marketer. I would hide Kamala Harris. She's been hidden for 3 years anyway as she ruined our border. Come on, aren't you ever going to go down to the border? Well, I haven't been to overseas either, or whatever she said at that time. Nobody knows where she's at now. But if you're the evil marketing scheme, now remember, everybody, this isn't Kamala Harris or Waltz. Is a big evil behind this. This uniparty deep state globalists and whatever they're planning up here and to do, you got to try and think through that. It doesn't make sense to me right now, but it's playing into where it's going to make sense when we get to this election. And you, like I say, if you handed us China virus 2.0, no one's going to wear masks again. We're not going to do the same stuff. We're not going to tolerate it. Just like we're not going to tolerate election crime 2.0. Let's steal another election 2.0. It's not going to happen. And what's going to be the manifestations of that is we're going to end up to this beautiful place of same-day voting, paper ballots, hand counted. That will be there. It might not be there totally this election, but it's getting there.
Exactly.
It's got a great thing happening.
The GOP platform, those 20 promises, one of them is exactly that, to have voter ID, same-day voting, and the like. So on the ballot is freedom versus tyranny, and it's the truth. I mean, Mike, your thoughts about Venezuela right now, your thoughts about the United Kingdom right now, where they're looking at a lot of social media posts and saying they're going to come after people if they say certain things. Now, we understand not talking about propagating violence or anything like that, but just freedom of saying, hey, I don't like that person, I like this person. They might come after you. That's kind of a little bit extreme.
Well, let's just look at, you don't have to look too far, but in our own country, we go to Michigan. I believe it was, I can't remember what her name is. Is it Gretchen or something up there? She just tried to pass the thing a couple of days ago. She might have made an executive order. If you question the election coming up, it's a crime. She's trying to make that a crime. I mean, this is just 2 days ago, everybody. This is bizarre, and then you've got that, and then in our country, you add lawfare to that. Boy, if you speak out about your opinion, you get sued for $4 billion. I can tell you that firsthand. Don't talk How dare you talk? You know?
And
I'll tell you,
in the state of Pennsylvania, to your point, there is an election task force that has also been recently created that's probably right in line with what the leadership of the left is trying to do. At the end of the day, Mike, all we want is our country just to continue on when it comes to the Constitution, truth, freedom. You know what I mean?
Well, it all starts with our elections, everybody. Everything goes back to that. That's why they don't want. Why do you think they've attacked me for over a year, worse than they did in 2021, and attacked my pillow? The worst attacks on the company in history. They're doing it not because I want to overturn the 2020 election. That ship sailed. Donald Trump's got, he's running. We're only 4 months from this next election. They're attacking me because I want to get rid of the voting machines and go to paper ballots, hand counted. Do you know when I just gave a speech at the rally in Minnesota, I think it was about a week ago, one of the things I said there was 132 countries have banned electronic voting machines or they don't use them. Over 100 countries have banned early voting and mail-in voting. There's a reason that these countries have banned these things, everybody. We have the worst elections in the world. There's no other country worse than the United States now. So we get one shot at this to get our great real president back in and then secure our election platforms for the future and make it the best we can make it, which is paper ballots, hand counting, same-day voting, signature required, precinct level, it goes on and on. And I told our real president, I said, when you get in, because he wants to do that right away, and I said, you're going to be fighting these companies out there, these machine companies. I've been fighting all this uniparty deep state that wants to keep them. You do realize this, that I ran into states like South Dakota. We can't even get a cast vote record there. No, that's all Republican. Why would they want to get rid of these machines and go to paper? Why wouldn't Arkansas, Alabama, all these states? We have great things going on in Missouri. They just won't stop fighting there. They're getting what they want. We had great people elected there, including the new Secretary of State that's going to be running now in the primaries that all won. The people we need in power that know our elections are important. Our government deemed them critical infrastructure. We've got to get there,
Exactly. And then once we get there, then draining the swamp would be the next plan, there in Washington. So having our freedoms restored, having our country say no to communism, no to tyranny, and yes to truth and common sense. Mike, let's talk about a couple more things before we go back to Bozeman. Obviously, we'll be going back there live here with Mike Fortnick and Vanessa Broussard. But Mike, can you talk to us about the Recovery Network some more, and also the hand of God on this country right now, on President Trump, in the name of Jesus?
Yeah, absolutely. Our country right now, and people come up to me all the time and they say, Mike, when you spoke at the Rose Garden, and back right before the China virus, you said God's given us grace for such a time as this, and we got to spend time, get back in our Bibles. A nation had turned its back on God. But I say, you know what? This is grace. God has given us grace for right now. And during this time, people have all the stuff that's happening. You're going to get to a great place we're going, and you're going to look back and say, even the bad stuff have to happen. People don't look to God when things are going good. It's usually when things are going pretty bad and they feel hopeless. Well, people are pouring into this bucket, the biggest revival for Jesus Christ in history, everybody. They're pouring in. They're going, but there is hope, and that hope is Jesus. This is all about eternity. A nation had turned its back on God, but God could have just been gone. We got blessed in 2020 in that election in the middle of the night when all of a sudden, boom, we overrun the algorithms. If we went with that, wouldn't have happened. All the states would have reported. We'd all went to bed. Biden would have won. We'd have said, oh, we're a nation. We're done. Everybody's turned into a bunch of transvestite lovers and blah, blah, blah. And we're going down this path of evil, right? But that didn't happen. They were caught. So we have 3.5 years of opening up this onion and seeing where the evil lies and beating the evil and getting more and more people to get into this bucket for Jesus Christ, and also the political bucket of common sense. They're jumping in from everywhere. We need to God has given us grace. It's the best time in history to be alive. And we do have a plan, everybody. We do have a plan. I'm going to back off a little bit here. I'm going to say, Everyone now that's they're feeling hopeless, and then with that border open and fentanyl pouring in, people are turning to drugs and stuff too, or drug addicts are even using more. Everybody, you can go to LindellRecoveryNetwork.org. It's free. I set it up, LindellRecoveryNetwork.org. I go there. If you want to help out too, we can sure use donations. That's my platform, which I thought I'd be doing the whole time. Instead, I've been concentrating on election platforms, which, by the way, I want to quick tell that plan. If everybody go to LindellPlan.com, the whole plan is laid out to secure our elections. You secure your mail-in ballot, get your mail-in ballot, don't open it when you go there on the game day on November 5th to vote. And if they say you've already voted, you say, no, I have not. At that time, it becomes identity theft. We're going to need all this data to not only get rid of these machines once and for all, but also to get if they do steal it, this is a different kind of evidence where they have to look into it. Every county in the United States. So we have a lot of tools we didn't have back then.
And I know it's Cause of America with you, and I know you've worked with PrecinctStrategy.com and also True the Vote. So a lot of great things happening out there for our country when it comes to election security.
Absolutely.
Last question I have for you, Mike, before I let you go here, and I think there are a number of people that are leaning Democratic that might be watching this broadcast, and wherever they are right now, whether it's on X, Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, wherever. President Trump wants to be the president of all Americans, right? And I know there's a lot of different thoughts and hearts and minds about all these different issues out there. But Mike, what's your message to the people that are on the left but would say, you know what, I don't want my kids to go to, a drag story hour, that kind of thing, but they vote Democrat.
Right.
They vote Democrat, though. The point is, we got to win hearts and minds. Am I not right?
No, you're exactly right. And when I tell them, I actually have a program called Flipping Democrats, where went into Chicago and all the inner cities, and we talked to Democrats that voted for Biden and then now are voting for Donald Trump, and we asked them why. When the last one I did in Chicago, almost all of them, these were mostly Hispanics and blacks, were so upset that the illegals were pouring in, taking their jobs because crooked employers were paying them cash. They're taking their jobs and they're taking their resources. If they had any addiction, like we were just talking about, the treatment centers filling up with the illegals. You've got places like Minnesota, where Waltz just said any illegal can have a driver's license, then what else do they get to do? They get to vote. And now let me tell you, so if you're a Democrat out there, I want you to rewind your mind. Go back to December of 2019, and you remember how you were physically here, wherever your baseline was. Remember how, where gas was, where the consumer confidence was, where all the stuff that Donald Trump had done for the black community, the Hispanic community, the Christians communities, but also for the economy. And if you rewind there, if that's what your concerns are, you're going to go, wow, these decisions that are made at that White House and by politicians, this is what they manifest to. And in all his attacks, he had manifested all the decisions made to help all people, no matter what they are. He didn't do it just to help Republicans or Democrats. And I will tell you this party that's in there now, call it Democrat, call it whatever you want. I call it the Unit Party, is what's in there. I'm back and forth. But anyway, what they've done to our country, they have an evil agenda which doesn't help anybody, any people. So when they're making decisions that don't help a party or the people that are here in the United States, it's a hidden agenda, and it is so evil beyond anything the world has ever seen. So, you really have to. And by the way, we're going to the Democrat convention. We're going to be there all week, and we're going to be doing just that, talking to Democrats in the street and getting them over to the bucket of common sense.
So, Mike, you said last week we did that interview with you, and you were joking about going to the DNC. Did you actually get credentialed to go inside the DNC in Chicago?
No, they turned us down, but we think we got 2 passes coming. I told CNN, I said, you know what? Maybe I could shave my mustache and sneak in with you guys, and I'll do whatever it takes, everybody. I want to save this country, and no, we're going to be based at the Trump Hotel in Chicago. We're going to have big events there that to the locals there. and we're going to be bringing in Democrats and having this event, and we're going to be live from there on Frank's Beach. It's going to be beautiful. I'm bringing Rudy Giuliani with me. It's going to be a great time. If you're there, you're welcome to come on up. And I don't know if you guys got in, but they denied us. But we think we might be able to get a couple passes though. Now I don't know. We'll see if I would go in there. Probably not, but I'm definitely be out in the streets, you know.
Awesome. Mike Lindell, you're a rock star. Everybody loves you in this country, except for some of the people on the left. Hopefully they'll convert, though, to love you, Mike, because you're a great guy. Tell us finally, it's the RSBN promo code for your store, right?
Yeah, you guys, RSBN, My Pillow has been one of the most attacked companies in history. RSBN has been there since the very beginning for us. And I'll tell you what, you guys getting us through, my employee-owned company getting attacked every day. Use that promo code RSBN. You guys, you go to the website now and you're going to get our mattress topper, these new mattress topper, the My Pillow patented foam. The queen size alone has over 14,000 individual comfort support that we designed on there, right? And that is, and you get a free set of percale sheets with it, and free shipping. You can't beat this. So I think they're as low as $119.99, and so you get it's free. And then we have all these $25 extravaganza on sale, products that we've had on sale that we're leaving, for $25, a 6-piece towel set. Another product we have on there right now is our My Pillows, where it all started. For $1998 for the queen size, 83 million My Pillows we've sold, and a lot of them to the RSBN listeners. But promo code RSBN, everybody remember that, RSBN. It's a win-win-win. You're helping My Pillow and my employee-owned company. You're helping RSBN, Right Side Broadcast Network. You're helping them, as we're a great sponsor, and we love them helping us. But more importantly, and most importantly, you're helping you all get the best sleep of your life and get the best products made in the USA, the My Pillow and the toppers, but you're getting products that help you. And so it's a win-win-win.
And that is it right there, Mike Lindell. Win-win-win, and that's what we believe what will happen in November. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Anytime. God bless.
God bless you. So, obviously, Mike Lindell there in Minnesota, plenty to say about Tim Walz, the cuddly person that the left-wing media wants to call him. But at the end of the day, we know that you could also have a number of other situations when it comes to a wolf in sheep's clothing as well. You might look great on the outside, but on the inside, might be dealing with some certain things when it comes to left-wing woke mindsets, that kind of thing. So, anyway, that was a wonderful time there with Mike Lindell. Just to rewind a little bit, we know that President Trump is on his way from Billings, Montana. He had to make a stop there to get his plane taken care of, and then he's going to be on his way to Bozeman for this live speech. Of course, tonight, 10 o'clock, you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. If we have any split screen, I don't know if we have that yet for the inside of the venue there in Bozeman, but obviously, big sky country. You're looking at 4 electoral votes at stake in Montana. A lot of patriots there and across the country, wherever President Trump has been, whether it's J.D. Vance or even just a MAGA event or a Freedom Conservative Movement event, you see the majority of people supporting the common sense values of our country. Through the polls, through boots on the ground, through the videos, not only on Right Side, but also social media. You see it all the time. You see people from all walks of life realizing what it was like under President Trump versus what it is like currently under President Biden, the fake President Biden, of course. And then we've got the fake news coming up with a debate on September 10th that is on NBC. It will be between President Trump and Kamala Harris, so that'll be interesting to hear those debates. Other interesting debates will be between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz as well. So a lot to see and unfold over the next 87 days until the election, November 5th. Obviously, Right Side Broadcasting Network with you every step of the way. We cover everybody from the people all the way to the president and have been doing that since 2015. No teleprompters here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are just speaking from our heart and our mind, and we are glad you're with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And without this next company and a few of the sponsors, it would be very difficult to do what we're doing by traveling to locations and paying staff and all that. But the wellness company has an emergency kit there. You can see ivermectin is part of what's in this kit. All you have to do is go to makecaregreatagain.com for more information. So as you know, the world is getting more unpredictable by the day. We've got the assassination attempt, rumors of civil war, an unstable stock market, and now the looming threat of the bird flu is on people's minds. So there's a lot going on, but we know through faith in God and getting our country back, and then on top of that, having an emergency kit, we're going to be all right. This is the wellness company emergency kit, ivermectin, amoxicillin, a Z-Packs in that kit. Always good to have one at your work, in your car, at your house, wherever, to knock out any of the bacteria or viruses trying to come your way. So you can save a percentage there with the RSBN promo code. That's the Wellness Company Contagion Emergency Kit, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So we know that at 8 o'clock, the program will start there in Bozeman, Montana. And then at 10 o'clock, President Trump will take the stage. That all depends on travel schedules when it comes to Trump Force One, the motorcade, and the like. So we will see as soon as that happens, we'll go there live in Bozeman. Now, the reason why you're seeing just me on the screen right now is because our cameras are getting access to the inside of the arena there in Bozeman. As soon as we get access, that live shot will appear on the screen there, and we will go there live. In the meantime, under the current administration, Montanans have spent $10,000 more on transportation, $5,000 more on energy, nearly $4,000 more dollars on food, and $6,000 more on shelter. This is on average since January of 2021. So we see what it was like then under President Trump, and obviously what it's like under this current administration. So Harris hasn't been around any news conferences or any kind of real long form sit down interviews for 19 days. That's when she allegedly took over with the Democrat Party, in the sense of was installed by the Democrats. I mean, there was no votes by the people for that to happen. Last time I checked, this thing's about we the people. We're the ones that are supposed to hire and fire the ones that we want in office. Well, the Democrats, if I was a Democrat, I didn't have a voice. My voice wasn't heard. You know, 14 million people, as President Trump says about Biden, 14 million people did vote for Biden in the primaries. You know, we know that the majority of the country is voting for President Trump, as we've seen with the polls, Rasmussen and the like. But there are three questions that the Trump camp has asked the Harris camp. This was just released yesterday. Here are the three questions. You chose Tim Walz as your running mate because he reflects the values you hold. He has now been exposed as a liar and a fraud. Is this pick a self-reflection of yourself? This is from the Trump camp asking the Harris camp. The next question, why did you layer the former Biden campaign staff with Obama's team? Do you not have confidence with Team Biden? And then the next one and the final question there, as we take a live look in Bozeman, Montana. This from the Trump camp to the Harris camp. When is your next press conference? That's the question from the Trump camp to the Harris camp. So let's see when that would happen. We'll see. Yesterday in West Palm Beach, actually Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago, as we get ready to go back out there to Bozeman, Montana, that arena, guys, as you know, will be rocking tonight. It'll be so loud there, just like it has been at every event. And it's obviously because people are happy to see the guy that said fight, 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 AKA President Trump, the leader of the free world, the outsider president, the people's president. But on top of that, the people are loud because, and I'm saying this because I know, because I've talked to a lot of people there and I've been at these rallies. So you're hearing from a personal account as well that I love the country too. I want freedom as well. So before we get to a few more quotes from yesterday's press conference, in case you missed it here on Right Side, I do want to tell you about the RSBN newsletter. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter gets you a lot of great reporting into your email inbox, including information about events and rallies and coverage that we're doing. So those stories can go right to your email inbox. All you have to do is go to RSB Network. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can see those exclusive offers and America First updates right there on your screen. So stay plugged in with Right Side. Real quick plug for X on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So reverse that, Right Side Broadcasting Network on X. We are about, I think, at last look for me, was about 700 or 800 followers to the 1 million mark on X. So if you are on X watching us right now and you like what you hear or like what you see, or even if you disagree, it's okay. We have the right in our country to disagree, and we shouldn't be penalized for that. The point is, go ahead and follow Right Side. Let's get that number to 1 million on X. We've got about pushing about 700,000 on Truth Social, so at RSBN for Truth Social and at RSB Network on X, including that newsletter there if you go to our website. Before we get out there to Bozeman, as soon as I hear that we could throw it back out there live, we'll go there in a second. But yesterday, President Trump at that press conference in Mar-a-Lago said, quote, "We have a very sick country right now, the most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. And, quote, "we have a culture of no common sense." This from President Trump yesterday. I thought that was beautifully put. We have a culture of no common sense. That's all we're looking for. It's common sense to have freedom. It's common sense to be able to make money, to have a job, hopefully get lower taxes, right? It's common sense to have better gas prices. President Trump did that for us under the first administration there. So I know a lot of this is preaching to the choir to many of you. I know a majority of you watching right now are already on this, on that page of our country. So, we're just echoing that, but at the end of the day, it has to continue. The true narrative has to continue, of course, as the false narrative keeps getting spoken about so widely by 95 to 98% of the media out there. They're constantly lying to you. They're constantly doing propaganda. And I know because I worked in mainstream media back in the day, right? So I kind of knew that was the way it was. So I had to report certain things. And I was, after a while, I just knew that, hey, there's the conservative media in its infancy, on its upswing. And I knew then that when I saw Right Side Broadcasting Network, even while I was working in various stations around the country, I always had my eye on this network. And there are other great conservative networks out there too, but at the end of the day, the people that are for the people and for the president and for freedom and for truth, Right Side Broadcasting Network is a bullseye for that. So in the sense of right on point. So a great place to work and a great place to interview you, the American people. We know also moving forward, as soon as we hear any information about any other rallies or events coming up, we'll be there live with you every step of the way, all the way through the election and beyond. We heard from a number of people out there today in Bozeman, Montana, who are very excited when they see Right Side Broadcasting Network because they can count on us for the full speeches. And how awesome is it when President Trump says, "Look at that crowd," and he messes with the mainstream media because none of them will really turn the cameras. But you know that this network you can count on to show you what's going on. And that is common sense, right? There's no pulling the wool over your eyes. There's no lying there. It's all about the truth of what's happening at that event at that time. So it's great to see those tens of thousands of people that show up to these events, whether they're inside, whether they're outside. So obviously great to cover these historic times in conservative media and in our world. And on my Truth Social, at Matthew Alvarez, I put a pinned tweet. It says historic, and it has an American flag icon or emoji, right? And it was from the Grand Rapids, Michigan event. This was 7 days after we covered right here at Right Side the terrible events of July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione was there live when this all happened. And of course, here at Right Side, we were in the studio. I was in the studio here watching what was unfolding and seeing him stand up like that and say, "Fight, fight, fight." He was showing the American people, hey, that's what I'm going to do, or you're going to join me. Let's get this done. Let's win this election through peace through strength. Let's win this through working hard, praying hard, and doing what we can with election integrity. So It was 7 days later that those of you watching from Grand Rapids, Michigan, a shout out to you guys, was there live with a number of you. And the crowd being so loud when President Trump took the stage there in Grand Rapids and interviewing a number of you before that, it was a very historic time. But it's not just about that rally. It's not just because I posted it and I said it was historic. There's so many things that are historic right now. As soon as I stop blabbing on here and talking, we're going to go to Bozeman, Montana, and Vanessa and Mike are going to take over, and you're going to see today more history in the making. Every one of these rallies is historic. So it's great to be able to share this with you, the viewer. Follow us on Truth Social at RSBN. And just remember, the reason why I'm so kind of like passionate about in this way is because for 20 stinking years, I had to stay quiet in the mainstream media. I really couldn't have said things like Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president. If I would have said that on local news or whatever, that would have been my last day working there. That could have been a good thing. But I'm able to say those things here because it is freedom of speech. Now, the point is as well, President Trump is running for all of America, right? So if you don't believe a certain way, that's not this discussion right here. What it is the truth versus the lies of what we're dealing with in our country. So, all right, anyway. All I know is I see a lot of great swing state polls right now for President Trump. If you look at Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and North Carolina, you see leads for President Trump. You also see states, if you remember, guys, in 2016, he won every one of those states. He won Pennsylvania, he won Georgia, he won Wisconsin, he won Michigan, he won Arizona, he won North Carolina. He won them in his first go-around, right? In 2020, for some reason, every one of those states I just mentioned, I'm pretty sure, I got to fact check real quick, I'm pretty sure every one of those states he so-called lost. Well, now we fast forward to 2024. Here we go again, hopefully in the sense of the first go-around, the 2016 time, only because of this. Whoever votes for the candidate the most should win, right? Ideally, we have a free and fair election coming up this November and 87 days from now. There's a lot of election security out there going on, election integrity going on, and hopefully some of the Democrats would say, you know what, let's be honest about this. And Republicans as well. Let's just be honest and let this be an honest, free, and fair election. We know the world that we're living in, though, now. So what do? We believe, we work hard, we pray hard, and let's make it too big to rig, according to President Trump's motto there when it comes to the themes that you guys see at all of these different events and rallies around the country. So I'm just reporting what President Trump is saying about that. We know on the other side of the aisle and the leadership positions there that they do want to push a more progressive, radical left agenda into our country. And the thing is, and I don't care what anybody looks like, right, and skin color, that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the morality and truth and freedom versus terrible things that are going on, right? And more control and more tyranny. So this is what we're facing. We know that. So you don't need me to tell you. You guys know that. I know at home, and that's what we're facing on the ballot this November. So this is the opposite of fake news here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is the complete opposite to some of the hosts that are on some of the other networks that are talking. And I'm glad. And you're going to hear that not only from me, you'll hear that from Bobby McNeely and Vanessa Broussard, and you're going to hear that from Paul Ingrassia and Nikki Stanzione and others here at Right Side, and others in conservative media. So this is an actual thing that's happening, and it's just wild to be sitting here, to be honest with you, and just watch how everything's forming over these next 87 days and beyond when it comes to mainstream media, conservative media, and who's watching what. And I mean, I know a lot of you Americans out there are starting to, well, most of you have already woken up, just like myself. I woke up too. We all had to do it at some point, and are turning off the mainstream media and are going toward the conservative media because it's common sense and truth. And you want to hear things that resonate with yourself. I do. You know, if somebody else was in this chair or somebody else was at the, well, even today, when Mike is out there not Lindell, Fortnick, with Vanessa Broussard today. He's a new guy, so I have to remember his last name here. I'm trying to get it. But my point is, I like to listen here just like you guys do, hearing from we the people. That's why we interview the people so much, because we just want to let them have an opportunity to share their thought and their mind with the American people. I do want to go to one quick thing here with Right Side Broadcasting Network before we get ready to toss it out there. Right Side Broadcasting Network, the headline for Truth Social reads as follows. Right Side Broadcasting Network is a pro-free speech network dedicated to bringing the truth to the American people and the world. That is awesome, and that is something that we have joined together to do, to give you freedom of speech in the sense of not editing any of your, what you're saying out there with all those interviews we've done. If there's something that is speaking and any threats and that kind of thing, we're going to pull away from that, because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people that want to share about their country, share about God, share about Donald Trump, and have the freedom to do so. So that's what we're dealing with. We see in these other countries, and I know that a number of you are, I'm going to bring up a couple things, and then we'll be moving on here in a second, but the things going on in Venezuela right now with Maduro, saying that he won this election, and all of these people are out in the streets. And then how about Brazil? You remember Jair Bolsonaro? Jair Bolsonaro won that election. The people wanted him too. And then if you look at the United Kingdom right now, it's very tough out there. There's a lot of terrible things going on, and it's a lot of migrant-involved things when it comes to people that are not citizens. So Europe is not doing so hot. You got South America not doing great. You've got Ukraine and Russia, the situation there. You've got Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah. You got all this stuff going on. You got our country and going through it. No wonder we're saying we need President Trump back in office. No wonder we're saying we need peace through strength. No wonder we're saying we have to get to be that city on a hill again and have freedom shine brightly. No wonder we're saying we need to have a revival in this country. No wonder, right? So anyway, you're not going to get any mainstream kind of flow with me. I'm just, I like to be as genuine as I can with you, and that's what I liked about working with everybody I work with at this network, including Bobby McNeely and Titus Ellis Smith the other day in Atlanta, Georgia. I mean, just hearing people just speak from the heart and the mind. And resonating with you, the viewer, because we're on the same team. You that are conservative, you that are believing in the Bible, and if you don't believe in the Bible, I'm not really trying to go there too much. It's really about our country and just winning an election so we can have freedom to be able to speak freely and live freely, right, within a moral compass, So it's just wonderful to be a part of. So. All right, so my name is Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow on Truth Social. I love Truth Social. Tucker Carlson, shout out to you for joining Truth Social. Awesome to have more conservative powerhouses on Truth. I do want to get to a couple of statistics, and then as soon as I hear from our directors, we'll be going back there live to Mike and Vanessa Broussard. They're in the Bozeman arena there, Bozeman, Montana. Of course, President Trump on his way there to speak at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock on the West Coast. 8 o'clock will be the pre-program, so a number of great speakers. I'm sure Tim Sheehy will also be speaking, and a number of other great patriots there. We're looking for the great victories with Joe Kent out of the state of Washington, Kerry Lake out of Arizona, and many others across the country, Hung Kao, who is out of Virginia, and a number of other people throughout the country that are running on an America First, MAGA freedom agenda that are all about peace and strength. If you remember, peacefully and patriotically, that's all that was said that day. So that's what we're looking for, is peace through strength in this country and our country to be restored. So Let me get to one of these Truth Social posts from President Trump earlier. And now, I did mention this maybe a couple hours ago. For those of you just joining us, we know that Joe Rogan, the podcaster, decided to put his vote behind RFK Jr. the other day. Well, President Trump said this about that on Truth Social. It will be interesting to see how loudly Joe Rogan gets booed the next time he enters the UFC ring. MAGA 2024, that according to President Trump's Truth Social post. Again, let me read it again. It will be interesting to see how loudly Joe Rogan gets booed the next time he enters the UFC ring. I like Joe Rogan. It's fun to watch him interview all these, intelligent, great people about all these awesome topics. And then he was shaking President Trump's hand every time President Trump would walk into the arena there at the UFC fights, right? When Tucker and maybe Kid Rock and others walk in, the crowd's going wild. And you always see President Trump, he points at Joe and Joe Rogan, and they shake hands. Well, I don't know if they're going to shake hands anymore, because Joe has a big audience, and I think he's just trying to be cool. He's just trying to be cool. He doesn't want to play sides because he doesn't want to lose his audience. But those days are over. Cancel culture and all that, this is about our country, literally about our country, literally about freedom versus tyranny, literally about the truth versus lies. So this is not about making extra money with cancel culture. This is about literally, how else can I say it, right? There's many other words out there to use. I could be more passionate about it, but that's really what it's about. So that's what we're facing. And that's why we have these arenas that arena right there is getting crowded. It's going to be packed. And that's what we like to show here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, just the crowds having a great time out there, supporting President Trump, supporting all of the MAGA candidates, the America First candidates. And if you stripped all those names away, if you stripped MAGA away, the name, or America First, it would come down to what they represent. And what they represent is truth and freedom. And that's about it. Truth's a pretty big topic, right? So truth, freedom, same thing. That's what MAGA is about. That's what conservatism is about. And so that's what we're hoping to see happen here, November 5th, 87 days from today. And we're looking forward to seeing a couple of these debates. President Trump yesterday talked about the different dates for the debate: September 4th, September 10th, September 25th on various networks. The September 10th date is the one that both the Harris camp and Trump camp have signed on in agreement to have that. That's going to be on Fake News NBC. Then the ABC one will be on September 25th if both camps agree. I know President Trump has already said he wants to do one on the 4th, on September 4th on Fox. The September 10th one, NBC, and the September 25th on ABC. So Harris has only talked about the September 10th one, according to her X page on that account there. Speaking of X, two more things about X. One, President Trump, of course, going to be doing an interview with Elon Musk on Spaces coming up on Monday. That'll be quite interesting. A return to X for that period of time. Obviously, Truth Social going to new levels as our Right Side Broadcasting Network, as we see if we can get some live footage on Truth Social or Truth Plus, hopefully. But outside of that, we have, at last check, we have about 500 viewers or 500 followers away from 1 million people following us on Right Side Broadcasting Network on the page of on X. Right now it says 999,000.3. So we have 700 more people until we get to 1 million there on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So thank you guys so much for watching. And I know a lot of you are watching from around our country, and those of you that are watching from around the world, thank you so much for joining us. We know there are people from France and England, and I've seen Australia before. I may have seen South Africa as well. But yeah, it's a global company at this point, because what we're doing is we're standing with the free world, and we're standing for the people that love freedom in this country and around the world. So it's pretty awesome to see all that come together, and the culmination of it through tonight's rally and many more rallies to come. And then, of course, on November 5th, when it is time to finally see which person will be being sworn in on June 20th, 2025. Under President Trump, that means 2026, our country will celebrate 250 years for our country. It'll be our 250th birthday. That'll be shout out to those of you in Iowa at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Just imagine that, 2026, we'll have a 250th birthday, and President Trump would hold a huge event for that. And as you see there, people are starting to fill the seats more in that arena. We are still, let's see, it's 7 o'clock on the East Coast, so the pre-program starts at 8. Then President Trump scheduled to speak at 10. On top of that, we'll be going back out there to Mike and Vanessa live as soon as they get access into that building. So the reason why I've been on here for quite some time now is because they're going through security as well. They may be there on the media riser at this point. But once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. From the people to the president, it's always great to interact with all of you patriots out there, all those people that just love going to these events, and it's great to see you out there. If you watched before, the stickermule.com/RSBN, there's a lot of great RSBN swag and gear out there. A portion of that goes to Right Side Broadcasting Network. So it's stickermule.com/RSBN. So you could wear some of that gear. If you're wearing a MAGA hat, awesome. And then you can wear some of the RSBN gear as well. So it is the top of the hour. I'm Matthew Alvarez here in Alabama. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll see you right after this commercial break.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Bozeman, Montana. I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you all here with us on this Friday. TGIF to all of you. We are now inside the Brick Breeden Field House on the campus of Montana State University. And as you can see behind me, people are starting to file in. The doors have just opened. thousands of people are outside waiting to get into this arena where a lot of the sports teams play. I'm told there's also some concerts that are often held here as well. So yes, we are here on the campus of Montana State University. We are going to have a great day. We have so far, talking to the hundreds of people out there who we've interviewed and the thousands of people out there in line still waiting to get in. Everyone is excited. Everyone's happy. A lot of first-timers as well when it comes to Trump rallies, and they're excited to see the president here stomping for not just himself, but for Congress as well. We need some more representation in the House and the Senate. So there are some key Senate races going on, and also House races as well. And you're going to hear a lot about that whenever the pre-program starts in about an hour here, local time, at the stage behind me. We're going to hear a lot about these state races that are up for grabs in November. And it's very important that Montana gets these people, they get them elected so we can have more representation in the House and in the Senate. Mike, how are you feeling? Come on and join us.
Feeling great.
Yes. So far, so good. The crowd has been energetic, and you've had a great time as well, speaking to all of these people and getting to know everyone here in Montana.
It's really been fantastic. I was just outside talking to law enforcement before I came in, and the lines are enthusiastic. People are outside cheering. It's as people are just pouring into this stadium here. I think we have 5,000 seats here to fill. There are far more than 5,000 people outside. That I will attest to. I think the last numbers we heard was close to 16,000 people outside right now. So it's going to be an amazing event. Everyone is very excited for President Trump to arrive, and I think that everyone's going to get their money's worth.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to get more into the crowd and all of the people and all of the excitement from inside this arena coming up. But we want to remind you about Birch Gold and the Birch Gold Group. This is an easy way for you to roll over your 401k and your IRAs into precious gold. You can do that by texting the word Trump to 989898. The Birch Gold Group are professionals in their field that can help you get on the right path to saving your money. We all know that the dollar is on the decline. It's very scary. We don't know just how farther down it can go or will go. And so this will help you save, and you can be safe with gold. So make sure you text the word Trump to 989898. They have a A+ 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers. Text the word Trump to 989898. Yeah, a lot of people turning to gold right now because of the decline in the dollar, and this is just the way to go. And when a lot of people think that whenever you invest money, or you think of gold, or you think of rolling over IRAs and 401ks, that you have to start with a lot, and you really don't. If you just have a little bit of money to start, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, secure your future. Start where you can. Invest a little. Investing a little today is better than not investing at all. Mm-hmm. So if you have the ability to invest even just a little bit, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, now is definitely the time to do it, because the future of America is uncertain. We're hopeful, but it's really uncertain. So now is the time. Don't wait. Text the word Trump to 989898. Okay, a lot of news to get to today. We are awaiting for one of the state reps to join us on stage. We're hoping that he'll come up here momentarily to talk about how important it is for Montana to get out and vote in November, not just in the presidential race, but for these congressional seats that are up for grabs as well. Big issue people are talking about is the border.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard it time and time again today. It's, the border security, and people just want to feel safe at home.
Yeah, and looking at the numbers, the latest numbers, over 10 million illegal aliens have crossed over the border since Biden and Harris took office. So the Biden administration, they are at fault here. Do you know that President Biden and Harris, they could have stopped this from day one? All they have to do is put the pen to the paper and sign an executive order to close our borders, but they refuse to do so. And so they're not listening to the American people. It's all a political witch hunt, and they want these illegals in here so they can vote, because the Biden-Harris administration knows they cannot win a fair election with the American people. So they're wanting these illegals to come in and get them registered to vote.
Yeah, it's a really scary time where we now have to worry about people who don't live in our country affecting our elections. So, it's you hear that, and it's wild. It's wild to think that our current administration wants to import voters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about what we're saying. So, it's very important on the local level, on the national level, that we make this move to secure our country and our border so that people can, again, just feel safe. I mean, it's a resounding number one issue is our border.
Yeah.
And, hearing people say that they're not safe in their home, it just shouldn't be in this country.
Not in America. You're absolutely right. And when you talk to the people, no matter if you're down south on the East Coast, West Coast, we're up north in Montana, the people are worried about the illegal aliens who are running rampant in our country. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they're from. We don't know where they are right now. They're just somewhere free in our country. On your tax dollar, they're getting free health care, they're getting free housing, they're getting free food, while you are at work every day struggling to make ends meet, trying to pay your bills, living paycheck to paycheck, living off credit card debt. The illegal aliens are getting put first by the Biden-Harris administration. And so this is definitely an America Last administration, and we have to change that come November to put Americans back in charge. Like, Americans should be first. Another statistic, over 50 ISIS members are running wild in our country right now. When I say running wild, these are terrorists. These are known terrorists who are in our country. Look at the sleeper cells that we know for a fact have crossed into our country, and they are here, and they are somewhere in your neighborhood planning their next attack. Where are they? And just to think that they could be over your shoulder, they could be next door, they could be by your child's school. We just don't know.
Yeah, and nowadays we just don't know what terrorism looks like. We have Chinese nationals coming in, we have people coming in from all over the globe, and we don't know their intentions. We have no way to track them. We don't know where they are. Like you said, we have no idea who they are, and most importantly, we don't know their intentions. And from what we're hearing from Customs and Border, behind the scenes, is they're worried. We're in a situation now that we just don't have any control of, we don't have any knowledge of, and so we just wait, and we wait, and we hope for the best, but at the end of the day, we just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. And so it's the fear of the unknown. It's the fear of not knowing where these people are and what's happening in these sleeper cells that's really concerning to Americans. In a post-Super Tuesday poll put out, there was a question to the American people. What is your main concern right now in this current administration? Number one was illegal immigration, our border, and number two was the economy. And so that goes to show you, in my opinion, that while the American people are struggling, that they are working overtime, working 3-4 jobs just to support their family and keep a roof over their head, that is still not their number one concern. Their number one concern is illegal immigrants crossing into our border. Look, the Republican Party is all for immigration. If you come here the legal way, like so many have, and we support that. This is America, where it is the land of opportunity, and people want to come here. We have the best healthcare system. We have the best careers. There's so much here in America that America can offer, but come here the right way.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I'm very close to that as well, because my wife immigrated from Peru, and she did that 23 years ago, and so speaking to my wife and her friends and things like that from Peru, it's almost a slap in the face to people who have taken the time and spent the money and done it the right way. And, everyone has a path to be able to legally come into our country. It's just a matter of doing it the right way and opening a border and letting people run free without any knowledge of who they are, what their background is. Venezuela, we've heard, is empty now. There's no crime in Venezuela now because they're all here. So, this is very concerning. As a father, as a husband, I want to keep my family safe. And, it's a personal issue for me because I want to make sure that when my kids and my wife are out without me, that they have a way to be protected, and they just don't feel safe. And, without knowing who's coming into our border, where they're coming from, and most importantly, what their intentions are, because we've seen what this has done. We've seen lives taken because of immigration not being where it should be. And so, we want to make sure that our borders are strong. We want to make sure that the economy gets stronger, because right now, again, it's a personal issue for me, trying to provide for a family, and, everything has gone up. So, it's a personal issue, not just for me, but for all Americans.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I think a lot of people can relate to your story. We all are feeling the pinch some way, somehow, and we just got to stick together and hope and pray that things will change here very quickly, and we know that can under President Trump. Again, final thoughts on immigration. You look at the crime that has happened. We've had, people murdered jogging. We've had people murdered in shootings. We've had all of this crime from illegal immigrants, and the left is just pushing it under the rug, hoping that we'll forget about it. Look at Laken Riley in Georgia, who was murdered, a nursing student, and Joe Biden couldn't even say her name at all until State Rep Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia called him out on it and pretty much yelled at him during the State of the Union, and so forced her live on TV in front of the American people to say Laken Riley's name. And so he was forced to do so, and he still couldn't say her name correctly. He said Lincoln Riley. So that goes to show you this administration does not care. They don't care. Then you have President Trump, who goes and he calls the family and he consoles the family. And look at what happened in Butler just almost a month ago. He has spoken to the family. He has kept in contact with the victims, and he is wanting to have another rally there, but more so to honor the victims of the Butler shooting. So that's the heart that President Trump has. That is his care for the American people, and it shows that the left, they could care less.
I think the word to describe President Trump in this situation is compassion. He has compassion, and that's something that we haven't seen from Biden or Harris, for the last 3.5 years. It's disgraceful. When these tragedies happen, we expect our leaders to be there. We expect leaders to make calls. We expect leaders to do the things that are hard. And we haven't seen it. We've seen, time after time, whether it's a disaster in a state, they're not there. They're not showing up for the country. They're not showing up for Americans. So, it's in a word, it's compassion versus disgrace.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the American people are waking up. They can see it from all walks of life, no matter your race, your religion, no matter where you're from. People are waking up and seeing that it is a disgrace, that the left is just gone completely bonkers, and they get more like almost lunatic, radical every day. And so then you have the right side, who they just want God back in our country. They want our freedoms back, or saved, that is. They want our families to be protected. And, it's just common sense that we want saved in this country, and there's a lack thereof recently.
Yeah, they're zero common sense, and what we've heard time and time again today is people want safety. They want to feel safe. And, seeing what the campaign is putting out for Harris, where they just want to come after guns. They want to take your guns away. They want you to feel less safe. They want you to rely on them, which is just not fair. Americans are Americans. We have our rights. We know what we want. We know what we need, and we want to make our own decisions. So, it's one of those things where I feel as though, I've said it earlier, it's good versus evil. It's right versus wrong. And so I think the only way to make sure that things are good and right is to vote for President Trump.
Absolutely it is, and that's what everyone here, as you look behind us and we start filling in the crowd here is ready to see President Trump. They're excited, they're eager. Yes. We have some young ones right here saying, Vanessa, are y'all live? And I said, yes, and they're excited. They probably want to be seen on TV as they walk by. But cute kids here, a lot of kids here with their parents. But and that's what it's all about, too. I have a son at home, and it's about fighting for his future. And the parents here, that's what they're doing. They're fighting for their kids' future. You're doing the same.
Yeah, everyone wants the same thing. It's become the saying that is just it's what's right. Make America great again. We want to have a safe place for our kids to live. We want our kids to grow up. I want my kids to grow up the same way I grew up.
Yeah.
In a place where they can do what they want, they can make mistakes, they can learn from it, but nothing is forced upon them. You know, that's not a way to learn. It's not a way to be brought up. And so, you know, for me, I want my kids to live in a free country, able to make their own decisions, and be able to learn what's right and wrong on their own.
Yes. Let's take a look at some of the poll numbers that are out, sitting pretty for President Trump. You know, so there's talk, you know, Kamala Harris is entering the race, and Kamala says she's going to do this and that and this and that when she wins. And Kamala Harris has been on office in this administration for 3.5 years, and she has done nothing.
I'm sorry, who?
Kamala.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Zero,
I think I've heard that name
zip,
now.
Zilt, nada.
Yeah.
Kamala. That is nada Kamala. That is what she has done is absolutely nothing. So she makes all these fake promises on the campaign trail, and all of her supporters are there hooting and hollering. But are they really her supporters? Because every time she has an event, she has to bring in some type of celebrity to draw in the crowd.
Yeah, I'm actually hearing that they're posting ads on Craigslist and on social media to bring people in and trying to get people to come into their rallies, possibly using AI, you know, to fill in for, you know, all the deficit of people that they have. So, you know, let me tell you, there's certainly no shortage. This is not AI. This is real life. This is the real world. There are families here enjoying what has been a fantastic day outside. It's about to get great inside. And it's going to be an amazing night. It truly is.
It really is. And we know that just hearing from the Trump team that President Trump has landed here in Montana. Was supposed to land in Bozeman. That didn't happen. He did land at a nearby airport, though. So he's here. He's on the ground, and he'll be speaking to this arena, which is going to be packed with people here in just a little bit. Going back to the poll numbers, because I never got back to those poll numbers, you know, the left had to almost push Joe Biden. They did push Joe Biden out of the race to bring in Kamala. And so they're hoping that this honeymoon phase of hers lasts until November, but I just don't think that it is. But even though, you know, she's the new face, she's out there with her, you know, celebrities on stage twerking and dancing and reciting filthy language for the crowd, her poll numbers still aren't great, in my opinion. And President Trump is still winning in most of the battleground states.
Yeah, it's you know, I saw today that President Trump has one of the highest approval ratings ever in history. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, that's astonishing. And, you know, to see this honeymoon phase while she's been able to dodge the media for so long, for now 20 plus days of not speaking to the media, not getting in front, not
just
taking
dodging
any difficult
us,
questions.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit ridiculous at this
point.
point.
I also blame the media for not
taking a soft
that
stance.
Yes.
Yeah,
and so when you see vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance confronting the media, and also Kamala's plane on the tarmac the other day, why does J.D. Vance have to do? The media should be asking the tough questions. The wondering why. The media should be questioning her team every single day, and if they don't respond or they give some type of runaround of why she's not doing some type of press conference or answering any questions, then that's up to the media to say, look, we have reached out to her team 5 times, 10 times, 15 times, and they're refusing to do an interview. But the media is on their side.
It's about accountability.
Yeah, but the media is on their side. We're here and cheer. Someone's walked in the building.
I believe it's Senator Sheehy.
It may be. The media is just as much at of the media's fault as well for not asking the tough questions and not getting answers to the American people.
Agreed.
They're covering it up.
Yeah, it's bought and paid for, is what we hear, and you know, they're clearly not going after the hard questions. They're giving her an easy pass. It's about time she answers the questions. Americans need to make an educated decision when it comes to voting, and you know, for the media not to cover that, and for the media to push it aside and allow her this free pass to not answer questions and not address the American people, it's just unfair.
Yep, but we're holding her accountable, and if you follow President Trump and his team on social media and also sign up for the Palm Beach Playbook, which is their new newsletter, they remind us every day there's a count, they call it a countdown, but in this case it's a count up because each day gets higher and higher how many days that Kamala Harris has dodged the media. So we're up to 18 days. She did just yesterday stop at the tarmac for one of the questions from the media. They asked her about her vice presidential candidate that she has chosen and his stolen valor and lying about serving in Iraq. And she tiptoed around the question, as we knew she would, and basically answered that it was a real quick answer, and all she said was, we should support our military, and you should too.
Yeah, and they actually updated their website as well to remove, his tour that he has touted for the last 25 years. That now, again, there needs to be some accountability. He needs to answer for that. He's been telling people for 25 years that he was an Iraq war veteran, and he wasn't. He was in Italy. So, it's accountability. It just can't be said enough. Their campaign is not being held accountable. Answers are not getting answered. Questions are not getting answered, and we just need to see something. We need to hear something from them, because right now they're hiding. It's this whole basement mentality of, we're not going to answer questions, we're just going to keep quiet because anything we say, we know it's not right anyways, so we're just going to continue to dodge the questions and hope that nobody notices. Well, guess what? We're noticing.
Well, and also if he's going to lie about this, what else is he going to lie about? 100%. So it makes you wonder what kind of person did she choose to be her running mate if he is to lie about serving in our country. And I can tell you right now, I've talked to many veterans and those who are currently serving who are not happy about it at all, because it's almost like a slap in the face to them.
Of course. I mean, you see videos all over online, addressing stolen valor. And now we have someone running for one of the highest positions we have in our U.S. government that has spent the last 25 years lying to his constituents, lying to the American people that he is a veteran of war, and he's not.
Nope, he absolutely is not. And so that came out, and it's August, and then we have September. And then, of course, my favorite month before the elections is always October, because there's an October surprise of some sort from the campaign. So I can almost rest assured knowing that the Trump campaign, his team, President Trump, they have a lot up their sleeves. They haven't showed their full hand of cards just yet, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot coming out about Kamala and her running mates in the coming months. So we'll have to stick around and see about that. But so far, President Trump doing well in the polls. The latest polls that I've seen from Interactive Polls, as you know, I talk about it all the time. That is a polling site that is on Truth Social, and basically gives the numbers, and he's looking good, not just nationally. I think we were trying to get the rep over here, but that's okay. Not just nationally, but in these key battleground states as well, including Nevada and Pennsylvania. So he's looking good there. We had some Arizona people here today.
Yeah.
Arizona is a big state that he has to win in November as well.
Yeah, every state counts at this point. It's obviously Montana has always been red for some time, and there's certainly no fear of it not being red this cycle.
Yeah.
So, people are very enthusiastic about President Trump. I think, other states now, even, someone who has spent a lot of time in California, there is a large faction of Trump lovers and Republicans in California that, are expressing their support. And, we look at the battleground states now, and so many, have turned red, and are, he's leading so much, that he's up, I think, 1 or 2 points in New York at this point. So, that's historic. It's amazing.
We'll go ahead and look at the video behind us as people are starting to file in. We want to remind you that you are the reason we are here. Thank you to all of our donors who donate to us each month. You can do so online as well, rsbnetwork.com. Hit the donate button and donate what you can. Whether it's $5, $50 or more, we appreciate every donation because it helps us stay right here on the campaign trail.
Every appropriate
Let's hear this
tool
word
available to
from
beat
President
the
Trump.
Democrats. They are destroying our country.
Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat, and frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
The night train. All right, a quick word from President Trump as people make their way into the arena. As you can see, still on the screen behind me, swampthevoteusa.com, and that's really what it is just swamping the vote, getting the people out here, and making it too big to rig.
Yeah, I think, now more than ever, we need to get out and vote. Early voting, whenever you can cast your vote, cast your vote. Yeah. We need to make it too big to rig. It's the message that President Trump has been sending, and we want to make sure that if we do swamp the vote, it's overwhelming.
Yes, we have to make sure that it is by far. Stand in line for as long as you can. Look, we see it here at the rallies. People line up, hours in advance, the night before, just starting to get their spot in line to make sure they're the first in line. You can do the same thing at the polling location. So we hope that's the case come November, that you just storm the voting locations and make sure that your vote is heard. On that note, if you can, the more eyes, the better when it comes to this election, because we trust nothing from the left and what they're capable of. We saw that in 2020, and we don't want to repeat in 2024. So if you can volunteer or even work the polls, please do so. We're counting on you. It starts at the local level, and people ask all the time, how can I get involved?
Yeah.
How can I help? Well, that's how you can help. Go be the eyes and ears to make sure everything runs smoothly, everything's orderly, and everything is going by the law.
Yeah, 100%. If you can volunteer, and more than ever, just get out and vote. If you're willing to wait in line, like so many thousands of people have today to see President Trump, if you're willing to wait in line just to see this man, make sure that you spend the time you need to change what you want to change and make your vote count. Stand in line, do what it takes. It's one day. If you can mail it in, do that. But if you want to cast your vote in person, stand in line, take the time to do it. It's only one day.
Yes, absolutely. So, I'd tell people all the time, if I have to walk 10 miles barefoot on broken glass to vote in November,
Uphill.
I will do it. Uphill, too, yes. Let's add that to the mix. I will do it for sure. And so we hope that you will do it also. Hey, just a reminder, if you're online, make sure you follow us and sign up for our newsletter on rsbnetwork.com. Go ahead and do that. We're also all over social media, YouTube, Rumble, Truth Social. Make sure you're following Right Side there. Big day today for Right Side on X. We hit a big milestone, 1 million followers. So that's exciting to celebrate today. So thank you to all of our X followers. And then also, if you want to follow me as well, I'm on Truth Social at Vanessa. It's just my first name. Then I'm also on Instagram, X. And now I'm a little embarrassed because I know a lot of the younger crowds on this, but that's okay, I am on TikTok.
Are you going to be doing the dances?
No. I'll leave that up to everyone else, but I'll watch them. But President Trump got on there, and so I got on there, and you'll see some posts from the rallies.
And you can follow me on Instagram at Mike, the number 4TIN, MIKE 4TIN, on both Twitter and Instagram.
Are you doing dances on Instagram?
I do.
We do the Trump pump. That's what some of the crowd was telling us today. They can't wait to see.
I have to do it with my kids. I participate with the kids. I have to do the dad thing.
Yeah, that's what makes you a great dad. Just make them happy, whatever makes them smile. So, okay, yes, social media. We're all over social media. Make sure you give us a follow. And I wanted to remind you, too, if you're watching on Rumble, that is, hello to all of you. Make sure that you follow us on local on Rumble. So, okay, so we're outside. Okay. I'm hearing we haven't hit that milestone. We need 600 more people. We're going to stop what we're doing right now, and you're going to open up another tab on your laptop or on your iPad or on your cell phone, and you're going to go to X, and please follow us. Well, let's hit that 600 new followers mark tonight so we can get to 1 million. We're almost there.
Almost there.
I think we can do it. I know there's thousands of you watching right now, so if you're on X, make sure you go get us a follow. Let's hit that
just
milestone.
2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Let's hit that milestone tonight. I'm going to, that's your homework on a Friday night.
Friday night, hang with us. Check out President Trump and make sure you follow us.
Yes, I'm going to step over to the side so you can continue to see the crowd as it gets more packed. So there are people already on the floor. That section is full, and they are filling up on the sides now of the arena. But let me remind you that it's always slow moving when it comes to security, not because security is slow, but because it just takes a long time to get each person through to make sure that they are safe to come inside. So we do have a lot of people, thousands of people still outside waiting to get in and going through security as we speak. The Secret Service and also some of our local police are here. We have other security teams that are here. And so we are well represented when it comes to security. All right, so we heard earlier that President Trump was not able, for whatever reason, to land here in Bozeman, and that he had to land in Billings, which is a little drive to get here, but we're still excited to see him tonight when he arrives. So we do know he's in Montana, making his way here in the motorcade, and we're excited to see him. We can't wait to see him, and the people here on Montana, they're happy that he chose Montana for a stop, because usually in the last couple of months we've seen a lot of the northeast of the United States being covered by President Trump on the campaign trail, but to see him in Montana has been great.
Yeah, so many people are very, very surprised he came here. I think they didn't necessarily think that he needed to come here because it's a state that he's carried, but they're very, very happy that he's here. The enthusiasm is there. The crowd is fantastic. There's so many kids here. It's pretty great to see. It's really great.
Okay, so we are going to let you see the crowds. I know that's why a lot of you love to watch, is to see the crowds, and the crowds are here. You can always depend on Right Side Broadcasting Network to show you the people. So we're going to let you see the crowds, and we'll be right back. with your family, and that's why the Wellness Company is so important. The Wellness Company, Dr. Peter McCullough and his team, they have been preaching the importance of early intervention since 2020, and so they have come up with the medical emergency kit and a lot of other different variations on their website to help you in the time of need. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Type in the RSBN code at checkout and receive about $45 off your order. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Now, this kit is prescription only, and you'll get life-saving medications in this kit. You can't find anything like it in a store or in a pharmacy. So make sure you go to makecaregreatagain.com. Every American should have at least one of these kits in your home. Ordering your kit, it takes less than 2 minutes, and it could not be any easier. Just go to makecaregreatagain.com, get $45 off with the code RSBN. And just a reminder, too, we know we have wonderful viewers from all over the world. Thank you for watching, but these kits are only available in the USA. Also, for the kiddos, don't forget about the Trump book. Learn about President Trump's accomplishments, what all he's done in office. Learn about our freedoms, how our government works. You can do all that with the free Trump book. Go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Now, there is a small shipping and handling fee, but that's it. Other than that, it's a free book. These are our future voters, so make sure that they start young, that they start learning young, and get their hands on one of these books. Let them understand the importance of voting and how important this next election is and getting President Trump reelected. So go to freetrumpbook.com. As we continue to watch the crowds come in here in Bozeman, it's been an exciting day. Thanks for being here with us. We've been live with you since 12 o'clock Mountain Time. It is now almost 6 o'clock, so the pre-program should be starting momentarily. We have heard that President Trump is now in Montana on his way to this venue, and the people here are loving it. They're very excited about that. Also, you know, I know tax season has passed, and a lot of you have filed extensions, but if you're behind on your taxes, no matter if it's a big tax issue or a small tax issue, make sure you give the experts at Tax Network USA a call, or you can log on to their website. The IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents, and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off this year. It's very scary. So don't let the IRS take advantage of you. Let these experts do the negotiating for you. That's what they do, and they can actually save you some money. So give the experts at Tax Network USA a call. They have over 14 years of experience. They are licensed in every state, so no matter where you live, they can definitely help you out. Let their expertise be to your advantage. They're waiting by the phone, waiting for your phone call right now. Again, they specialize in negotiating with the IRS, so you don't have to worry about it. So whether you owe back taxes or you filed an extension and just need help with your taxes, give them a call. That number is on your screen, 1-800-357-1415. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415. Or you can also visit the website that's on your screen. That's tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, tnusa.com/RSBN. Right behind the camera is a large American flag that is hanging above the crowd. And it made me think of just hours ago when we were outside with the crowd, and they lifted up an American flag over the arena and over the crowd, and the crowd just went crazy. They started chanting USA, they started celebrating, and that's what it's like here at a Trump rally. It's the smell of freedom, the happiness of freedom, the want to protect our freedom. And so you don't get that at other rallies. And when you look at the Kamala Harris rally she's been having lately, it's been vulgarity, dancers twerking, nastiness. You don't see people holding the American flag. You don't hear God Bless the USA playing. You don't hear chants of USA, 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 because that's not what they want. And so it's just a totally different vibe when you're at a President Trump rally versus a Kamala Harris rally. We cannot take another 4 years of this administration. This is the Biden-Harris administration that we've been dealing with for the last 3.5 years, and we can't deal with another 4 years of Kamala. She makes these fake promises on the podium now that she's going to do this and do that when she gets into office, but she's been in office for 3.5 years and she's failed to do any of that. If that's the case and she really cared, why hasn't she been making these changes since day one? Since 2021 when she went into office with Joe Biden. So it's a bunch of lies, it's a bunch of nonsense, and we haven't seen any type of moving forward with her in this country. It's America last with her and Joe Biden, not America first. And with President Trump, we know that. We saw that the first 4 years of him being in office, and we know that the next 4 years are going to be the same. We've got to shut down our borders, and we've got to get our economy back on track. Look at the stock market just recently. Stock market crash, very worrisome just the other day. People losing so much money in the stock market. Starting to crash. We're seeing it crashing in other countries. There's a war going on. People are concerned about their safety. People are concerned about their money. People are concerned about their freedoms. People are concerned about their family. They are just scared and concerned, and that's not the American dream, and that's not the American way. But we're putting our foot down, and we're going to make sure we get to the polls in November, and we're going to save this country. And that's exactly what all of these people here want to. They want to make sure that we maintain our title as the best country in the world. We have to make sure we save America, because if America isn't first, then the rest of the world, it's like a domino effect. Then they start losing, and then they start, shattering. And so we don't want that to happen for our allies. You look at what's going on in Israel right now. We want to definitely make sure that America is strong, it's prosperous, because it does affect the rest of the world. And for the people watching from other countries, they can attest for this. Joining us in the chats right now. Tell us how you feel, how America affects your country. Let us know if you're watching from another country, and let us know in the chats just how important it is for America to win with Donald Trump, so that your country can win as well. Nearing the top of the hour now, as you can see the screen behind us, the B. Watch Kamala Harris sworn in as the first Indian American senator. That's been a big issue lately about her, not being truthful about her identity, about her race. And so, it looks like it goes with different territory and different job titles that she changes what race she is. And so that's what the Trump team has on the screen right now. Behind me is some of these Kamala bloopers, these Kamala lies, and just proven that she is not fit to run this country, and she's also not fit to be second in charge of this country, because we've definitely seen that. She has not made one trip to the border. She is not concerned about the border. Clearly, over 10 million illegal aliens have crossed the border that we know of since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office. They want these illegals to run rampant, that is, in our country. And so they don't care what the people of this country want. They just care about what they want. And they want these illegal aliens, these terrorists, these ISIS members who are now in our country, these terror cells that are hiding out in our country. They want them here, because if they didn't, they could have signed an executive order today putting an end to it, but they refuse to do so. All right, so the pre-programming should be starting any minute now. Here in Bozeman, Montana, a small, beautiful mountain town. Nice, cool temperatures on this August day. And it was just a beautiful day to camp out. If you were watching with us earlier, you saw that people were camped out with their chairs, their blankets, their snacks. It's a Trump tailgate party here in Bozeman today. The people here in front of us have T-shirts. They're posing. They want God, guns, and Trump. In that order. God, guns, and Trump. We're going to continue to pan the crowds. I know you love to see them, so we'll let you see the people here tonight. It's starting. President Trump is on his way. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a fun night. Where else would you want to be on a Friday than at a Trump rally in Montana? So we're going to pan the crowd.
Going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you. This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Montana GOP Chairman, Don Kalschmidt.
Good evening, Bozeman, Montana. And welcome to Trump-tana. We ready to get this started? I just want to tell you, I got a little breaking news for you. You know Tim Walsh, the guy that Kamala Harris picked as the VP? You know that guy? So he's got a little stolen valor issues. You guys heard about that? So the good news is he's finally told everybody that, yes, he has not been in Iraq. He's not been in Iraq. But he wanted you all to know that he has been to Minneapolis. He has some Black Hawk Down problems there. First and foremost, we're going to send President Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House. Second, and I hope you know this, America is counting on Montana for one very critical reason. The road to the Republican Party is the United States Senate. It comes right through Montana. And that's why we have to do our part to retire liberal John Tester and elect the real deal Tim Sheehy. Montana, we have the opportunity and the duty to finally retire fake moderate, vodka cranberry drinking, liberal voting, two-faced career politician John Tester. And bring in a new conservative leadership in the U.S. Senate by electing Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy served as a Navy SEAL, built one of the largest aerial firefighting companies in America, created over 200 Montana jobs, and started a veteran-led cattle ranching and feeding operation. Whether it's war or business, Tim Sheehy sees a problem and he solves it. And Montana needs him as our next senator. With a candidate like Tim Sheehy, it's no secret this is the most vulnerable John Tester has been in the 18 years he's been in there as a politician. John Tester, you've been exposed. It's simple, folks. The Democrats, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and John Tester have destroyed our Montana way of life. With prices in the Treasure State up 22% since Harris Biden took office, Montana families continue to suffer from high inflation on everyday goods. Montana households have lost nearly $30,000 due to Bidenflation. Heck, you could buy a new Subaru at Don K for that. And under the Biden-Harris agenda, the median price to buy a home in Montana has jumped more than 43%. We need to send President Trump back to the White House and send Tim Sheehy to the U.S. Senate before the Democrats send us straight into a recession. Do you realize that we have the opportunity to elect 3 combat veterans this cycle? Tim Sheehy, Ryan Zinke, and Troy Downey. Republicans, independents, and fair-minded Democrats are uniting to save America this election. The Democrat Party is falling apart in Montana. President Trump has a proven record of strength and success that Montanans want to see as our nation's leader. President Trump will secure our border, fuel economic prosperity, and restore peace through strength. That's why we need to send him back to the White House and end the weak, failed, and radical policies of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and John Tester for good. Trumptana, this year we will make America and Montana great again. Thank you so much. There you go. Thank you, and God bless everybody. And at this time, I want to introduce Susie Hedlund. We're going to welcome her to the stage, and she's going to lead us in our prayer. Susie is our Republican nominee, as you know, for the Montana Office of Public Instruction. She's running to get education back to basics, put parents and students first, and keep our schools safe. Susie knows what it takes to make our Montana education system even stronger for our students, parents, and teachers. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Susie Hedlund.
Good evening, Montana. You are an incredible crowd, and you are why we are going to be successful this election cycle. As stated, I'm Susie Hedlund. I'm honored to be your Republican nominee for State Superintendent of Schools. Keeping OPI in Republican hands is essential as we combat the woke agenda that's working our way into the classrooms. We are the party of parents' rights and education over indoctrination. As we come together in service of this noble mission, let us all call upon the wisdom of our Heavenly Father to guide us in our efforts. Please bow your heads and join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon this great nation. We gather here tonight with unity of purpose, and that is to ensure the United States of America, the world's stronghold for freedom and liberty, remains a beacon of hope. As we seek to become a more perfect union, we humbly request that you grant us wisdom and protection. Heavenly Father, we seek to do what is right and just because that is what you have called us to do. As Americans and Montanans, we are concerned. We're concerned about the evil forces seeking to tear our nation apart, both from abroad as well as from within. We are concerned about the future of this remarkable land and the world our children will inherit. And we are concerned about maintaining the promise guaranteed to us through your generosity, the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But in the face of our fear, we continue to place our trust in you. As Scripture reads in Isaiah 14:27, all the forces of darkness cannot stop what God has ordained. We pray for all Americans that they may lead meaningful, productive lives in service of others. We pray in particular for the children of our nation, that they may know the blessings of liberty we have enjoyed, and they are able to realize their full potential. We pray for our armed forces who put their lives on the line to defend our freedoms and their families that support them. We pray for our elected officials and those running for office. And tonight, we pray for Donald J. Trump, J.D. Vance, and Tim Sheehy. Lord, keep them safe as they bring their message of opportunity, prosperity, and safety to the people of Montana. We give you glory for all your amazing works. We thank you for the privilege to be called Americans. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Wonderful prayer, Susie. Thank you very much. Next, I want to welcome to the stage our Montana Secretary of State, Christy Jacobson, who won in 2020 by the largest margin of any other candidate on the ballot. As Montana Secretary of State, Secretary Jacobson has delivered historic results for Montana businesses and voters while providing exceptional customer service. She will continue to lead our state with character, heart, and resilience once she is reelected. Please join me in welcoming Montana's Secretary of State, Christy Jacobson.
Thank you, Montana. I proudly stand before you. I just returned from the RNC, where I proudly cast the 31 votes for President Donald Trump. I was honored to announce to the entire country at the RNC that Montana is the most patriotic state in the USA. I'll say that again. Montana is the most patriotic state in the USA. On that note, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. USA, let's have some USA. USA, 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 USA. We proudly stand for our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christy. God bless our flag. Now, I want to welcome to the stage Miss Montana USA, Shelby Dangerfield. Yeah. Shelby was born and raised in Billings, Montana, a proud fifth-generation Montanan. At a young age, Shelby became a songbird and would be found singing almost everywhere about anything. Tonight, we're honored to have her here to sing our national anthem. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Shelby.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
That was awesome. We're ready to go now. Fellow Montanans, as we all know, opioid abuse and fentanyl are huge issues across the United States and even here in Montana. Since 2019, fentanyl seizures in Montana have been increased by over 20,000%. Thank you, Austin Knutson. Every day, more and more fentanyl is pouring over our southern border thanks to the open border policies of Vice President Kamala Harris. She had one job, ladies and gentlemen. And today, we have the special everyday American, Colette Taylor, who has her own personal story to share about why President Trump should be restored to the White House to close our border and save Montanans and Americans. Everyone, please welcome Colette to share her story.
Ooh, Good evening. That national anthem was amazing. I'll start by saying it's an incredible honor to be here. I stand here before you today with the solemn yet powerful responsibility to be the voice for not only our Montana families, but for all American families who have fallen victim to our nation's drug epidemic. Knowing a lifetime of heartache couldn't be summed up in just a few minutes, I knew I'd have to be vulnerable and share a profound experience in order to best capture the depth of pain that is cast upon families impacted by our country's drug crisis. Having not one, but two sisters fall victim to drug addiction at young ages, ICU visits and hospital calls were not uncommon for our family. And the call I received on September 10th of 2020 started much like the calls I'd received many times before. I was told my sister had been found unconscious, lying on the ground outside the hospital. Suspecting drug overdose, the hospital staff gave the appropriate medication and began CPR. They told us they were able to revive her, but the outcome wasn't looking good, and we should be prepared to say our goodbyes. With tears pouring from my eyes, I did the unthinkable. I asked God to grant my sister Sasha grace and to open the gates of heaven to provide her with everlasting peace. After so many prayers begging God to bring her back to us, I just asked God to take a life. And not just any life, the life of my own sister. The sister I grew up laughing and crying with. The sister that had the heart of 1,000 saints and forgave and loved wholeheartedly. The all-American girl I looked up to and once believed had limitless abilities because of her intelligence and insane ability to always be the MVP. This was a sister I loved deeply and wanted to share the end of my days with. Knowing her absence would create a wound I'd never heal from, I still prayed that prayer. A prayer I'd never imagined seeing myself saying. A prayer born out of pure desperation, a cry from a heart burdened with a profound amount of grief, pain, and fear. A plea for peace amidst the chaos that had engulfed my family's lives. And later that night, that prayer that I so desperately never wanted to pray was answered. And Sasha took her final breath. Drugs claimed her life for the last time. That night, 3 children were left without a mother. And the fact is, my sister was taken from us long before her final breath. She was taken from us the moment drugs took control of her life. I don't expect many of you to understand that prayer I prayed that day, and for that I can only say, be grateful. Whew. Thank you. Thank you. And I know many of you cannot understand the web of conflicting emotions that went along with that prayer. But many of you do know that prayer, and all too well, because our nation's drug epidemic is a crisis that knows no bounds. It reaches and destroys the lives of far too many Americans, from our southern borders all the way to our northern Montana borders. And much like my youngest sister's continued battle with sobriety, this crisis is far from over. Let's put an end to the havoc drugs are having on our nation and stop giving drug traffickers easy access into our country. And we can do just that by supporting President Trump's efforts and commitment to keeping our communities safe from the dangers that come with an open border. As President Donald Trump once said, a nation without borders is not a nation. To ensure we protect this nation, we need Donald Trump. Yes. So tonight, let's stand together and rally behind a leader who has never backed down, never wavered, and has never failed to put America first. The man that allowed me the opportunity to honor my sister's memory in the most epic way. Let's make President Donald Trump the President of the United States once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former acting U.S. Attorney General, Matt Whitaker.
Hello, Montana! Are you ready to elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States? Well, if you didn't hear, my name is Matt Whitaker, and it was my honor to serve Donald J. Trump as his Attorney General. As a proud Iowan, I stand here in Montana knowing one thing is true, and that is what makes Iowa great and what makes Montana great are the people. You are hardworking, you are kind, you help your neighbors, and most importantly, you love the United States of America. It's also so good to be here with you, my friends, but especially Senator Daines, my friend Ryan Zinke, my friend Attorney General Austin Knudsen, and your next Senator, Tim Sheehy. You know, we stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's history, at a crossroads that will be determined this fall for the future of our country. Today, we have a critical choice. We choose either the path of proven strength and stability under President Trump, or we can descend into a continued path of weakness under Kamala Harris. The choice will define not just the next 4 years, but the very fabric of our nation for decades to come. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we see open borders. We see increasing violent crime. We see a weaponization of the Department of Justice. We see an influx of terrorists entering through our southern border. We see a world on fire. We see the costs of gas and food and rent ever increasing, and an economy that's not working for everyday Americans. We must reverse all of these failed policies. We must end the weaponization of the Justice Department and our courts once and for all. We have to return to the basic principle of equal justice under the law, and the Department of Justice has to stop targeting parents at school board meetings, targeting Catholics worshiping in their churches, targeting pro-life advocates, and even targeting former presidents. Under President Trump, we witnessed a restoration of strong borders, a robust economy, and a commitment to national security that safeguarded our communities. Our country experienced a resurgence of prosperity, and our law enforcement received the support that they so deeply deserve. The safety and strength of our nation were priorities, and we saw tangible results. Kamala Harris represents a stark departure from these principles and is doubling down on policies that undermine our security, weaken our economy, and erode support for our dedicated men and women of law enforcement. Kamala Harris is a self-proclaimed progressive prosecutor who has pushed to defund police and supports cashless bail. Under Harris, Biden, and the radical left, the rule of law has disintegrated. Crime has skyrocketed. President Trump will unapologetically restore law and order. We cannot afford to continue down this path. The chaos that we see on our border today is the direct result of 94 executive actions taken by Biden-Harris in the first 100 days in office that rolled back the policies that we in the Trump administration had in place to make our borders secure. The Biden-Harris extremely liberal, wide-open border policies are allowing fentanyl to pour across our borders, killing tens of thousands of our fellow citizens, while making the United States less secure and extremely vulnerable to potential terrorist attacks here in the homeland. The warning lights are flashing red. Our communities, our borders, our future depend on the ability to stand firm and uphold the values that make America great. As Attorney General, I had the great honor to support law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line every single day. And I had the great pleasure of telling them that we had their backs and they had our thanks. And I let them know that every day the American people were behind them. In fact, let's take a minute to stand up and support the men and women of law enforcement. Thank you, law enforcement. Thank you to our veterans. It's imperative that we back the blue, that we stand with those that stand guard against the forces of evil that threaten our safety and freedom. They are the backbone of security for our communities, and we must honor their service by ensuring that they have the support they need. In the words of Ronald Reagan, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. This statement is a solemn reminder of the liberties that we enjoy must actively be defended and preserved. The decisions we make today will shape the legacy we leave for future generations. Let us choose a path of strength, security, and prosperity with Donald Trump. Let us support law enforcement, secure our borders, commit ourselves to the principles that have made America the beacon for freedom and opportunity. Under Donald Trump, America was safe, it was strong, and it was prosperous. We need his leadership and his America First policies now more than ever. Do you agree with me? You know, he's my friend, he's a fighter, he's a warrior, and he loves this great country. I am so proud to stand with President Trump. And as I look across the faces of all you great patriots, I am optimistic about America's future. I am also very knowledgeable that we cannot forget that God is in charge, and we must trust him. So, ladies and gentlemen, the future is at hand. Let's restore America First policies, put Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, and make America great again. May God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Montana Attorney General Matt Knudsen.
Wow. Good evening, Bozeman. Good evening, Montana State University. It's an absolute honor and a privilege to be at this gathering of patriots, We're ready to fight for the values that make this nation great. We are thrilled to welcome President Donald J. Trump, a leader who has always put America first. My name is Austin Knudsen, not Matt, Austin. And it's my honor to serve as your elected Montana State Attorney General for the last 3 years. As the state's top law enforcement officer, I've seen personally the hell that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden unleashed in Montana when they flung the door at the southern border wide open. And folks, make no mistake, those border policies affect us right here in Montana. The cartel fentanyl flowing across our southern border has devastated families, it's devastated communities, it continues to devastate our state. This poison is now a full-scale epidemic, claiming Montana lives at an alarming rate. It has seeped into our communities, causing crime and lawlessness across the entire state. Folks, Kamala Harris and her newly announced lapdog, Tim Walz, will absolutely throw gasoline on this fire. Tim Walz let radical leftists take over the streets of Minneapolis, waiting for 3 days before he sent in the National Guard, while rioters smashed windows, looted businesses, and burned buildings. This is shameful. And then on top of that, Kamala Harris encouraged people to help bail out these rioters so they could go back to burning and looting and rioting. Tim Walz pretends he's just a normal guy from ho-hum, Minnesota. But there's nothing normal about him. Tim Walz is the most radical, far-left vice presidential candidate in U.S. history. Every single harmful policy imposed on us in the last 3 years under the Biden-Harris administration will be wrapped up to warp speed if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz get in the White House. He supports sanctuary states, sanctuary cities. He wants to use your hard-earned money for health care and college tuition for illegal aliens. And he thinks socialism is just being neighborly. Folks, we cannot afford to let Tim Walz haul his Minnesota garbage into Montana, and we cannot afford 6 more years of Jon Tester. The closer it is to Election Day, the more Jon Tester pretends to be a Republican. But Jon Tester is anything but conservative or even moderate. Tester votes with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden almost 100% of the time. He was the deciding vote against building the border wall and against permanent tax cuts. He opposed all of President Trump's Supreme Court nominees, but voted for every single one of Joe Biden's 200 judges. To help President Trump get our country back on the right path, we must elect Tim Sheehy to the U.S. Senate. Tim is a Navy SEAL combat veteran, a successful businessman, and he will truly fight for us and stand shoulder to shoulder with President Trump to secure our borders, combat the scourge of cartel drugs, and restore law and order in this country. Montanans, the importance of once again electing Donald Trump and finally retiring Jon Tester back to Big Sandy cannot be overstated. Montana and our country are at a crossroads, and the decisions we make now will determine our future for generations to come. We can and we will restore the greatness of this nation. Thank you for being here this evening. God bless Montana. God bless America. And let's get President Donald J. Trump reelected.
Inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising on just you watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Montana State Auditor and Congressional Candidate for Montana's District 2, Troy Downing.
Hoping they could be the one. I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, whip, run me like a racehorse, pull me like a ripcord, break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, slip, word upon your lip, lip, rather that you rip, rip, break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes, 'cause I love how it feels when I break the chain.
Wow. Thank you all for being here. I've got to thank my beautiful bride, Heather, who's sitting over here. What a great day to be a Montanan. I'm Troy Downing, and I'm incredibly proud to have Donald Trump's, the next president of the United States, here today, and pretty soon I'm going to be able to say that Trump is in the house. Now, I'm incredibly proud to have President Trump's endorsement alongside my two fellow Trump-endorsed combat vets, Tim Sheehy and Ryan Zinke. But right now, I'm worried about our country. You know, we're facing an incredible amount of turmoil, all thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, which has been a complete disaster, threatening our economy, our security, our welfare, hurting working families, and making the American dream harder to reach. And what I want is, I want a strong business leader in the White House. I want someone who understands how to negotiate, understands the art of the deal. Not cackling Kamala who will cave to outside interests, refuse to do what's right for this great nation. We need God and country first. Not woke politics. We need a president who, when the going gets tough, stands up with his fist in the air and fights. In short, we need Donald J. Trump. You know, Trump understands the need to maintain the strongest and best equipped fighting force on the planet. You know, peace through strength. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we have an increasingly woke military. We struggle to recruit service members. We've suffered the botched, unplanned, and deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan. I have a lot of friends in here that are veterans, and this is very personal to us. To add insult, you know, let me just be clear. To add insult to injury, the Biden-Harris regime negotiated with terrorists and made a plea bargain with the mastermind of September 11th. You know, they backpedaled. That doesn't excuse that oversight. Let's be clear. We're Americans. We never negotiate with terrorists. When Tim Sheehy, Ryan Zinke, and I were running towards the fire when our nation was at war, Tim Waltz fled while claiming he had carried weapons of war in Afghanistan. Now, look, I appreciate everyone who served, whether they deployed or not, but Waltz is a complete phony. He's trying to steal the valor of those who have honorably fought and who have actually seen combat, not simply run the other way. Let's be clear. Harris, the border czar, stated, "I haven't been to the border, but I haven't been to Europe either." Well, the reason is clear. She can't find either on a map. To round out this leftist dream team, she's tagged a self-proclaimed neighborly socialist. Cackling Kamala and the socialist. Does that represent Montana? Does that represent America? Heck no. In short, Trump understands business. He understands the power of lowering taxes and the importance of secure borders. He understands national security, and he is desperately needed to right this ship. You know, Kamala would be a disastrous escalation of a disastrous administration. The only thing that could make that administration worse is California's 3rd Senator, John Tester. We need to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House, and he needs reinforcements. We need to send in the SEALs. I know that Tim Sheehy and Ryan Zinke have his back. You know, Steve Daines and I have his back. In Montana, do we have his back? Do we have his back? Absolutely. So I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank you for your enthusiasm. You know, we all must show up in November, and we all must fight. God bless you all.
Be the one I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, whip, run me like a racehorse, pull me like a ripcord, break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, slip, word upon your lip, lip, rather that you rip, rip, break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Ryan Zinke.
Less conversation, more action, please. All this aggravation ain't satisfaction in me. A little more fight, a little less fun, a little less fight, a little more smart. Close your mouth and open up your heart and make me satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby.
Montana, Trump is in the house. And I got to tell you, I've been blessed in my life. I'm a father. I'm a husband. Matter of fact, my beautiful wife and I celebrated our 32nd anniversary yesterday. But I've also been privileged. In my lifetime, I've been a state senator. I've been a congressman. I've been a secretary of Interior under Donald J. Trump. But I can tell you in a moment of seriousness, we're in a battle. In my lifetime, I spent most of my adult lifetime hunting down and killing Hamas. And now Hamas is in the Capitol. We need to send in the Navy SEALs. Well, I gotta tell you, I was the first SEAL in the House. We have 5 SEALs in the House. We're gonna get 6, and we're gonna elect Tim Sheehy as the next senator from Montana. And as important, I can tell you right now, we need a commander-in-chief that knows the difference between our enemies and our friends. And Montana and Donald J. Trump stand on the side of Israel. We do. Now, this election, I've said it probably 6 or 7 times in my life, this is not my first rodeo. I said, you know what? This is the most important election of my life. Well, we're here. This is the most important election of our country's history because it will determine our fate. And Montana will determine our country's fate both in the House, the Senate, and the President of the United States. I got to tell you, there are no finer people in the world to determine our country's fate than Montana. And lastly, stolen valor. Waltz. And I tell you, she picked the only candidate that can outshine him. But as a leader, as a military man, there's a commitment. You commit to your troops, you commit to your nation. In a time of need, you go to the front line, you run the sound of the guns. That's what warriors do. You don't hide, you don't cower. In Montana, we're going to side everyone, Donald J. Trump. God bless everyone.
Let's go, Montana! All this aggravation ain't satisfaction in me. A little more bang, a little less spark, a little less bang, a little more spark. Close your mouth and open up your heart and maybe satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage U.S. Senator Steve Daines.
Ain't America beautiful? This place that we call home. Give us your tired, your poor, your yearning to be free forevermore. Ain't America beautiful? Ain't America beautiful?
Hey, I've got some good news, everybody. I was just in touch with President Trump's team. He is en route right now to the field house. But you know, I'm a lifelong Bozeman kid. I went to kindergarten through college here. In fact, I walked across this stage once upon a time as a proud MSU Bobcat. But tonight, I want to welcome you to John Tester's retirement party. Now, there's been a lot of polls conducted. Anybody here been contacted by a pollster? Let's take a poll here tonight. We've got some decibel meters that can measure applause. So let me ask you a question. You can respond to this poll by your applause. If the election were held tonight, how many of you would vote for Donald J. Trump for president? That's just good for the soul, isn't it? Get that out of here, you bet. And I got to tell you something. I don't know about you. I'm sick and tired of seeing men competing against women in sports. Well, let me in on a little secret. Out here in Montana, we know the difference between a bull and a cow, don't we? We are 88 days from the most consequential election in your lifetime and mine. It is time to elect Donald Trump as President of the United States. It is time to fire Chuck Schumer. And we do that, by the way, when we send Tim Sheehy back to the United States Senate. Now, I got a trivia question for you here tonight. You may not be aware of this, but I've served in the United States Senate thanks to your support since 2015. And I was the first Republican elected to this U.S. Senate seat in 100 years in Montana, by the way. We did that. But here's a question. Who recruited Kamala Harris to run for the United States Senate in California back in 2016? The answer is John Tester. Let me allow you to see another little inside baseball fact in Washington. You know, when we have a tie vote in the U.S. Senate, who comes down to break that tie? The Vice President of the United States comes down and casts the tie-breaking vote. Do you realize out of 47 vice presidents in this nation's history, Kamala Harris has now broken more ties than any other vice president in our nation's history? She just surpassed John Calhoun and John Adams. They both served 8-year terms, and she got her done in 3.5 years. But let me tell you something about that. In every one of those 33 tie-breaking votes, which were very consequential, John Tester supported Kamala Harris in all 33, and Steve Daines opposed her in the other 33. What are some of those votes? What are some of those votes? If you want to add up the bar tab of crazy spending in Washington, we had 2 tie-breaking votes. One was that crazy $1.9 trillion stimulus package when there was already $1 trillion of unspent COVID money on the sidelines. They jammed that through, and John Tester and Kamala Harris voted for it. Steve Daines voted against it. And that, we warned the left about this. That was an ignite inflation. And guess what? It did. And right here in Montana, sadly, the most expensive vehicle that many Montanans drive right now is their grocery cart. And let me tell you something. If you like San Francisco politics, you're going to love Kamala Harris. She is right out of central casting out of San Francisco. And we aren't going to let that happen, are we? Not on our watch. They're trying to cover up Kamala Harris's past statements, her votes. She said she wants to ban fracking. Let me tell you something. President Trump and Tim Sheehy, they're going to drill, baby, drill. How about the Second Amendment? Who in this house tonight cares about their Second Amendment rights? Well, let me tell you something. The NRA has given Jon Tester an F, and that does not stand for fantastic, I can tell you that. Contrast that to Tim Sheehy, who the NRA has given an A rating and will protect yours and mine Second Amendment rights. Kamala Harris wants Jon Tester's vote to decriminalize border crossing, and if you can believe this, to abolish ICE. Let me tell you something. We've got an alternative, because Tim Sheehy and President Trump are going to secure the border, and we're going to build the wall. Let me explain a couple other things here from Washington, D.C. Jon Tester voted for every single one of Joe Biden's liberal judicial nominees. Let me tell you why that's a huge problem. When you vote in the U.S. Senate for a federal judge, that is a lifetime appointment. We now have 6 grandchildren. You think a lot about your grandkids on these terrible liberal judges that are being put on the bench today because of Jon Tester, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden. I will tell you something. President Trump and Tim Sheehy, they're going to put judges on the bench that will defend our precious Constitution. Now, I'm going to share another fact that's not being talked a lot in Jon Tester's commercials. Jon Tester voted to impeach President Trump twice. Well, let me give you some good news. Tim Sheehy's got President Trump's back. So here's what it comes down to. The nation is watching Montana. They are counting on us 88 days away in this most consequential election. If we are going to take this country back, we must elect President Trump, and we must elect Tim Sheehy to support President Trump back in Washington. This is the fight I'm focused on. Let me tell you something tonight. I've been working close with President Trump for a long time. He's a dear friend of mine. We stay in close contact. And I can tell you, we're very thankful tonight that of all the places President Trump could be, he's going to be with us here in Montana. Now, some of you might know I'm also good friends with his son, Donald Trump Jr. That guy knows how to shoot, by the way. He knows how to fish, by the way. And I'm sure we'll get Don Jr. out here to Montana before this election. But here's the bottom line. It's not that complicated. We need 2 Senate seats to win back majority control and to fire Chuck Schumer, okay? We need 2. Now, I've got some good news tonight, is we have 1 West Virginia. Joe Manchin retired. We've got Governor Jim Justice and Baby Dog running in West Virginia, and he is going to be the next U.S. Senator from West Virginia. The Democrats have surrendered on that seat, so there's 1 for the good guys. But guess where we go next? Right here in Montana. When we elect Tim Sheehy, we have won back majority control of the United States Senate. So this is going to be about votes and getting everybody here in Montana out to vote. You heard the president earlier mention we got to swamp the vote. Vote, we got to get out and get our people to vote. This for all the marbles. It's right here in Montana. Because working together, we will send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. We will send Kamala Harris and Chuck Schumer packing. We're going to send Tim Sheehy to the United States Senate, and we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
Ain't America beautiful? This place that we call home. Give us your time, your pour, your yearning to be free forevermore. Ain't America beautiful?
Quick, what do these three criminals all have in common? Edwin Ramos, an illegal immigrant and MS-13 gang member, robbed a pregnant woman, was released, and later brutally gunned down a father and both his sons in San Francisco. Roni Aguilera, an illegal immigrant from Honduras, was arrested, released, and went on to murder a 14-year-old boy with a sword. Alexander Izagir, an illegal immigrant convicted of multiple crimes, was released, given job training by the city, and later robbed the woman in an assault that left her with a fractured skull. What do these criminals all have in common? Each of them was put back on the street by Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has vowed to defund the police, eliminate cash bail, and grant citizenship to millions of unvetted illegal immigrants. These are dangerously liberal policies that benefit illegal immigrants and criminals, not us. These are criminals for Kamala.
No, I can't forget the sea.
Welcome back to Bozeman, Montana. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Mike Fortin. We're having a great time. What a great pre-program that was. Montana has wonderful people here, Mike, and they are spirited. They love their state, and it's very clear that they love their country as well.
Yeah, it's really just, when God and country is mentioned, the entire building has just erupted and cheers, and there's a real sense of just community here and love for everything. It's the community here is just fantastic.
Yes, a lot of pride here in Montana. You can feel that in the building. It's definitely in the air. Hey, President Trump is on his way right now, as you may have known if you've seen social media. It's all over social media that he did have to make an emergency landing. Trump Force One did in Billings, Montana, and he is now on his way to Bozeman. So he's on his way. Just had a couple of little problems with the airplane, but that's okay. President Trump is safe and sound. I've had several people text me asking me if he's okay. President Trump's okay. The plane is okay. Just had to make a quick stop to make sure everyone is okay, and he's on his way here right now. But President Trump does it again.
Yeah. Just I guess they grabbed another plane.
Yeah.
Secret Service secured everything, and they are on their way. They've already landed. They're on the ground, so it looks like they are on their way here, and it's going to shape up to be one heck of a night.
It really is. And looking around, there's still people outside waiting to get in, but almost every seat right now is filled. So we're almost to capacity here in this arena on the campus of Montana State University. We want to remind you that you can donate to keep us on the campaign trail by going to rsbnetwork.com. Again, that's rsbnetwork.com. You can donate monthly. You can donate just one time. Whatever you feel like you can do, please do. We thank everyone who has donated in the past and those who will donate tonight. It helps us to stay right here on the campaign trail. And where will the campaign trail take us next? We just don't know yet, but that news will be here soon because the Trump campaign is busy. They're working on it, and as soon as we know, we'll let you know. By the way, if you're on social media, we are inching closer to that milestone on X. Last I checked and heard is that we are 100 followers away from 1 million. So if you're on X and you're not following RSBN, go do that right now, because that is our goal tonight, is to hit 1 million followers. So close, so close. Make sure you share this. Make sure you tell your friends to follow us, because we want to hit that milestone.
That's, 1 million followers. That is quite a milestone. We're 100 subscribers away. So help us out. It would be amazing to do that tonight here on a Friday night with President Trump, and it's something that we're really looking forward to. And thank you guys for continuing to allow us to do this and bring President Trump to you everywhere he goes.
And we do have breaking news. Since we've been talking about it, we have hit 1 million followers. So thank you to everyone following us on X. We appreciate it. Yes, we appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's keep the numbers going. But right now, we are going to celebrate that 1 million. We appreciate everyone who's been on the road with us since the beginning. We get a lot of that outside when we're talking to the crowd, people who say they've been with us since the beginning. We thank you for that. Amazing. And again, thank you to all of our followers. Keep spreading the word. Keep getting the word out, because, unfortunately, a lot of people still don't know that there's other networks other than your mainstream.
Yeah, and it's one thing, what you see on mainstream media may not always be the truth. I can tell you here, looking around, there is maybe 30 seats left, and there's still a stream of people coming in, and there's still roughly, well, I can't say exactly, but thousands of people outside. Yeah. I just took a walk around during our break, and there's thousands of people outside. So there's roughly 30 seats, and there's streams of people coming in. So, there is certainly no deficit of people here at Trump rallies. It's 100% packed wall to wall.
Every time, all the rallies, the same story all the time. It's because the people love President Trump. They know that President Trump loves us and that he is going to have our back, so we definitely have his backs. The polls are looking good for President Trump. Kamala Harris is hoping that her new announcement will give her some energy, a boost into November. hoping that this honeymoon phase will last. But people are not stupid. They are very smart. America is smart. They know that they were better off under Trump than they have been under the Biden-Harris administration. So why have Harris another 4 years when she hasn't done anything for the last 3.5?
Yeah, I mean, she's been completely absent from the public view for the last 3.5 years, and now all of a sudden in the past 20 or so days she's now become the darling of the Democratic Party, whereas 2 weeks prior to that they didn't even want her on the ticket. So it's surprising that how mainstream media can kind of shift the narrative very quickly, and being bought and paid for the Harris campaign. So now we go into this, and I can tell you I don't want guns taken away. People need their guns, and to announce, I don't know how anyone would announce, hey, we're going to take your guns away. It's certainly not something anyone here would want to vote for on their platform, So I think that, as she continues to go, and as her honeymoon phase wears off, I think we're going to really see, what the Harris campaign is all about, as if we don't already know. But I think we're going to continue to see, that decline in her honeymoon phase.
Oh, absolutely. It's new right now. It's fresh. So she's hoping that she can ride this in through November, but I don't believe that that's going to be the case. We want to remind you that, a lot of people are struggling right now. A lot of people can't pay for their food, their gas, their power bill, water bills, even just a roof over their head. But that's where American Financing comes in. They can help you save an average of $864 a month. How nice does that sound? And if you do the math, yeah, I would too. If you do the math, that's like a $10,000 raise a year. So let them help you. Make sure you contact them today. That number is on your screen, 888-402-0299. Credit card interest rates are insane. Most of us are still carrying a balance on those. People are living in credit card debt. So if you're only paying the minimum every month on those credit cards, it will take you years to pay that off. But American Finance, they can help you. Again, if you own a home, contact them today. Our friends over at American Financing, 888-402-0299. That email address as well, that website, that is americanfinancing.net/RSBN. americanfinancing.net/RSBN. $864 a month. We could all take that.
Can you text me that later?
I sure will.
I think I need to make that call.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of people do. So get on board, contact them. Don't wait. They're waiting for you. They want to help you, and that's what's so important, is that there are companies out there who want to help you, and American Financing is one of those companies. They know that American people are struggling right now, and so they're saying, hey, we're here to help.
Yeah, and God bless any company out there that's willing to help us, save some money any way we can. And I love what I just heard. The most expensive vehicle right now that Americans are driving is their grocery cart. And that's very true, especially for those of us parents who are trying to provide for 2, 3, 4 children, on any kind of budget. I can tell you, when we go to the grocery store, we may spend $100 or $200. We fill up our refrigerator, and if your kids are anything like mine, in 2 days the food is gone. And I go back, I go into the closet, and there's just empty boxes everywhere. So we're making 2 and 3 trips to the grocery store, and we're spending untold amounts right now of money just to feed our kids every week. So any company that's willing to help Americans save money is certainly okay in my book.
President Trump wants to help Americans save money as well, not only just with the economy, but also huge. I did this at dinner last night when I paid for my dinner, no tax on tips. So I did what's trending and wrote on there, your tips won't be taxed if President Trump's in office. Make sure to vote for President Trump. But that's true, Mike. You gift someone that money. That is not part of their salary. Yeah. So therefore, this is a gift, and that gift should not be taxed.
No, I 100% agree, and I think anybody who's in the service industry now that's relying on tips and being taxed on that is just how can you go wrong? Yeah. How can you go wrong? How can you vote for anyone else when President Trump is willing to give you the money that you've earned, that you're being gifted, by your customers. So it's, 100% President Trump is really just trying to give back to everyday Americans.
I was in Houston last week for a Senator Ted Cruz event and had lunch at a restaurant in Houston, and the server did not even know about that. Because, look, let's face it, a lot of people don't follow politics like we do. They don't know about the policies that are being planned or promised to us. And so the waitress had no idea. So if you know a waitress or someone in the service industry who you know, they live off tips, let them know that President Trump will not tax them on their tips, because we know that and we talk about it all the time, but a lot of people still don't know that that's the case. Also, President Trump promising that he will not tax Social Security. Again, seniors have done enough. They have paid their dues. Why tax them on Social Security?
Well, I'm no spring chicken. And, you know, I know when it comes time for Social Security, I don't want to have to pay taxes on that either. You know, I've put in my dues. I've worked hard my entire life, and I know when that time comes, I'd like to know that, you know, the money I've worked hard and earned and put in, I can get back.
Yeah, and President Trump says that. 1, this is your money. 2, you earned it. And 3, you should keep it. That's coming from President Trump and his team, and that's absolutely true. You know, you pay taxes your entire life. This is money that you sock away. They take it out of your paycheck, and when it comes to retirement, they want to tax you again. That's just stealing your money.
Yeah, it's. I mean, obviously we know now. I mean, it's tax upon tax upon tax. So anywhere that President Trump is able to help everyday Americans save money, reduce taxes, you know, not tax income that you're getting is something that we can all benefit from, without a doubt.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, I'm Vanessa Broussard. We have Mike Fortin here. We are having a blast here in Montana, a beautiful state. Nice day today. The crowd has been wonderful. A lot of people having a Trump tailgate party, but they're inside right now. Crowds are still coming inside. We're going to let you see the crowd, pan the crowd for a little bit, and kind of enjoy the views here from Montana on this Friday night. Thanks for being here with us on this Friday. I know that there's a lot of things you could be doing on the weekend, but what's more fun than a Trump rally?
I got to say, this is fantastic. You know, this is one heck of a Friday night. And, you know, the crowd is filling in. People are walking with nachos and food, and it's truly a family event. So people are having a blast. It's about 10 minutes to 8 o'clock, so we're expecting President Trump any minute. So stay with us, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. So enjoy the crowd. But while we watch the crowd, I want to remind you to go to stickermule.com. That's where we have all kinds of merchandise for you. So go to stickermule.com. A lot of the proceeds go to RSBN when you do that, and type in the RSBN code. So Sticker Mule, you'll find hats, you'll find keychains, you'll find all kinds of cool gadgets for you and your family and your friends, your kiddos as they head back to school. That is Sticker Mule. Go log on right now. Sticker Mule. Get your merchandise, your RSBN merchandise. Stickermule.com/RSBN is the direct link. Stickermule.com/RSBN. So whether you want to show your support or just grab some cool gear, that's the site for you. Okay, yeah. We'll be right back. We'll show them the crowd. Enjoy the crowd as we wait for President Trump. in Montana. So good to see you, David. How are you?
It's so good to be here. It's so awesome to be on RSBN. I love watching RSBN, and it's an honor that you'd be interviewing me.
Well, thank you. Glad you love us. We love everyone in Montana, too. Talk about the atmosphere tonight and how great this is for the state.
The atmosphere is incredible. It feels like a rock concert. Montana is so in favor of Donald Trump. The only reason that Jon Tester wins in this state to the U.S. Senate is because he lies to the people, and he's backed up by the media, and he pretends to be a conservative. He pretends to fight against the Democrats. And if you want open borders, then vote for Jon Tester. But I'm a fifth-generation Montanan. My family homesteaded in Montana in the 1890s, and I'm going to do everything I can to save this state and this country.
Yes, and I can tell you're very enthusiastic about it. You're speaking from the heart. And everyone here that I've spoke to today feels the same way that you do. Because, yes, we're here to support President Trump, but here in Montana, there are some Senate and state representative seats up for grabs, or House seats up for grabs, I should say, that are very important in this election. Let's talk about those seats.
So the congressional seats are incredibly important, but actually in Montana, we have a really big problem with our Supreme Court because our Supreme Court is invalidating all of the laws that our legislature is passing, including voter ID, bans on ballot harvesting. They actually had paid ballot harvesting and said that has to be allowed in this state. We have paid ballot harvesting in this state, even though the Montana legislature and the Montana governor said, no, we don't want it. Our Supreme Court said you have to allow it. So we have paid ballot harvesting here.
That's scary.
It's horrible, and I'm doing everything I can to fight against it. I'm live streaming on Twitch at LectureFan, LCTRFAN. I'm on Montana Talks Radio, and I'm a private practice litigator attorney where I'll sue anybody if they want to try to mess with our stuff. I'll defend our election integrity laws in court if it takes it. I'll do whatever it takes.
Well, I love the fight in you. It's because of people like you that we keep fighting because we feed off of each other, and so people here want to fight as well. How important, going back to the congressional seats, because that's a big reason why President Trump is here tonight, how important is that for Montana? Because we just need a few more seats to take the Senate, and Montana could be that state to help us do that.
Yeah, I think the people of Montana recognize that Donald Trump is going to win this state, and so we're focused on Jon Tester and defeating these Democrats in these other congressional races, which they're radicals. They're all radicals. They just lie and pretend they're not radicals, but they really are. You know, deep down, they're really radicals. These are people that support Kamala Harris. They want to get rid of fossil fuels. They want to mandate electric vehicles. They want to force inappropriate topics on little kids. They want to be, like, it's just crazy.
It really is crazy. And, you know, when you think of Montana, you think of this red state, which is great. You voted Trump in 2016, 2020. We know feeling very good about 2024. But when you talk about the issues that you're seeing here in the state, it's the same issues that are going on around the rest of the country. It's very scary to think that Montana is seeing those same issues.
It really is. And we just have the Democrats in here that they pretend to be Montana Democrats, and then they go to D.C. and they vote with the Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris, and then the mainstream media covers for them, which is why I value so much what you do and what I do on AM talk radio in Montana, you know.
And so we have to get the rhinos out of the office because they make these promises when they're campaigning, but they get to Washington and they vote with Kamala and they vote with your Pelosi's and they vote with Biden, and they're not voting for what the Montana people that they voted in. We are the people, they are serving us. And they forget about that when they get to Washington.
Oh, totally. And I mean, even Kamala Harris is now completely 180'd on all of her positions. All we have to do, I think, as Republicans and conservatives, is go back and roll the tape from 2020 when Kamala, remember that in that debate when they asked, raise your hand if you want the American taxpayer to pay for health care for illegal aliens, and Kamala Harris raised her hand, and frankly, so did Joe Biden.
And we're seeing that. We're seeing that in California under Governor Newsom. We're seeing that all over the country with this administration. The Biden-Harris administration puts these illegals before the American people.
Absolutely, yeah. And like I said, I think what you guys are doing is so important. I'm on Twitch at LectureFan. I think RSBN should get on Twitch someday, but you guys might get thrown off because it's a super woke platform.
So you know that's not, what's not is Truth Social.
Truth Social. Are you guys, do they have video live streaming on Truth Social?
I'll have to check that out, but RSBN is on Truth Social. That's President Trump's platform. They do have a new TV live streaming service that they just rolled out, so make sure you watch that as well. But Truth Social, it's rocking. You need to make sure you get on there.
I'm on Truth Social, lecture fan, LCTR fan. It's lecture fan because I like lectures. I like college lectures. I'm a lawyer, so you know what's great about being a lawyer too is I can say as a lawyer that our university systems are straight up indoctrination camps. I'm just lucky that I made it through the indoctrination camps, coming out even more conservative. And I remember in law school reading those Supreme Court cases and finally truly understanding a deep meaning of constitutionalism. And what's sad is how our Constitution has been destroyed over time by our Supreme Court. We finally have a good Supreme Court right now. Thank you to President Donald Trump.
Absolutely, thank goodness. And the left hates it because he put in these great Supreme Court justices. As an attorney, watching all of these lawsuits against President Trump and these accusations after accusations against him, what are your thoughts on that, you know, from a legal perspective?
So I'm a true believer in America's judiciary and an independent and strong judiciary. That's in our Constitution for a reason. And so it really, really bugs me to see our system abused like that, and it's being abused. And what's really dangerous about it is if we had a good court system and a good prosecution system, then you would have the public that would respect the courts and respect the rule of law. What the Democrats are doing, the Democrats are fundamentally destroying the foundations of our society and the foundations of public respect and public confidence in the rule of law and in our court systems. And that's a very, very dangerous thing. And if Donald Trump doesn't win this election, God forbid, if Tim Sheehy doesn't win, if the Republicans don't win, they are going to engage in a full-out attack on the Supreme Court and on the rule of law. And I don't know if we can come back from it if we don't win this election.
You're absolutely right. What kind of law and order will we have in this country if Donald Trump does not win? They are going to get rid of everything. And he says this all the time. He says, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you. I'm just standing in the way. We are all in danger. Every single one of us, you, me, everyone here, they're coming after us.
Oh yeah, and that's why I respect you and everybody else in conservative media, because we're putting our personal well-being on the line. We really are. Because these Democrats, a lot of them are sick, and a lot of them would really like to do us harm. And they would like to see us lose our jobs. They want to see us get audited by the IRS. A lot of them said if you didn't get the vaccine, you shouldn't even get medical treatment. That is that's evil.
And they call us weird.
Right, and we're the weird ones.
We're the weird ones. Okay.
It's insane. Look around. This is not weird. This is awesome.
It's awesome. It's a bunch of patriots, American patriots who love our country. We have common sense. We love our Lord. We love our freedoms. We love our family, faith, freedom, family, country. We love it, and we just want it saved. And you're fighting hard for that, too. We appreciate that with you. How can people follow you?
So I'm Lecture Fan, LCTR Fan, LCTRFAN. It's a weird name, but I'm live on Twitch doing politics streams on Twitch. I tweet all the time. I'm a fifth generation Montanan. If you want the conservative Montana perspective from an attorney, I'm the guy.
There you go. Follow him. He knows his stuff. Fighting for Montana, fighting for the country. So good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for watching RSBN too.
Thank you so much. Go RSBN, Trump 2024.
Yes, absolutely. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Good talking to some of these people from Montana as we get ready for President Donald Trump. Running a little behind tonight, but that's okay. He did have some technical problems on his plane earlier, so he had to make an emergency landing in Billings, Montana, but he is on his way. He's fine. I had a lot of people texting me and messaging me on social media asking if the president is fine. He's fine. He's going to be here tonight. The plane just had a couple of little issues, and they made that emergency landing. But all is well in Trump world here tonight in Montana. Taking a look at the crowd behind us. Everyone is on their feet waiting for the president. Just enjoying a good night. He should be here within about 30 minutes or so on stage. So stick around as we wait for the president. The people here really loving the Congressional candidates who are in this race come November and just ready to head to the polls. They want a fair election. They want an honest election. They want to save this state, and they want to save this country.
Yeah, it's, there's so many people here that are just, incredibly excited. They want to see a safe and fair election. They want to know that their vote counts, and that's what's most important. And now that I'm looking around, there's not a single seat left in the House. If you want to talk about crowds, there's standing room only. In this entire building, the entire room is just filled with people. Standing room only, every seat, top to bottom, 100% filled. This is truly a sight to see. If you have not been to a Trump rally, this is something you do not want to miss. If you love President Trump and you love our country, this is the rallies that you have to go to. Stand in line, have fun all day, have great food, meet great people, very like-minded people, and then you come in and this is what you get. A great show, some great speakers, and just a lot of inspiration and hope for our country.
You're right. I love it here. It's in the air. Freedom is in the air. Faith is in the air. And hope is in the air at these rallies. Hey, if in these crazy times, there is peace of mind and security. Security for our country, security for our leaders, and security for our families. But think about this. If you have all of your eggs in one basket, you are not financially secure. Gold and silver are an excellent way to diversify your savings. That's why it's important for you to get a jump start on all of your savings with the Birch Gold Group. My friends at the Birch Gold Group, you can own physical gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. Transfer those IRAs, those 401ks. Make sure your money is safe. Contact the Birch Gold Group. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of satisfied customers. You could be the next one. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. Do it right now. Don't delay. You'll get a free information kit. No obligation necessary. You'll get that free info kit, and then also speak to a representative, one of these experts in the field, to help you put your money in the right place. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. About 30 minutes away from President Trump taking the stage here in Montana, Bozeman, Montana. The people here are excited. They're ready. They're on their feet. They're dancing along to the music. And we're going to let you enjoy the crowd. We're going to pan the crowds. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network and spending your Friday evening with us. We love that you're here with us. We love that you choose us to be your campaign headquarters for 2024. I'm Vanessa Broussard, along with Mike is here with us, and we're just having a great time for the weekend, to start the weekend. So enjoy the pans of the crowd. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back with you momentarily here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Montana as we await President Trump, who should be taking the stage here momentarily. A packed house, not an empty seat here in the arena on Montana State University's campus. Standing room only. The overflow crowd is packed, and we are excited about what's ahead tonight.
Yeah, the anticipation is growing. You know, there's so many signs. It's just a sea of Trump signs. You know, it is just, it's a very colorful red, white, and blue crowd. It's one heck of a Friday night. You know, again, this is just one way that you can spend your Friday night with President Trump and RSBN. And, you know, we hope we are bringing this to you, and you can see the excitement in the air, the people on their feet. The jubilation is just unbelievable. And the shirts and the Trump gear is just fantastic. There's so many diverse and unique people here from every kind of background you can imagine. And again, standing room only. I'm looking at people you can't see behind our camera, but it's all the way wall-to-wall packed, all the way back to the doors. There's no more line outside. Everybody is inside. There's a waiting area where I think they have the big screen outside where everyone is enjoying what they can out there for all the thousands of people that could not make it in. And so, you know, we're getting close. We're getting close. It's heating up.
Yes, and all of these people, you will hear the crowd cheer when some of these state reps and congressional members walk by here tonight. We have Representative Ryan Zinke of Montana, Senator Steve Daines of Montana, Tim Sheehy. A lot of support tonight for Tim Sheehy. The governor, I hear, is here. Matt Whitaker spoke earlier. So a lot of excitement surrounding tonight's event for not only President Trump, but for the congressional seats that are up for grabs in Montana, because they want to keep Montana red, and they also want to help President Trump in 2025 with, you know, more Senate seats and more House seats. So Montana wants to do their job, and they're going to vote red all the way down the ballot come November. Taking a look at Pauli Market's presidential election poll, taking a look at the swing states, the chance of winning. Trump has a 67% chance in North Carolina. In Nevada, Trump has a 52% chance. In Georgia, Trump has a 55% chance of winning. In Arizona, President Trump has a 56% chance of winning. We talked to some people from Arizona earlier today, and they're just tired of the mess there in Arizona. They're tired of the open borders. They're tired of the economy. They're tired of the crime. And so they're actually, they told me that they packed up and they moved here to Montana because they just couldn't take Arizona anymore. But there's also some big seats up for grabs in Arizona as well. You have Carrie Lake running for Senate. Big election there. So you want to make sure that, you make sure you vote in Arizona. But looking at these poll numbers, Trump has a chance of winning Arizona, 56% chance of winning Arizona. That's according to Pauli Market on interactive polls. So looking good in those states for President Trump. But people ask, Mike, why is he here in Montana? Montana's a red state. Well, the fact is it's because we do have those Senate seats, and we do have some other big races going on that he's here in the state stomping for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know that Trump is himself as a force, and, throwing his weight behind the other candidates in other local elections means a lot to everyone here in Montana. Montana has been red and will likely continue to be red for quite some time, but they love to have that support from Donald Trump. It's important to everyone on a local level. We've heard all day about what's affecting everybody most with crime, the border, inflation, and obviously, these candidates that are counting on Trump support really want to help Montanans take this back, make sure that they can take back their state, their country, and really just, live the American way of life that they've been used to and that they want to, and, live on their own terms.
Yeah, and living the American way, what is the American dream anymore? People want to have that American dream. They want to be successful. They want to start a family. They just want to, live happily and free. But the American dream is almost shattered now because it's the illegal alien dream You know, the Americans are being pushed into the corner while the illegal aliens are getting front row seats to everything. Free housing, free health care. It's just very unfair. And looking at some other notes here, talking about Kamala. Kamala, I'm told, was in Arizona today, but she's going to these blue cities. She hasn't gone to rural America because rural America, as we know, is red. And so the states that she has campaigned in and made campaign stops in have all been liberal cities. So President Trump and his team talking about Kamala not answering the media for 19 days now. She did stop and talk to one on the tarmac earlier this week, just yesterday. And Kamala stated that she had to talk to her team to schedule a press interview by the end of the month. Why would anyone need 3 weeks to prepare for an interview with a friendly outlet that will throw her softball questions? This is coming from the Trump team. Why is she being controlled by her new team, consisting of former Obama officials, instead of making decisions herself? Is it because she can't be trusted to make her own decisions? Who is actually in charge? And that's the big question right now. Who is in charge? Joe Biden isn't at the White House right now. He's not even in Washington, D.C. right now. He's vacationing. Kamala isn't at the White House right now. She's not in D.C. either. She's on the campaign trail in Arizona. So who is running the country right now? Well, I'll let you decide for yourself at home. I think I have an idea. Probably the same person who I believe has been running the country for the past 3.5 years, sitting in the back room with the IFB in his ear and a little microphone making all the calls. And it's not Kamala and it's not Joe Biden. So that's probably who's running the country right now. The Trump team says she is not in charge. She can't be trusted to make her own decisions. And she's ducking press interviews and press conferences because she'll malfunction like Joe Biden if she's unscripted. And that's actually true. In her rallies lately, all she's done is go off script. And sometimes it's the same script. She has been recorded being verbatim in all of her rallies, saying the same thing over and over again. Same scripts, different rallies. Reminder about Birch Gold as we talk about the economy and the struggles that people are going through. You don't have to go through those struggles with your money. You can roll your IRAs and 401ks into gold with the Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. The Birch Gold Group will send you a no obligation free information kit. They'll also send you they'll call you, and you'll get to talk to these professionals about how they can help you. They'll get your information regarding how much you want to put in and what your plans are for the future, and then they'll get you on the right path. It's almost like a schedule to get your money on the right path to financial peace of mind. That's the Birch Gold Group, who has a 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of satisfied customers, rave reviews from their customers who are so happy with the outcome now that they've switched over to the Birch Gold Group. So don't wait. Make sure you invest with them today. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Okay, we're continuing the party here in Bozeman, Montana. As we watch the crowds, the people are excited. They're on their feet. President Trump will be coming out momentarily. What an awesome event. It's been a beautiful day. The scenery is to die for. It's so gorgeous here in Montana. The perfect location, and the crowd is just energized. They're excited. We have 88 days to go until November 5th. That's all. Just 88 days to go. And we are continuing on the campaign trail. The Trump train has taken us to the north part of the country, right here through Montana. No other announcements just yet, but be standing by for those. You know, President Trump will have those coming out here in the next day or so about his next rally or rallies that are coming up. So stick with RSBN as we continue to stay in contact with the Trump campaign and what rallies will be coming up. Make sure you're signed up for our newsletters as well. That way you'll know about these rallies when they are announced. You can go to rsbnetwork.com, sign up for our newsletters, and from there you'll get all the information right to your email. And if you're like me, you're always on the phone, you can just click on your email from your phone and you'll find out all you need to know right there from our newsletter. Also, thanks to everyone on X. Big day for RSBN as we hit the 1 million follower mark. Thank you for following us on X. And also, if you're watching on Rumble, thanks for watching. YouTube, thank you. Facebook, thanks to everyone who's watching and supporting us. We appreciate all of our viewers. And for you to make RSBN your campaign headquarters for 2024. I'm smiling at the crowd because they're so excited, and we are too, as we wait for President Trump to arrive here in Bozeman. I'm reading a new statement from the Trump-Vance campaign that just came in, talking about Tim Walz being the worst vice president in history if elected. Walz, of course, supports open borders, just like Kamala. Walz supports defunding the police, just like Kamala. Walz supports confiscating guns, just like Kamala. These people are a danger to America. They're dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Open borders, defunding the people who protect us, and confiscating our guns. We cannot let this happen, America. We've got to save our country. But not just on the presidential level, but also for our congressional seats that are up for grabs as well. Continuing to watch the crowd here in Bozeman, I'm Vanessa Broussard, along with Mike is here with us, and we're just having a great time. Thanks for following us. Thanks for being here with us. Mike, how you feel about it? Your first rally?
It's electric. It's, you know, there's really no other. Everyone is just fired up. You know, the signs are everywhere to be seen. I mean, look at this. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable as we scan the crowd here. It's just, you know, we get so many waves and pictures and everything. It's just absolutely fantastic. It's there's really nothing like it. There's really no way to describe your first rally here. What a great place. You know, besides the weather and the scenery, you know, what a great bunch of people here in Montana welcoming RSBN and Donald Trump into their homes, and you at home welcoming us and watching us and supporting us. We certainly appreciate everything that you do for us. And we hope that we can bring you the best coverage for every rally and really give you a sense when you can't be here around the country, give you a sense of what it's like to be here, to be inside, to be this close and on the front lines of these rallies, because there's really nothing like it. It's truly a family event. You know, it's Donald Trump is just has the draw. He's just the person that everybody wants to see. And, you know, we hope that November 5th, we can keep this going all the way through and bring it home. And like we know that we can, and really just get out there. That's our message to you, is to get out there and vote and make your vote count. Make it so that there is no way that there's any question who the winner of this election is, the most important election in our history.
Absolutely. Make it too big to rig. That's the slogan from the Trump campaign, and that's just what these people want to do here in Montana. If you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook or Rumble, join in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from and where do you want to see President Trump to go next. Let us know in the chats. Keep joining in on the conversation. We love to hear from all of you. So much at stake this election. You know, we talked about it just a moment ago. You have Kamala Harris, who wants to defund the police. She has released dangerous criminals from jail when she was a prosecutor. She let these criminals out, and when they should have been jailed. She does not support the police. She has a running mate who lies about serving in Iraq. This is just stolen valor. He left his unit and abandoned them. So when they were deployed, he stayed back, and he has lied about it. This is the ticket that wants to run our country. What a slap in the face that is to all of our servicemen and women and all of our veterans. This is a ticket, the Kamala and Tim Walz ticket is a ticket that wants to raise taxes. They want to make grocery prices even higher. They want to make gas prices even higher. They want to stop the Keystone XL pipeline. They want to stop everything that's good. They want to take away your Second Amendment rights. Hey, they even want to take away our First Amendment rights to freedom of speech. Look how it is on social media with Facebook, how it was really bad back in 2016, 2020. You know the term, Facebook jail. You say something, you go to jail. They want to take away our right to talk. They want to take away our guns. They want to take away all of our rights. We can't allow this to happen in America. So what do? We have to save this country and vote. And take a look around. How many American flags do you see here tonight? So many. How many people do you see with patriotic gear on, whether it's hats or t-shirts or scarves? You don't see this at a Kamala Harris rally. You don't see this around Tim Walz because they are America last. This movement, this party is America first. This is our homeland, and we have to protect our homeland, and it's up to us to do so. As Trump said when he got up on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, and raised his wrist and said, fight, fight, fight. He was talking to you, he was talking to me, he was talking to everybody here tonight and everyone watching to continue to fight for this country. Don't give up. And so that's our message to you tonight as well. Keep fighting the good fight. A lot of people ask, how can I get involved? Well, you can start at your local level, join different organizations. If there's not one, create one with you and your neighbor or you and your best friend, and then let that grow. It's okay just to start with a few people. You can also become an election worker, a poll watcher. There's so many different ways to get involved. We need lots of eyes at the polls this year. So if you want to be a poll watcher, please do, because the more we have eyes on the ground there watching to see what's going on, the less likely any type of suspicious activity could be going on. So that's how you can get involved. So please do so. Make sure that you do get involved and get everyone involved in your neighborhood as well. A reminder about Birch Gold. Birch Gold Group is your go-to for turning your IRAs and 401ks into precious metals. Save today with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. We can't emphasize enough how the American dollar is going down, and it may continue to do so. We just don't know. And so that, the way to not be worried about it or concerned about it is to invest in gold, and you can do that with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. You'll get a no obligation free information kit, and you'll also get a phone call from one of the professionals, representatives, who will help you come up with a plan that's best for you. Thousands of satisfied customers become the next satisfied customer with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Yes, packed house here tonight. Standing room only at the top. Standing room only here on the ground level. The overflow crowd. It is packed, and we're just minutes away from President Trump taking the stage. A lot of first-time rally goers here today.
Ladies and
here we go, President Trump.
To the stage, Governor of Montana, Greg Gianforte.
Hello, Montana! It is so great to see you.
Serving as your governor these past 3 years has honestly been the greatest honor of my life. And I'm looking forward to continue to serve Montana when Donald J. Trump is back in the White House. This presidential election can be summed up as the weak and failed against the strong and successful. That's the difference between Harris and Trump. Montanans have been feeling the effect of Kamala's agenda for 3 long years. Home prices are through the roof. It's harder to buy groceries and gas. Childcare is more expensive. Biden trusted Harris, boy, that was a mistake, as his so-called border czar. Shh. You know it. She's been a complete dud. Under Harris, we've had more than 10 million illegal crossings. That's 10 illegal immigrants for every citizen of the state of Montana. It's got to stop. The Harris border policy is as effective as a screen door on a submarine. Donald Trump will finish the wall and secure our border once and for all. Have you seen this guy they nominated as their vice president? Tim Walz? He's soft on crime, and his so-called peaceful protester destroyed his entire state. And Kamala Harris, she bailed him out. We need to defeat Harris and Walz and send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House. But they need our help. And that starts with electing Republicans up and down the ballot. And let me just say, I would be honored to have your vote in November. Together, we've worked to fight the Harris agenda, her war on coal, and her war on Montana values. But it doesn't stop there. We need to send Ryan Zinke and Troy Downing back to the House of Representatives. We need to fire career politician John Tester and send Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy to the Senate. And we need to fire Kamala Harris. Make number 45 number 47 again. All, you know it, so we can make America great again. It's my great honor to introduce our next speaker. Tim Sheehy is a father, a husband, a combat veteran, a patriot, and a job creator. He has lived the American dream while serving our great nation. And he's running to deliver leadership in the Senate that will make Montana proud. Make no mistake, the fight for the U.S. Senate starts right here in Montana. John Tester votes with Harris 95% of the time. In fact, Tester recruited Harris for the Senate. What's up with this guy? Tim Sheehy in the Senate. Montana will have a true leader who will fight inflation, secure the border, and help President Trump make America great again. Please join me in welcoming my friend and your next U.S. Senator, Tim Sheehy.
Be the one I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, run me like a racehorse, pull me like a ripcord, break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, word upon your lip, rather that you rip, break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes, 'cause I love how it feels when I break the chains.
Well, you know my name. Did you know those are also my pronouns? I've been a he-she for 38 years. I can tell you, going to middle school in the 90s, that wasn't a fun name to have. And that is a joke, but it's also an illustration of the lunacy we're seeing in America right now, where we are telling our boys that they're girls and our girls that they're boys. And John Tester voted for it. He voted to put boys in girls' sports. He has been a rubber stamp for the Biden-Harris agenda every single time it matters. You'll hear numbers like 91%. You'll hear numbers like 95%. The truth is, every single time America's been on the ballot in the U.S. Senate, John Tester's voted the other way. Every single time. And in the last 3.5 years, Kamala Harris has broken more ties than any other vice president in the history of this country. And that's because of one person, John Tester. And in a state that President Trump carried twice by 20 points, John Tester couldn't find the courage to say, I'm going to vote against these terrible policies that are bad for Montanans. I'm going to vote against these policies that are bad for America. And I'm going to vote against these policies that are bad for hardworking, everyday Americans. And what they've done is they've put you in the back seat, and they've continually enriched all the D.C. special interests that pay for John Tester's campaign. He is the #1 recipient of lobbyist dollars of every single political candidate in this nation, including presidents. I served as a Navy SEAL. My wife was a Marine. We met in the military. And during the wars, we were deploying on and off. We saw each other like 45 days spread across 5 or 6 years. And that's the secret to a happy marriage, right? Just kidding. My wife's my best friend. I'm so lucky she still puts up with my crap. We love this country. We joined 18 after 9/11. When you joined after 9/11, I'm sure, who we got post 9/11 vets in here? Where are our veterans? All right, where are the rest of our veterans? The rest of our veterans, stand up. I want to see all our vets on your feet. Thank you. Thank you. And all of you did something. All of you did something that Jon Tester never did. You put your country first. And when my wife and I joined the military at 18 after 9/11, there was no question what was going to happen. We weren't going to get free college. We knew we were going to war. And we were going to war to protect this great country. I've been to about 93 countries around the world. There's some beautiful places. But there is nowhere I would rather raise my family, build my business, or call home than the United States of America. We are so lucky to be Americans. And if you wonder why we have a border crisis, it's because everybody wants to come here and be Americans. No one's walking across deserts to move to China. No one's drowning in the ocean to move to Russia. They are coming here to be Americans, and we should be proud of that. But I'll tell you another thing, America is at a crossroads. And when I discovered that, I've never run for anything in my life. I haven't run for student council. I haven't run for Congress or anything else. But when I watched the sacrifice of my friends, whose names I still wear on my wrist, we fought hard in Afghanistan. We answered our nation's call. And I still fly water bombers to this day. I protect our public lands. Just last week, I was out water bomber protecting your land. And I was flying water bombers in California by day, and by night I was on my phone trying to get American citizens, allies, interpreters, people that fought alongside us to fight the terrorists. Joe Biden abandoned them in Afghanistan. He left them behind. And he left billions of dollars of equipment. And in the wake of that, I got involved in politics. I said, enough is enough. I'm sick of this bullshit. We got to save this country. And a couple years later, here we are. The reason I'm running for this seat is very simple. When I understood the importance of this race, when I understood that the control of the United States Senate came down to this seat, it was clear that my new path to serve this country was in the U.S. Senate. I got out of the military and started a business in my barn right out of town here. Bridger Aerospace has been a Montana success story. We've created hundreds of jobs right here in this state. And when we created those jobs, we had a lot of veterans on staff. We were fighting wildfires, innovating new technologies and ways to protect our communities. And I'm proud of that. Jon Tester attacks my company every single day, and it's disgusting. You should be ashamed of that. Just like he attacks my war record. And you know why? He attacks my war record because he doesn't have one. He attacks my business because he's never started one. But let's put all that aside. Let's talk about what matters to Montanans. I can't outspend Jon Tester on the air. He's got way too much money. So I do grassroots campaign, all 56 counties, every VFW hall, every rodeo. We're going to every small town, shaking people's hand, looking them in the eye, and telling them why we're going to win this race and how we're going to save this country. And I've heard a lot of things across the state. To our Native brothers and sisters, what have the Democrats done for you? What have the Democrats done for the reservations and the tribes? Why do you continue to vote for them and send them back to office? I ask you to consider supporting our campaign because we will put you first. To working men and women, The open border crisis is destroying our reservations, our urban communities, and our rural communities. Fentanyl's pouring into our state and is tearing apart our families and the fabric of our country. 100,000 Americans a year, thanks to Biden and Harris, and Tester voted for it every time. For everyday working Montanans, gas prices are double, diesel prices are double. Your home's more expensive, inflation's at record highs. How is this economy taking care of you? It's not. It's been an upward transfer of wealth under the Biden-Harris Tester regime. They've taken money from your pocket, and they're paying off college student loans with it. They're paying for illegal immigrants' hotel rooms with it. They're sending hundreds of billions overseas to other countries when they should be supporting you. They should be supporting hard-working Montanans. And I'm thrilled to have President Trump here supporting us. He's the first president in a generation not to enter us into a foreign war. He's built the strongest economy in a generation, securest border in a generation, and he showed strength on the world stage. And we're going to send him back to the White House in November. But you have a very important job to do, because if Donald Trump gets to the White House and doesn't have a Senate, he's not going to get things done. You need to deliver him a Senate by retiring John Tester. And across all 56 counties in our state, I've heard one thing from Montanans. They want common sense back. They want common sense government. And what does common sense mean to Montanans? They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas. Cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls. This fall, we got to save America. We got a lot of work to do. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy will walk by and the audience goes crazy. Every time he walks on the right-hand side of the arena, they go nuts. When he walks on the left-hand side, they go nuts. And, of course, he had a great welcome when he came out on stage. So I think Tim Sheehy may be good to go this coming November.
Yeah, Tim came out with a lot of energy. There's a lot of love for him as a Navy SEAL, and as a local Montanan business owner, really, really relatable to the people. And, obviously with his competition now, I think, and obviously with the backing of President Trump, this could be the election Tim Sheehy needs to get into the Senate.
Yes, and so that's what we're here for tonight, is to make sure that Montana is they play a crucial role in the Senate seats come November. And so that's why President Trump is here. That's why the people are here, because the people of Montana know just how important it is for us to take over the Senate and also keep our majority in the House. And it goes right through Montana. It's very important here in Montana. But I think the people here, I'm estimating, I don't know, I'm usually not the best at this, but it holds about 8,500 people, and there's standing room only. There's, of course, the seats on the ground, the risers behind us. I would say about 10 to 12,000 people inside right now.
Yeah, it's extremely impressive. It's extremely good. They have squeezed every body that they possibly can in here. Hey, how are you? And, thank you.
Hi.
And the support for RSBN is amazing. It's just everywhere we go. This is nonstop. But yeah, it's fantastic here. There's so many people. The love is great. The energy is amazing. With Trump now leading in 5 crucial states, I think there's only one way to go, and that's back to the White House for President Trump.
Yes, absolutely. That's where we're hoping to head come January of next year. So, again, Montana voted red in 2016. They voted red in 2020, and they are on track to vote red in 2024, not only in the presidential race, but also for all of the races up and down the ballot, from the local level all the way to the top. The people here are fed up. They want to keep Montana. They don't want California moving into Montana and those type of laws under Governor Newsom to start taking over here. So they're really standing up for their home turf of sorts and for their state. A lot of fifth generation plus residents here speaking out and standing up for what their families have stood for in the past for generations.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen what the liberal agenda has done here in Montana. They've seen what it's done across the country. They've certainly seen what it's done in my home state, California, under Governor Gavin Newsom, which has just been awful, and it's affected Californians. They're starting to see some of that here, and they just don't like it. So their main concern is to keep it Montana. They don't want California 2.0. They don't want anybody coming in with that liberal agenda. They want to make sure that they keep it fully Republican, fully red, and I think that with the support that they're showing here tonight, I think they're going to get it done.
Yes, absolutely, and it's exciting to see. Hey, we love to tell you what's going to come up. We love to look ahead here on RSBN, but we just don't know. But as soon as we know, we'll put that out for you on our social media accounts, also our newsletter. So make sure you're following us, because we're sure that once tonight ends, the Trump team and the Trump campaign will send out some information on what's ahead, and you can bet that that RSBN will be there and will continue to be on the campaign trail. A lot of that has to do with you, so thank you to our donors who continue to donate to us. A lot of first-time donors, too. We appreciate all of you who have donated to help us stay here on the campaign trail and let you see the crowds for yourself, let you hear from the people. It's one thing to hear from news anchors, but it's the people that we let do the talking for most of our broadcasts.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the most important things with RSBN, is that you're in it. You're in it with us. You're embedded in it. We're not standing somewhere and showing a wide shot all the time. We're in the crowds. We're talking to the people. You're getting a feeling for everywhere that we go, in every state, everywhere there's a rally. You know what's going on. You're seeing what the issues are, and because of you, we've made it to 1 million subscribers tonight. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the continued support, and please continue to donate to RSBN, because this is what helps us stay on the campaign trail and show you what this is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. We let the people do the talking most of the broadcast, and you hear it from people from all over the country, no matter what state we're in, no matter what city we're in. They all have have the same issues that they're facing, and they all have the same common goal, and that's just to put God first and save our country. And they believe that President Trump is that man. But he's here. He's in the House. He's meeting with his donors and some of the congressional candidates in the back right now. And any minute, we're expecting him to come out and talk to us. If you live on the East Coast, we're sorry. We know it's late on a Friday night, but that's okay. Where else could you be other than a Trump rally? I can promise you there's nowhere else in town that's as hype as where we are right now. So you're in the right spot this late on a Friday night. Waiting for President Trump, taking a look at the crowd behind us. You can see a lot of people on their feet. People are just waiting on Donald Trump to arrive. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Mike Fortin. So good to have you here with us. We're at the Brick Breeden Fieldhouse on the campus of Montana State University. The people in the back are sure having a good time with their signs. Very energetic, very happy. We got tight security here tonight, so don't worry at home. Everywhere I look, I see some sort of security. You know, I just mentioned some dates that as we wait for the Trump campaign to release the next rally dates. But I'll tell you that President Trump has agreed to 3 debates with Kamala Harris, but she has not yet agreed to those debates. It's funny that she hasn't, Mike, because just at her rally the other day, she says, I wish Donald Trump would tell me to my face. Well, Kamala, he has agreed to 3 debates that you have not agreed to yet, so he's more than ready to debate you anywhere, anytime, any place. He has agreed to September 4th on Fox News. He has agreed to September 10th on NBC. And he has agreed to September 25th with ABC, but still nothing from Kamala. Same thing when J.D. Vance confronted her on the tarmac the other day just this week, saying, hey, why are you hiding? Are you taking notes from Biden? Are you hiding with Biden? And she didn't come off her plane, so he confronted the media and said, it's been 19 days now. She has yet to talk to the people. She has yet to say where we are as a country with the stock market crashing, on the verge of World War III. Where's Joe Biden? She will not take any media questions. So here's President Trump agreeing to debates. She has not, but yet she tells her followers, tell me to my face, but yet she doesn't want to meet President Trump to his face, and she wouldn't even go out and greet J.D. Vance and meet him face to face.
Yeah, I think she's trying to look for any way out, because I don't think there's a way for her to win in a debate against President Trump. And right now, when she was confronted by a reporter asking her if she would commit to the 3 debates, she said that she committed to 1. She completely dodged the question about the other 2. So, it's very clear that she's got some reservations, as she should when debating President Trump. I think that, with her dodging the questions and obviously J.D. Vance and everyone calling her out, she continues to run and hide. She's using the Biden strategy of hiding like Biden. It's first we had Joe that hit out all he could. We saw what Joe could do on a debate stage. I want to see what Kamala can do on a debate stage if she's able to hold her own against Donald Trump. Personally, I don't think she can.
Absolutely. What is she going to win on? She can't win on the economy. She can't win on the border. She can't win on the wars that are brewing overseas and actually underway overseas. She can't win on any policy. And in fact, if you look at her website, she has no policies listed because she has none. She has never been elected to a position by the people. The people know better. And so she cannot win against President Trump. President Trump will take her and destroy her just like he did Joe Biden in their first debate and made him drop out of the race. It was so terrible. This administration, the Biden administration and the Harris administration, don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to debating because they have done nothing nothing for the American people, that is. They've done everything in the world for the illegal aliens, but nothing for the American people. So if anyone confronts them, that's why they're hiding. She can't face President Trump. She can't face the media. She can't face anybody that's going to ask her a question, off the cuff, because she has to be in front of a teleprompter written by a writer on the team and read it word for word.
Yeah, what I would expect out of a debate between Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump is just word salad. We've seen it before. There's no substance when she's answering any questions. When she attempts to answer questions, there's just no substance. It's just a complete runaround of whatever the issue may be. And like you mentioned, Vanessa, when it comes to the policies and it comes to the issues at hand that Americans are worried about, they don't have an answer. There is no answer, because they could have secured the border from day one. They could have just kept the policies in place. They chose not to. And every day, more and more immigrants poured into this country, wreaking havoc. We still have no idea where they are. We don't know what their intentions are. And, they could have, with just a simple stroke of a pen, they could have fixed that. And they chose not to. And because they wanted to import the voters, and in the event that they were behind in the polls, that was their strategy. And I think now that more and more people are starting to see through that fact. So, personally, I can't wait till the debates happen. The first event is going to be must-watch TV, and we're just clearly looking forward to it, because I can't wait to see what she can't say.
Speaking in rhyme, like President Trump said on his interview with Tucker Carlson. He says, the bus goes this way, the bus goes that way, and that's just how the bus goes. That's how Kamala Harris talks. Can't understand anything we can't understand Joe Biden because he mumbles. We can't understand Kamala Harris because she speaks in rhyme, and nothing she says makes sense. This administration is just chaotic. They're out of control. They're almost to the point of lunatics. Look at how they're acting on stage, jumping around and hopping around together. It's just, Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. Look, guys, we cannot have this administration. We are doomed from start if this administration walks into the White House in January. We got to get out. We got to vote for Trump. We got to save our country and have some common sense restored back into our homeland. All right. Continuing to watch the people here. We're going to let you enjoy the crowd, enjoy the movements going on tonight as we look at the screen saying, make a plan to vote by mail, absentee, early, in person. Swamp the vote. Make it too big to rig on November 5th. 88 days to go until Election Day. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Mike Fortin. So good to see you. We're going to let you enjoy the crowd, listen to some music, and President Trump will be with us any minute now. that is played before President Trump comes out. And then we also have the Secret Service already making their way out with extra security on hand. So it should be any minute now that President Trump walks out. As you know, he was expected to start at 8 p.m. Mountain Time. It's now almost 9:30, but he did have some problems with Trump Force One, some technical issues, mechanical issues tonight, so he had to make an emergency landing. He's fine. The plane's fine, but he got here, and he wasn't going to miss it. He's President Trump. Of course, he was not going to let all of these thousands of people, he wasn't going to leave them hanging. So he's here, we're here. We're glad that you're here with us as well to enjoy this party, this Trump train party tonight here in Bozeman, Montana.
Shouldn't be long now. As the wave continues, it's just getting bigger and bigger, louder and louder, more signs. Just an absolute sight to see. So glad to be part of this here on a Friday night with RSBN. Thank you for joining us. We certainly appreciate you taking the time to watch us and subscribe to us and donate so we can continue to bring you these events like nobody else. Get you right into the action, get you up close with the issues. And
we got some more party music going on right now, Mike. Everybody's on their feet having a good time. Any minute now. Just a reminder that Trump dominated Montana in 2016 and 2020, and he's well on the path to take over for 2024 as well. This arena that we're at the campus of Montana State University holds about 8,500 people. I'm thinking with the overflow crowd, the people with the seats on the ground, the stands, the risers behind the podium, closer to 10 to 12,000 people, but we'll get an official number later on. Some of the big headlines coming out of President Trump's campaign lately is no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. He says this is your money and you need to keep your money. So make it known. President Trump wants to keep Social Security and not tax your Social Security. And also, if you know someone in the service industry, make sure that they know that President Trump doesn't want to tax your tips. He believes that these are gifts to you from a client or a customer and that you should not be taxed on those gifts. So no tax on Social Security, no tax on tips. Your hard-earned money, he says, should not be stolen and taken away from you by the government. So big news coming out lately that's really trending on President Trump. Also, 19 days since Kamala Harris was installed as the Democratic nominee. No questions from the media, no answers for voters, no platform on her website. Who would want to support someone like this? She's running from the media, she is running from the American people, and she has no platform, no promises on her website. Why should she? She hasn't done anything in the past 3.5 years, zero accomplishments, so she really can't put anything on her website. You know, when you're looking at her running mate, Tim Walz, he let Minnesota burn. Stolen valor. A lot of people on social media using the hashtag. It actually became the #1 hashtag on X this week, hashtag TamponTim. I giggle, but it's actually sad. It's because he approved having tampons in men's and boys' restrooms.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Oh. Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is a big crowd. A nice crowd. Thank you very much, and a very, very special hello, Montana. I've been traveling all over your state. I'll tell you, I know Montana better than you know. I was all over your state today. Everything's 2 hours. When are we going to be there? 2 hours, sir, 2 hours. I got to like Tim Sheehy a lot to be here. I have to. He better win. He better win. No. This is some beautiful country, though. I did do a lot of driving. I'd go to one. We went to some friends' house, a really good friend's house with your governor. You have a great governor in this state. You know that, Greg. But we went around the state, and it was so beautiful. And I'd say, when will I be there? Approximately 2.5 hours. So, oh, great. Thank you. It's a big state. It's a beautiful state, and we love it. And we've won it every time by a lot. So I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible place, this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. You built the country. Less than 3 months from now, we are going to defeat radical left Democrat Jon Tester. He's terrible. He is terrible. He is terrible. And send Tim Sheehy to the United States Senate. We're going to evict crazy Kamala. Do you know, ever hear of Kamala? Radical left. Radical left. Well, she has a couple of things that a lot of people from Montana would like she wants to take away your guns. You like that, right? All right, how about this? She wants to fund the police. Are you okay with that? She wants to allow millions of people to pour into our border through an invasion, using an invasion process. I don't think so. I don't think that's for you. It's not for me either. It's not for most people in this country. We're going to evict crazy Kamala, and we're going to get Joe Biden out of the White House. What's he doing now? Greg, what's he doing? You know, he wanted to debate. If we didn't have a debate, he'd still be there. Can you imagine if we didn't have a debate? Why the hell did I debate him? How did he do? Do you think he's happy with it? I don't think so. He's not too happy. You know, they took it away from him. They really did. They took it away. The guy had 14 million votes. She had none. But I'd rather run against her. I think she's easier to beat. I really do. I believe it.
And we are going to make America great again. We're going to make it so great. This election is about saving our economy, ending inflation, securing our borders, restoring respect for our nation. We're no longer respected. Preventing World War III, especially for all these young people, these young, beautiful people. We don't want to get them into World War III. And stopping a 1929-style depression, because that's what's going to happen. You saw what happened last week. With your vote, we will reverse the Kamala crash, and we will end the Kamala chaos, and we will stop the Biden-Harris invasion of people that don't belong in our country. They're invading our country. Kamala Harris, you know, it's interesting. Nobody really knows her last name. If you ask people, do you know what her last name is? Nobody has any idea what it is. Harris. It's like Harris. I don't know. How the hell did this happen? You know, they said, so we had the debate. He didn't exactly do well. And they actually, CNN was very nice. They said, that was one of the greatest debate performances I've ever seen, said by a very important person at CNN. Then what happens? 2 days later, they said he was lousy. They don't talk about me anymore. They just said he was lousy. And he was pretty bad, you have to admit. But we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn this country around. We're going to turn it around very fast. We're turning it around very fast. And Kamala is not up to the job. He's not up to it. Neither is Tester up to it. You know, Tester, everyone thinks like he's my best friend. He's never voted for me once, and yet his commercials is, I like Donald Trump very much. I love his pride. I love his border stance. He votes against the border. He voted against funding of the border. He said, I love his stance on energy. He voted against our energy programs. He votes against us 100%. He's voted in favor of crooked Joe Biden 100% of the time. He did it last time with the election. We had the same problem. Do you remember? He comes out, everyone's saying, he really likes your policy a lot. He doesn't like, he's a radical left lunatic, just like Kamala, and we got to elect him. We got to get him in. Got to get him in. Since becoming a presidential candidate, she has refused to do a single interview. You know why? Because she's dumb. Or hold a single press conference. She won't hold a press conference. She won't do it. She won't do it. She doesn't want. And they're easy questions, you know, because the press, look at them back there. Look at all of them. A lot of press. But they're rigged. They're rigged. They're fake news. You know, I looked and I get these tough questions from the press all the time, and I look at the questions that Joe got, right? Where do you think you're having dinner tonight? What will you eat? Will you have ice cream for dessert? No, I don't know. It's unfair, the questions are so hard, he says. No, the way they treated him and with me. I won't use the questions because I don't want to give many ideas. They give me the worst questions. They are so nasty. They are the nastiest people, I think, on earth. And Kamala gives the exact same speech over and over again. Over and over. The same exact words. One of the people put it up, like they put 6 of them up, and it was like, every single word is the same. I don't do that. I got to give you a little bit of variety, right? I change all these damn speeches. Where are my speechwriters? I'm going to do that. Just have one speech and just for the next 90 days go out and just read that thing. But we don't like to read teleprompters, right? It's not as much fun. It's not as exciting. And somehow it's never as good, is it, huh? No, I think we're going to write up one standard speech. You read it from beginning to end. You know what would happen? You'd start walking out. They'd say, oh, look, Trump's not holding. How about yesterday? They said, oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd. The press is talking about the crowd. In New Jersey, I had 107,000 people. The press never even talked about it. They don't talk about it. Right?
They don't talk about it because they're fake. I went to South Carolina. We had 82,000 people. Front row Joe, look. We have many front row Joes. We have Mr. Wall over here. Look, I love that suit. Do you think he's in favor of building a wall? I think so, yes. I think so. He's great. How many of you come to? Over 200, right? And you know, he's a great guy. He's makes a lot of money. You've got to make a lot of money. He travels all over the country. But the front row Joes are great. We have so many people. They've been to so many of the rallies. The rallies are great. We had a tough one 4 weeks ago, a very tough one, right? We had a very tough one. Lost a great person, Corey, great firefighter, great person, really amazing man. Corey, you're a tough one, right? And two gentlemen, real Trumpers, real Trump people. The people, they love our country. What's a Trumper? They love our country too. Really, really badly hurt. They didn't think they were going to make it, and they did make it, and they're going to be as good as ever, and they're great. The doctors in that whole Butler area did a phenomenal job, I will tell you. They thought these two would not make it, and they not only made it, they're going to be, they'll be as good as new, but it'll take a little work, but they got hit hard. All Kamala does is read that teleprompter while pretending she had nothing to do with any of the disasters that they... You know, she's totally given up of all of the things. She said, I want this, I want that, I want that. Now she doesn't want any of it. And then they accused me of being horrible when I questioned her. She wanted to be non-energy independent. She wants windmills all over the place, windmills. Put a windmill on top of the building. We have so much oil under our feet. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia and Russia. And we don't use it. 4 weeks ago, think of it. 4 weeks ago, the media said she was grossly incompetent. And I said, oh, this is going to be an easy race. She didn't have a chance of beating me. She couldn't do anything. They wanted to get her out. They thought she should resign with Crooked Joe Biden. What do you like better? It doesn't matter anymore, but what do you like better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Sleepy Joe, Crooked Joe. Okay, ready? They're both correct. I think Crooked Joe is more correct than Sleepy. You're like, all right, ready? Crooked first, right? What do you like better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Not bad. Crooked seems to always win. I mean, he's a crooked guy. All he had to do is think of it. If he didn't do the debate, he'd still be running. They'd be saying how great he is. He's a brilliant man, a wonderful guy, really at the top of his game. He wasn't at the top of his game 25 years ago, I'll tell you right now. And she's worse than he is. She's worse. He's smarter than she is. But the Democrats didn't have the courage to force her off. They didn't have it. They didn't want to do it. It was politically incorrect. And now the media is saying that she's wonderful. She's wonderful. The same people back there, 4 of them I recognize so perfectly. If you can't do a press conference, you cannot be president, okay? That's it. She doesn't do anything. Remember when I used to always walk up to the press under the helicopter or under the wing of the plane and I'd talk to them? I loved it because if I didn't like their question, I could say, I can't hear the helicopters. But they do many versions of it. Nobody ever did that before, you know. That was it. And they copy, everybody copies me. So now she walks up, she'll take like a half a question, and she'll leave. Joe is bad. Joe couldn't hear, he couldn't do anything. It was an embarrassment to that art form. That was an art form. It was an embarrassment. Kamala, sometimes referred to as Kamala. You know, she got about 9 different ways of pronouncing the name. And because the press is so dishonest, no matter how you say it, they'll say you were wrong. You were wrong. I don't care if I get it right. Actually, I couldn't care less. I actually haven't been accused that I know of calling it wrong, but if I did, they'd say that he did it on purpose. And you could do that. I've done a lot of bad name calling where you call somebody that you know how to say the name perfectly and you call it on purpose. They say, sir, you made a mistake. I said, no, I didn't. Kamala will not answer for her record of failure and weakness. A doctor, please. Doctor in the house. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take your time. Take your time, Doc. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We love these people. They wait for 2 days sometimes, and then it's tough. It's not easy. Are they okay? Thank you very much. And doctor, take your time. Good. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Take your time, doctor, please. We got a lot of time, right? Nice Friday evening. Friday evening in Montana. I think my next drive is going to be about 3-4 hours from here. I wish it was a little closer, you know, that's the one thing. But that's okay. That's all right. Our governor says we have all the time we want. Greg says we have all. You got one of the best governors. I don't know if you know. Do they appreciate it or not? I don't know. And the governor's wife, I don't know. He's a great one. He's a great guy. We better get 4 more years, or we're not going to have a country left if we don't get 4 more years. We're going to not have a country left. That's why so many people, they come and they waited for days. They wait for days, and it's tough. It's tough. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Yay! Wow. Thank you, honey. That's great. That's really good. Incredible people. So when you're commander-in-chief, you don't go to the run and hide away from the press. You know, they go and run, and they want to go on a record that's a fake record. They have a fake record, both of them. How about the new guy? How do you like him? And anytime you tell a story about anybody, by the way, Steve Daines, how good is he? True. He's one of the finest. He's one of the finest people you'll ever meet. I really mean that too. And it's an honor to be with you. And you want to do this so badly because you want to save the country. We need the Senate. We need the Senate. So thank you, Steve, for being here. Thank you. And with a beautiful family. But you don't get to flee from tough questions, and you don't get to read a teleprompter like for short periods of time where you make a speech that's like 2 minutes and everything is right off the teleprompter. What a lot of work to do for that. And you don't sit across the table from Vladimir Putin and President Xi of China. They're lovely individuals. If you can't handle our press, because they're not as tough as you think, I've been handling them for 4 years, and then another 4 years. They don't stop. They keep coming at you. They're the worst. But we're going to do something. We're going to have the biggest victory. They're going to celebrate, because I think silently they do celebrate. I think silently they do. I think silently they're for us. They're afraid to say it, right? They're afraid to say it, but I think silently a lot of those people back there in the press, and that's a lot of people, but I think they're for us. For nearly 4 years, Joe Biden's mental incompetence has given Harris a free rein to impose her ultra-liberal agenda on America and others with her and destroy our country. You're destroying our country. Joe Biden was exposed during the debate. Likewise, Kamala will be exposed during the debate. She will be exposed during the debate, or debates. But so far, she's refusing to debate. We want to have a debate. Think of it. So she wants to have no debates, but one maybe at the most. And she wants it to be on ABC because ABC with George Stephanopoulos. Have you ever heard of it? It's the nastiest of all. Who would think it, right? You think of NBC is terrible, and they are. MSNBC is disgusting. But the worst might be ABC, and that's the only one she'll do. And you know, when Biden came out with a brilliant idea to have a debate, how did that work out for him? Not so good. But he came out, they handed me Jake Tapper, sometimes referred to as Fake Tapper, but I have to tell you, he was totally fair, and Dana Bash, and they were totally fair. They really were. CNN. So they said, we want to debate. They gave me one option because they weren't going to debate. He didn't want to debate. They gave me one option. CNN, Dana Bash, and Jake Tapper. There will be no audience. There will be turning off your mics as soon as you finish speaking. And if you go over 1 second, they turn off and they make you look very bad. The good part is he didn't use much of his. You know, they give you 2 minutes and they'd say, right, you have 92 seconds left. And I kept saying, I'll take it. Can I have it? I want it. I want the 92 seconds at this. And then they'd do another one. You have 37 seconds left. That's a lot, you know, when you're up there, 37 seconds. And that's the last thing he wanted to hear because he didn't want to talk anymore. You have 77 seconds left. He goes, oh, Joe, what am I going to do? This is who our president was. And now we have somebody that's worse, in my opinion, worse. You have to remember, they said that he couldn't beat me now. I mean, after the debate, he was down, way down in the polls. They didn't even want to show the polls. They said he's not going to win. So they said, we're going to take him out and we're going to put somebody new in. This never happened to anybody before. We spent $100 million fighting crooked Joe Biden. And then all of a sudden they decide to take him out and put somebody else in. She never got one vote. She was the first loser in the primaries. You know, she ran against Joe Biden and everybody else. I think they had like 16 people running. She never made Iowa the first state. I love Iowa. You know why I love it? Because I win it every single time with the farmers. We win it. But she never made Iowa. She was the first one to quit. And now, and stupid, honestly, she was the nastiest to him, too. And then he picked her. I couldn't believe it. And she was part of the cabal that got him out. You know, they got him out. They said, we'll do it the nice way, or we'll do it the hard way, Joe. We'll use the 25th Amendment, and we'll call you mentally incompetent, and everybody will believe us. And, you know, what they did is a terrible thing, actually. They forced him out. It was a coup. We had a coup. That was the first coup in the history of our country. And it was very successful. He said, okay, I'll leave. If that's what you want, I'll leave. And now he's seeing what the competition is. I hear he's going to make a comeback at the Democrat convention. He's going to walk into the room, and he's going to say, I want my presidency back. I want another chance to debate Trump. I want another chance. But I handed Kamala and Crooked Joe a surging economy with no inflation. We had no inflation. We had nothing. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. True. Their radical socialist lunacy turned it into a failing economy with the worst inflation in probably 70 years. You know, they say 47. I don't believe 47. I think it's much more. I handed her the strongest border in U.S. history. She turned it into the worst border invasion in the history of the world. By the way, the chart, the border chart, I love that chart. I love that chart. I'm here because of that chart. I go, let me see that chart. If I don't turn, I won't be with you tonight. I won't be with you. I love that chart. You know the amazing thing? I'm going to sleep with that chart tonight. No, you know, the amazing thing is that chart, I use it probably 20% of the time, not that much. It's always on my left, not on my right. I mean, pretty much always. There are no people. We had a tremendous crowd, but all of the people, as far as the eye could see, they were here, and some in the back. And how great were the people in the back? But all the people were the same. Nobody fled. You know, when a crowd hears a bullet, they always run. They heard lots of bullets because there were lots of bullets going off. And our Secret Service shooter, our Secret Service sniper, whatever you want to call him, what a shot. He used one bullet from much further away because the sniper was there and he was way over here. And he wasn't warned that this could happen. I mean, that was the breakdown they had. They weren't warned. But he heard bullets. He immediately looked over, took aim, and shot. One bullet. Can you imagine that? From probably 400 yards, pretty far. But if it wasn't for that sign, in this case it came down to the right, it's never on the right, never. And it's never at the beginning of the speech. And I do, you know, I don't use the teleprompter a lot because I think it gets bad, but I just said, you know, let's take a look at the immigration numbers that we had, because they're great numbers. They're the best numbers in the history of our country. The Border Patrol did that chart. Thank you very much, Border Patrol. I appreciate it. But the Border Patrol did that chart. And you see the arrow on the bottom, the red arrow on the bottom. That's the lowest point. That was the week I left office. Look what happened after I left office. Look at that. And it's much worse now because that's a few months now. The numbers are much worse. They've let an invasion of our country happen, but I took a look. And because I took that look, I mean, what are the chances of that? So I just want to thank everybody, because I'll tell you what, the level of love and compassion and all of the things that we all went through, that was a terrible thing. And we're going to be very careful. We have to be very careful. This is, by the way, being president is a dangerous profession. You know, this is a very dangerous, this is not the safest profession out there, but it was an amazing event. And for those of you that don't believe in God, I believe that there's only one reason that could have happened, because the chances were so small. Right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're going back to Butler. You know that, right? We're going back to Butler. We got to go back. We got to go back to Butler. They were great. And the hospital was incredible. The doctors were incredible that worked on our two friends that were so badly hurt. The doctors were everything about it. And we're going to go back just before the election sometime in October. It's already being worked on. And I'll probably start off by saying, as I was saying. So you stand up. As I was saying, I gave Kamala and Crooked Joe a world at peace, and their weakness and incompetence quickly brought us to the brink of a global war. America cannot survive for 4 more years of this bumbling communist lunatic. Look, we cannot let her win this election. It's not a question of me. We can't let her win this election. If she wins this election, we're not going to have a country anymore. Starting on day one, we will bring competence and common sense back to the Oval Office. You know, we're really a party of common sense, if you think. We're conservative and all that, but we're really a party of common sense. And by the way, we have a great libertarian with us tonight. Where is our libertarian friend? And I think he's going to be with us. Where is he? What a nice guy. Stand up, please. Stand up. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. A lot of us are libertarian. And I think he's going to be giving you a very nice surprise very soon. But he's a great, wonderful person. And we just met and we knew each other a little bit from before. Thank you very much for being here. How do you like the audience? Not bad. Do you think the libertarians get this kind of an audience? I don't think so. But thank you. Great honor to know you. Thank you very much. But we'll bring back safety, security, and the American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. If you want a preview of what a catastrophe, another term of Kamala will be, and she was there, she was working with him. She was the border czar. Now she doesn't say she's the border czar. She said, I was never the border czar. I mean, everything they did, she's taking away now, but she was the border czar. She was the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this that allows millions and millions of people in a month from mental institutions and prisons, let them come into our country. Just look at who she chose for her vice president. She went with the hand-picked candidate of crazy Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders wanted him so badly, and the Democratic Socialists of America immediately gave him the endorsement. Forget him. That's her thinking. That's where she's going to go. You know, a politician, when they came out, if Steve Daines came out and said 20 years ago when he started, I wanted to fund the police. I don't think he's saying that. I wanted to fund the police, everybody. Then he said, well, I was only kidding. I don't. The truth is, when you come out with a statement like that, that's where you are. And she wants to defund the police, and she wants to have all of your guns taken away. She wants your guns taken away. You can count on it. A politician, their first statement, Steve, is always the statement. Now, Steve said, I'm going to protect your Second Amendment. That was a long time ago. He said, I'm going to take care of our police. Right, Steve? I just don't want to leave any question in their mind, Steve. He's so happy I did that little second part. He said, oh, my God, they might think I want to defund. No, Steve he's not a big defender. He's an increaser for the police. We want to take care of our police. They're doing a great job, right? As Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz let rioters and looters burn down Minneapolis. Remember CNN? They're right back there. Watch. Oh, there goes their light. Their light just went off. While the governor's wife opened the windows to the mansion to enjoy the smell of the fire, she said, the smell is so beautiful, I love it. I wonder where she's coming from. Walz said that socialism is just another word for neighborliness. She wants to be, he calls them neighbors, good neighbors. He signed a bill to give illegal aliens free health care. He abolished Columbus Day. He ordered tampons to be put into boys' bathrooms. Do we have any children here? Please close your ears. He ordered tampons in boys' bathrooms, okay? He signed a law letting the state kidnap children to change their gender so that they go home. But I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about her. This is her ideology. That's why she picked him. And he signed a bill allowing pedophiles to claim human rights protections under the state law. And then he said, by the way, J.D. Vance is doing a phenomenal job. But then he said, well, think of that. Think of the things I just said. Then he said, you know, I think J.D. Vance is weird. You know, it's a word that they use. I think he calls me that too. No, we're not. We're very solid people. We want to have strong borders. We want to have good elections. We want to have low interest rates. We want to be able to buy a house. We want great education. We want strong borders. I think we're I think we're the opposite of weird. They're weird. You know what they do? They work with the press on coming up with a soundbite, just a soundbite. And every station that night, all the networks, CBS and ABC, NBC, they all said, oh, they were called weird. It's unbelievable. You know, it's not a word that's really used too much in politics, but it's a terrible thing that they can do this. It's just a soundbite. No, J.D. Vance is a great patriot, and he's a United States Marine, and he's a real Marine, and he's a brilliant guy. And he went to Ohio State and graduated in 2 years at the top of his class, just about at the top of his class. And he then got into Yale, and he became a Marine. He got into Yale, and he did great at Yale. And he met his wife, who was actually, I think, the #1 student at Yale. They have a smart family. And we picked somebody that was very special, and he's really
He's really stepped up. I said, you got your sea legs, you know, because the first day they were hitting him with a lot of nonsense. And he's got his sea legs now. He's going to be great. I think don't we like him? And he's for the working man and woman. Tim Walz is the man who's very freakish. He's very freakish. If Comrade Walz and Comrade Harris win this November, the people cheering will be the pink-haired Marxists, the looters, the perverts, the flag burners, Hamas supporters, drug dealers, gun grabbers, and human traffickers. But with a Trump fans' victory, the cheers will come from the police officers, the firefighters, the Border Patrol agents, the steel workers, small business owners, parents, and hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And that's what we're doing. We're getting record numbers in the Hispanic community, record numbers in so many different communities. Nobody's ever actually seen. You know, this is the greatest movement in the history of our country. You do know that. Remember they used to say, no, MAGA's a good solid 35% of the party. No, it's 95% of the party, not 35. They used to say that. You know, they're very cunning people. Oh, MAGA's 35. And it was 35, really? No, it's 95% of the party, and I think it's probably 90%. I think the whole country. Think of it, who wants open borders? Who wants men playing in women's sports? And I'd like to congratulate the young woman who transitioned from a man into a boxer. You saw she won the gold medal. How about the young beautiful Italian boxer? She got in there and she didn't know what was going on, and she was a very good boxer, you know, against other women. She didn't count on this. And he's up here, boom, one little jab, whoa. She goes, nobody ever hit me that way. Then he goes, boom. And she said, okay, I had enough. It's crazy what they're doing. And this person won the gold medal. Did they win the gold medal today? What do you think of that, Tim? I don't think Tim likes it. Greg, no good, right? Now, how crazy is it? How crazy is it? For 4 more years, and she wants it. She wants men to play in women's sports. She wants to take away your guns. All of the stuff. And now she's going to deny it. Watch. She'll come out with a statement. She'll deny it. And remember one thing. I'm going to say it again later because it's so important. No tax on tips. Do we like that? And they're just the opposite. They're driving people crazy. And our senior citizens, we're not going to have them pay tax any longer on Social Security. Okay? Those two things. 4 more years of crazy Kamala Harris means 50 million illegal aliens pouring into our country over another 4 years. 50 million, could be 50 million more. They're overrunning our country. They're destroying our country. They're ruining our country, and they're making our country very unsafe. These are very tough people. These are criminals coming out of jails. These are people that are tough. The only good thing about them is they make our criminals look like weak sisters. That's it. These are really tough, nasty people. And we can't have it. You know, we all have a heart, but we can't have it. It means double-digit inflation decimating your savings, and your savings are being decimated. I know what you're going through. It means violent crime ripping through the suburbs. You know, they talk about women. I think suburban women like me a lot. You know, it's fake stuff. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? You know, I put something in when I was president. There will be no low-income housing developments built in areas that are right next to your house. You have a house in the suburbs. You're so proud. And then they want to build a low-income job with a 30-story building next to your house. And your house is worthless. And I stopped it. And then they say, well, I don't think suburban women like them. I think they like me. I'm going to keep criminals out of your neighborhood. That's really all that matters. I think they like me anyway. You're not going to have migrant criminals preying on our women and our girls while guns are confiscated from the law-abiding citizens. They want to take away your guns, and then they want to have our country overrun with some of the worst criminals
there are anywhere in the world. And they come from all over the world. They come from Africa. They come from Asia. They come from the Middle East. They come from all over. A large boatload came recently from the Congo. Where do you come from? Where in the Congo? Prison. What did you do wrong? We do not want to say. Murder. It was murder. And they're dumping them into our country. You know the money they're saving, these other countries? Their prison population is way down. The money they're saving is, they've never had it so good. And if I were running any of those countries, if I were running Colombia, if I were running Brazil, I'd be doing the same thing, but I'd be doing it faster than they're doing it. Why wouldn't you do it? It's common sense. Dump all of your criminals. You know, in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. You know why? Because he took all of the criminals out of Caracas and out of all the cities. He took all of them out and dumped them into the United States. He emptied his prisons into the United States of America. Why are we taking this? Why do we take this? Why? So don't take my word for it. Listen. Kamala Harris's agenda straight from her own mouth. Would anybody like to see her? Let's do it for a couple of seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing and take it seriously.
As President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance.
Let's eliminate all of that.
But would you support changing the dietary guidelines?
Yes.
You know, the food pyramid. What people
yes. Yes.
To reduce red meat specifically.
Yes, I would.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Where do you stand on defund the police?
This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets.
Harris asserted that ICE is perceived as the modern-day Ku Klux Klan.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
I see no.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
That puts ICE in the same category as the KKK. Is that what you're asking me? I see no parallel.
I'm not finished.
I see none.
And yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing.
And that's just a small part of it. That's just a small part. That's what we have, though. That's where they're going. We're going. Remember I said we will not become a socialist country? And I meant it, except I was wrong. We didn't become a socialist. We're going beyond socialism. We're becoming, if they get in, a communist, full-blown communist country. This is America. We're not a communist country. We're not going to let that happen. And Kamala is not just, she's not just dangerously extreme, and she is extreme, much more so than Biden, because Biden didn't know he was alive, let's face it, okay? Are you a socialist? What does that mean? What does it mean? Are you a communist, Joe? I don't know. So he was sort of dangerous because the people around the Resolute desk ran the country. Don't forget, he went after me. He weaponized government to go after me. I don't believe it was him. I believe it was the People's Circle. I could name every one of them. They're bad people. And we won our big case in Florida. Great, brilliant judge that was so smart and strong. And she didn't listen to the nonsense. And, you know, they play the ref with judges. They criticize them all the time, scream at them, treat them horribly. Justices, the justices of the Supreme Court, all judges. And they think they're playing the ref like the great Bobby Knight, right? Play the ref now. They're not putting up with it anymore. What they are doing is, in my opinion, totally illegal. Kamala is grossly incompetent and, in my opinion, has a very low IQ. But we'll find out about her IQ during the debate, okay? Let's find out about her IQ. So, you know, we have this great system. I want to show you just one other thing, please. Do you mind putting it up, please? Thank you.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically that's wrong.
So you're now no longer are you necessarily keeping those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house. It's on your laptop, and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us, right? The Caribbean nations, island nations, in the Western Hemisphere. That is where the Caribbean is. We are also in the Western Hemisphere. They are our neighbors. I am here, standing here on the northern flank, on the eastern flank, talking about what we have in terms of the eastern flank. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been, you know? Space is exciting. It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day. Every day it is time for us to agree that there are things and tools that are available to us to slow this thing down. We will work together and continue to work together to address these issues, to tackle these challenges, and to work together as we continue to work.
Do you ban plastic straws?
I think we should. Yes. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. It's really difficult to drink out of a paper straw when you had, if you're just, like, if you don't gulp it down immediately, it starts to bend. Yes. And then, you know, the little thing catches it, and then, you know, so we got to kind of perfect that one a little bit more. Do you know, okay, a bit of a history lesson. Do you know that women were not, the women's teams were not allowed to have brackets until 2022? So the United States shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea. AI is kind of a fancy thing. It's, first of all, it's 2 letters. It means artificial intelligence. As a woman, there's a balance to be struck between being tough and being a Turn that off.
So if you listen to Kamala's speeches, you'd never even know that she's been running the country. She's been running the country for 4 years and doing a horrible job. Look at what's happened to our country. We are a failing nation. I hate to say it, we are a failing nation. I wish I didn't have to do this. I wish I didn't have to go and do this. I wish they were great. I wish they'd make our country great, but they're going to destroy our country. You know it, they even know it, and probably they're doing it on purpose. It's hard to believe, but they're probably doing it on purpose. Kamala is working full-time to erase her record of open borders, transgender anything, high energy costs, taxes, interest rates, which are at sky levels, rising crime rates, and wars all over the world. We're in wars all over the world. You know, when I left, we had nothing. We had no wars. The world respected your country. We had no wars. Viktor Orban, who's the prime minister, the boss of Hungary, and knows everything very well. They asked him, what's wrong? The world is breaking out in wars all over. He said, there's one thing wrong. The United States needs Donald Trump back as president. And if you have that, you're not going, which is true. You won't have any of these problems. You won't have any of these problems. Russia would have never, ever attacked Ukraine. Israel would never have been attacked on October 7th, and you wouldn't have inflation, and you wouldn't have had the horrible Afghanistan embarrassment, the most embarrassing day, I think, in the history of our country. On Election Day, we're going to tell this radical left country buster, she's a country buster, that we've had enough. We can't take it anymore. We're going to say, Kamala Harris, you're fired. You've done a horrible job. You're fired. Get out of here. Get out. Get the hell out of here, Kamala. Right? If Kamala wins, foreign leaders will treat America's president as a joke. They already do.
Now we have 2 jokes. Think of it. What's going to happen? Russia gets a little nasty. China, President Xi, I know him very well, got along with him very well until COVID, in which case I said, that's the end of that. But President Xi, these are fierce people. These are fierce people. They don't even know who the head of our country is. Who do we have? Are we dealing with Biden? Biden probably should get out, but Xi should get out also. I think they should both get out. I'll tell you what. Do we have a volunteer? Yes, I will volunteer, okay? We have to straighten out. We have to straighten out our country. They're not going to do it. They will rip us off more than ever before. These foreign countries are ripping us off at levels that you've never seen before, and we had them held back. Russia respected us. China respected us. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No other president took in not 10 cents. For years, they ripped us off, and our country will never be given a chance for a future. We're never going to have a future back. If we don't solve this problem now, we can't go like this any longer. We're not going to have a country any longer. When I win, we're going to win. When I win, America will be respected again, because you will once again have a president who puts America first, and you have a president who will fight, fight, fight. Thank you. Thank you. For 4 incredible years under our administration, I stood up for America, and we achieved more than any administration in the history of our country. There's never been a period of time like we had for 4 years. There's never been. And then we had COVID, and we got rid of it. We never got, I got great credit for the economy, great credit for the military. We defeated ISIS rapidly. I started no wars. First time in 78 years I started we didn't have any wars, these endless wars. They keep going and going, people getting killed all over the place, spending billions and billions. We passed the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in the history of our country. We achieved record low unemployment rates, record low poverty rates, and rising wages for everybody. Everybody in this room, your wages increased, your money increased, your businesses increased. Whatever you do, everything was better for 4 years. We unlocked American energy independence, and soon would have been energy dominant. We were going to be energy dominant. We took on the globalists and corrupt special interests. We ended the NAFTA disaster, concealed. And think of that. We got out of TPP. Do you know what TPP? That's if you want to have manufacturing in this country, they were going to take it all away. Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, we took it away. We withdrew from the horrible Paris Climate Accord. It sounds so nice. I want the Montana Climate Accord, not the Paris Climate Accord. And stood up to China like never before, bringing in tens of billions of dollars. Think of it, though. No other president ever brought up. They never confronted China. And China respected us. We built 571 miles of border wall. And we took it out, we took it out of our military because Congress was impossible. So I said, we're taking it out of our military because it's an invasion of our country. That worked. They sued me all over the place. We won. We ended catch and release. We stopped asylum fraud. We brought illegal immigration to the lowest level ever recorded. That's per your chart. We fully rebuilt the U.S. military and created a thing called Space Force, which is so important. And now we are leading in space. Nobody thought that was possible. And for our great veterans, of which you have a lot in your great state, we passed VA accountability and VA choice, right? They've been trying to get them for 50 years. Accountability is you get rid of the sadists and the bad people that took advantage and harmed our heroes, our great people. They beat them up. They were sadists. They were thieves. There were a lot of bad things. We had no right under civil service and other things to fire them. If we caught them stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars, you couldn't do anything about it. I got a law passed in Congress. We got rid of 9,000 bad people and hired people that love our veterans. And then on choice, so
we have some great doctors in the VA, but you couldn't get to them. It would take sometimes months. People would be a little bit ill, and they'd end up becoming terminally ill because you couldn't get to the doctors. If you had to wait more than one day for a doctor, I allowed you to go out, get a local doctor, get yourself taken care of, and we pay for the bill. And Steve Daines helped a lot on that. Actually, Steve, that was a great thing. And we had a 92% approval rating at the VA, the Veterans Administration, 92%. That was the highest rating ever. Now it's down into the 40s, down into the 40s. We obliterated ISIS, and unlike Harris, we stood up and we took care of our friend Israel. We have a problem over there, big problem. We have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are looking to destroy Israel. Look, the bottom line, we got to get peace over in the Middle East. The Middle East is blowing up and largely because our country doesn't know what's happening. They have no idea what's happening. We are going to take care of it. We did the Abraham Accords. It brought peace to the Middle East. We would have had every country signed up right now. If the election weren't rigged, we would have had every single country signed up right now. And I'm proud to be the first president in decades who really, and I talk about it as much as I can because Hillary Clinton stood on the stage. They said, look at him. He's going to start wars. And I said, no. I'm going to stop the wars. You're the one that started the wars. You people, the stupid people, started the war. But I did finish the war on ISIS. And everybody said we couldn't beat ISIS, too malleable, too all over the place. Did it in 4 weeks. We knocked it out, and that's where I learned we have a great military. We don't have a woke military. We have some stupid people on the top that are woke. We have a great military. What they did for me against ISIS was incredible. 4 years ago, America's future was blazing bright, and Kamala and Crooked Joe came in and drove our country off the cliff. They've taken our country to levels. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing at America. They're laughing at your United States. But with your vote, the reign will be over. That horrible reign of, in a way, it's a reign of terror. You know, it's a weak reign. It's an incompetent reign. But they want to put good people in jail that shouldn't be in jail. It's a very dangerous reign, actually, and people aren't going to take it. It's a very dangerous reign led by very incompetent people. New era of strength and prosperity and freedom will soon ring true. The moment I take the oath of office, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and send the illegal aliens back home where they belong. Right? Under the so-called border czar Harris, illegal aliens are stampeding into America by the millions and millions. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from all over the place. They're coming from countries we've never even heard of. Most of the people in this room have never heard. They're coming from some very bad places, evil places. Every day, Kamala is letting migrant criminals roam free to assault, rape, mutilate, and kill our citizens. Look at what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun. And they're being taken care of, and our veterans are not being taken. Our veterans are forced to sleep on the street, and these people are given hotel rooms in luxury hotels. Right here in Bozeman, an illegal alien brutally stabbed to death a 19-year-old young man. You know all about it. And when the police searched the illegal's car, they found 3 handguns, 2 rifles, a shotgun, and a record as long as your arm. On July 4th, a 42-year-old Nashville man died after he tried to stop an illegal alien from stealing tools out of his truck. The illegal alien did a number on this man that nobody could even believe. The police officer said one of the most vicious crimes they've ever seen. He was thrown from the hood of the illegal's pickup truck and left to die in the street after being beat to hell. And last month, a Venezuelan illegal alien criminal let in by our so-called border czar. The border czar's a joke. She never went to the border. She never went to the border. Shot a female police officer in Texas multiple times with a rifle and started shooting over and over again. The choice in this election is between a mass amnesty with welfare, Social Security, and voting rights for the illegal. And they want to give illegal immigrants all of this. And here's all we're going to do. It's going to be called a Trump mass deportation because we have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. If Harris wins, a never-ending stream of illegal alien rapists, MS-13 animals, and child predators will ravage your communities. They're already ravaging your community. Don't forget, they haven't been here that long. They're getting used to it. When they get used to it, they're going to be coming at you at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's going to be as vicious as any crime ever seen in this country before. And it's a guarantee. In addition, we have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists in our country that have been allowed in. We didn't allow them in. We had a strong border. We had 1 year where Border Patrol actually said under Trump in 2019, 1 year, one of our 4 years, 0 terrorists. Now, I don't really believe that because I don't believe that's possible. But they have it down as a 0. 0 terrorists were able to get into our country. Now we have hundreds and hundreds of people coming in, thousands of people coming in, and these are the world's worst terrorists. And it's 100% certain that really bad things are going to happen. So we don't have a choice. Vote Republican, and we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. And I don't say that with fondness. I don't even know. I don't say that I don't even know if that's good politics or bad politics. People would say, oh, Trump is too tough. We don't like him. We don't like him. He's taking murderers out of our country, but we don't like him. He shouldn't be taking murderers out of our country. The truth is, Dwight Eisenhower, he was a sort of a moderate type of guy, General Eisenhower. He was president. Do you know when he was president, he was the strongest president in history outside of what we did, the strongest in history on the border. He hated when people came into our country illegally. And we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in through a process. They have to come in legally. We want people. Harris has let them all in, and we will send them all back. We have to send them back to their countries. Their country, when I came in, we had a lot of MS-13 gang members. They're probably the toughest gang in the world, really ruthless people. And I came in, I said, we got to get them out. I told one of the generals, sir, they won't let us have them in. Under President Obama, the countries where they came from, Honduras and Guatemala and all over the place they come, from South America in this case, the countries said, we're not letting them back in. And they would put major aircraft, big airplane, on the runway. So if we were coming in with a plane, you couldn't land, they'd come back. They blocked up the road, so if we bust them in, if we took them in by ship, any way we took them in, they wouldn't let them back. So the general told me that, sir, I'm sorry, we can't get them back. They'll never take them back. They don't want them back. MS-13 gang members. Who can blame them, right? So I said, how much money do we pay them? He goes, sir, we pay them $750 million a year. Sir? I said, all right, inform the countries that they're delinquent. They're not taking their criminals back. They're sending criminals in. They send them in the caravans. They put some really bad types in the caravans, and they pour in by the thousands, that we're not paying them anymore. We're ending it on day one. I signed a document. The next day, I come into the beautiful Oval Office, so beautiful, resolute desk. I sit down. Sir, we have a call from Guatemala. Sir, we have a call from Mexico. We have all these calls, and they call and they wanted to know, sir, we understand there's a misunderstanding. I said, no, why? There's no misunderstanding. You're sending your criminals into our country and you're not taking them back. And I'm not paying you any more. You're not getting any more subsidy from the United States of America. And they all said the same thing. The calls came in early in the morning. They all said the same thing. Sir, there must be a misunderstanding. There's a misunderstanding, sir. We would love to have MS-13 back in our country. We love them very much, sir. They're wonderful people. And we took tens of thousands. We took thousands and thousands out. Believe it or not, there were a lot on Long Island. You read the story where they killed two beautiful 16-year-old girls walking to school, and they killed them with a knife. They sliced them up into little pieces. You know why? Because that's much more painful than getting shot. And they wanted to, what they did, they were animals. And you know who took care of it? ICE. And all of these people like Kamala, they want to abandon ICE. They want to drop ICE. These guys are so incredible. They're brave. You know, I know some of the people in the front row, and they're really tough guys, and they're brave guys, and I know them pretty well. They don't want to work for ICE. ICE would get in, they'd get up to the gangs in Ohio, and a lot of them in New York, and amazing, as I said, in Long Island, and they'd walk into a gang of 15 of the toughest guys you've ever seen, and you'd see fists and feet and back and forth, and it would go on for 3-4 minutes. And then the ICE guys would get up and they'd take these guys into a paddy wagon, put them in, and would bring them back to their country. And then she wants to get rid of ICE. These are incredible patriots. They're tough people, and they love our country as much as anybody, and maybe more than most. One of the most sinister accomplices in Kamala's plot to demolish American borders has been her ally and partner in the U.S. Senate, one of the biggest phonies in American politics. His name is Jon Tester. And I don't speak badly about somebody's physical disability, but he's got the biggest stomach I have ever seen, I swear. I swear. That's the biggest stomach. I have never seen a stomach like that. Because he doesn't look that heavy. You're not allowed to use the word fat. So if you use the word fat, you can say obese, you can say anything, but you can't say fat. That's the end of your political career. I said it the other night. Somebody in the audience said, Chris Christie is a fat pig. And I said, sir, Chris Christie is not a fat pig. You should not. And we argued about it for 3 or 4 minutes, and that was it. No, he's not a fat pig. For years, Tester has been telling Montana that he's a moderate while he votes with Biden, Harris, and Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas. You remember Pocahontas? Pocahontas, I have more Indian blood in me than she has in her, and I have none. I happen to have none. But Kamala votes with them 100% of the time. Did you know that, Steve? 100% of the time. I promise you, Tim will not be voting 100%. He may vote with them 0. I would say 0 would be closer. But in a 50-50 Senate, Tester could have single-handedly stopped the invasion of our country, but he voted against stopping it. Instead, Tester voted for mass amnesty. He voted against the border wall, totally voted against the wall. Who the hell would vote against the wall? He voted against remain in Mexico. Remember, I had the policy, the greatest policy of all. You couldn't come into our country, you had to remain. They had hundreds of thousands of people that came up from the South. Hundreds of thousands, they couldn't get into our country. He ended it, and these people came in. You think it was easy to get that deal with Mexico? It was very tough. I had to say, I'm going to put a lot of tariffs on either give it to me or not. They were very nice. It was amazing. They wouldn't give it to me. They said, no, sir, we won't do that. I said, all right, I'm going to tariff your cars at 100%. Sir, we'd love to give you that. We would love a policy of remain in Mexico. We think it's wonderful. You ought to see Tijuana. Tijuana was the fastest growing city in the history of the world. They were having hundreds of thousands of people pour into Tijuana, but they couldn't come into our country because I said to Mexico, you can stop them. You can stop them at your southern border, down below. And you know those caravans, I think I came up with that name, but they are a caravan. They're very horrible, very dangerous for women, very dangerous. Women die all the time. They're being raped, they're dying. The whole thing is a horror show. He voted against Title 42. That's a bad one. He voted against increasing funding for ICE. He voted to provide the deciding vote to shield illegal alien criminals like the one who murdered Laken Riley from deportation. He didn't want the person deported. He didn't want any deportation for that person. If you elect Jon Tester, you are approving the Harris plan to make the 20 million Biden illegals into voting citizens. She said today She wants to give them the right to vote. Many of these people are killers and criminals. They're not going to have the right to vote, and they're not going to destroy our country. She also voted to give them welfare, government health care, and let them raid Medicare and Social Security until there's nothing left. They will destroy Social Security. I will save your Social Security with no increase in age or anything else. John Tester cast the decisive vote to approve every single bill that caused record inflation. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? It was a phony. They used the term inflation reduction. It was actually an Inflation Increase Act. It was a disaster, but they lied because that's what they're good at. They're con people. You know what they are? Misinformation, disinformation. After they got the bill passed, which they shouldn't have had, trillions of dollars, inflation went through the roof. He cast a vote to kill the Keystone XL pipeline. Do you remember that? The Keystone X. What the hell are these reporters doing over here? What? Oh, Pulitzer Prize winner. Doug Mills, the great Doug Mills, Pulitzer Prize. Even though he works for the New York Times, that's okay. He works for the New York Times, and that's one of the only Pulitzer Prizes that was actually earned. How about they got this woman, Maggot Hagerman. Did you ever hear of it? Maggot Hagerman. She's a reporter. She pretends like she knows more about Trump. I have nothing to do. If the woman speaks to me once in a year, today I called her, I said, your stories are all fake. Why don't you stop it? But think of it. They have a man here who I really like. He's a great photographer. Doug, it's nice to have you. Make me look nice and thin if you don't mind. He voted for environmental extremist Tracy Stone Manning to lead the Bureau of Land Management, and he voted the radical left Interior Secretary, Deb Haaland, you know who that is, don't you? To wage war on your rights and on your industries, and they really did wage war. But we have a man here, and I'm going to introduce some of your people. We have a man here who knows Tester better than I do, better than anybody does. And Tester and I have nothing to do with each other. And when you watch his commercials, you can forget it. He never votes for me. He voted to impeach me. That guy voted to impeach me, stomach brimming out like a big slob. Do you want to? I want to impeach. Why? I don't know. What did he do wrong? I did nothing wrong. But I have to tell you, the Republicans stuck with me, and we won very easily. We beat it. But there's a man named Ronnie Jackson. He comes from Texas, and he heard it was a race against Tester, and he was treated so unfairly. Could I ask Congressman, Admiral, Doctor? He's a doctor. He was my White House doctor. He was Obama's White House doctor and Bush's White House doctor. He was also an admiral. So he was an admiral and a doctor. Then he became the doctor in the White House. And you know when I fell in love with him? They said, who's the healthiest? He took care of Bush, Obama. Did anybody ever hear of Barack Hussein Obama? Yes. Took care of Obama, and he took care of Trump. And they said, who's the healthiest of those presidents? And he said, without question, it's Donald J. Trump. And I said, I love this guy. Ronnie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Howdy, Montana from the great state of Texas. All right. Look, I want to tell you a little bit about this man, John Tester. This man who says that he represents Montana in the Senate. This man who tells you that he's up there trying to clean the place up and trying to fix what's broken. This man is a sleazy, disgusting, swamp politician. He's a fraud and he's a liar. I was in the Navy for 25 years. For 25 years, I was on active duty serving my country. I was an emergency medicine physician, right? I went to Iraq with the United States Marine Corps to a surgical shock trauma platoon on the battlefield between Fallujah and Ramadi. I spent the last 14 years of my career in the Navy on active duty at the White House, serving 3 presidential administrations and taking care of 3 presidents, including the best president this country's ever had, Donald J. Trump. had a spotless, flawless career in the Navy. I had never had a single complaint about anything. I was a Navy Rear Admiral. And at the end of my time in the military, while I was still on active duty, President Trump had the trust and confidence in me to nominate me as the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, which I was happy to. However, let me tell you, John Tester, at that time, was the ranking member on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. He was going to oversee that process. He was also up for re-election. It was 2018. He decided that it was in his political best interest and would help his election if he could come out and be the guy that tore down one of Donald Trump's cabinet nominees. He came after me. He tried to destroy me. He tried to destroy my family. He got together with some disgruntled employees that worked for me at the White House who were upset because they didn't get promoted or get something they wanted during their time at the White House. One of them, in fact, is currently Joe Biden's doctor. They got together with him and his staff, and they made up completely absurd accusations and lies about me to tear down my nomination. They said that he labeled me on TV as the candy man, right? He said that I was recklessly prescribing narcotics. I can tell you, I can count right here on this hand right here how many times I prescribed narcotics at the White House in 14 years. He put that out there. He said that I got drunk and wrecked a government vehicle. Any two-bit investigator can figure out whether or not that happened. He knew it didn't happen. He knew it, and it's been proven that it didn't happen since then. He did not care. He was going to destroy me to better his career, and he passed that information to these morons in the back, right? The mainstream media, who were all too willing to carry this water. And let me tell you, they don't work for you. They work for swamp creatures like John Tester. That's who they work for. Anyways, look, this man tried to destroy me. He tried to destroy my family. I've been waiting for 6 years to get back here for this night, to be with this man right here, to come after him. The end of John Tester starts tonight. And it starts by bringing this man back to the White House so that he can continue the work that he did draining the swamp when he was the president before. He's the best president we've ever had, and he's the only one that can do the job now. So get him back into office. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to bring Tim Sheehy to the Senate to replace this swamp hippopotamus, John Tester. So I want to thank you all for coming out and for showing your support and your willingness to help us take this country back. We've got 87 days left. Let's get it done.
Great job. Other than that, he likes him very much. But I was a part, I maybe blame myself. I said to her, he was a great admiral, highly respected in the Navy. He was a great White House doctor. So you have two, you have leadership and you have the doctor. So I figured, what's better for the VA? So I went to Ronnie and I said, Ronnie, what do you think of the possibility of you running the VA? You're a great leader. You're a great admiral, highly respected in the Navy, war veteran, everything. He had everything you could have. And on top of that, he's a great doctor, a great man, a great personality. Everyone loves him. And, you know, I went to him, I said, what do you think? And he didn't want it. He said, sir, I'd rather not, but he's an incredible patriot. He said, but if you want me to do it, because he was ready to retire and go on to move to Texas and do whatever he was going to do. He said, if you want me to do it, sir, I'll do it. He didn't want to do it. Everybody else would want it, but he really would have preferred not. I said, Ronnie, you know, I did him such a great favor. Ronnie, you'll be great. So I let it out that I'd like to put Ron. I didn't even put it out officially. I let it out to the fake news. I said, I'd like to put Ronnie in as the head of the Veterans Administration. And that's when Tester hit. and it was vicious. It was vicious. It was really, and I didn't even say it. You know, I mean, after it happened, I said, Ronnie, it's really unfair. And you know, they sent out people, and we did too, to investigate every charge this slob made, and every charge was totally false. And he has an incredible family, an incredible wife. He has a son. I was making the commencement address at Annapolis. His son was one of the best students at Annapolis, right at the top of the class. And I had to look at the son, and I had to say, what they're doing to your father is really unfair. This is one of the finest men you'll ever see. And that John Tester couldn't have cared less. He just wanted publicity for himself, and it's a disgrace. You have to defeat John Tester. I'm telling you, you have to defeat. You have to do it. And when Ronnie heard what I was doing, he said, oh, you're going to Montana. Does that have anything to do with Tester? I said, actually, it does. We're trying. He said, may I go? He was in Texas. So he had to travel longer than I did. But Ronnie Jackson's one of the finest men, and it was a shame, and really a shame. And you ought to get rid of that guy's bad news. Montana, you've got to do it, and you're going to do it. And I want to bring up, if I could, you heard him just for a second, because I want to shake his hand. He's a spectacular person. He was picked by Steve Daines and a group of people. We were looking for perfection because we didn't want any excuses. The fact that he's handsome should have nothing to do with it, but he is a handsome guy. But he's got everything. He's highly successful, great education, Purple Heart recipient, a former Navy SEAL, which, as you know, is a big deal. It's a tough thing to be. A combat veteran at the highest level, a Bronze Star. And he's got his valor. It's a Valor for Heroism Award. You know, the other one talks about valor. He has a different kind of a valor. It's the opposite. But Tim Sheehy is going to be an outstanding senator. He was a great businessman, an aerospace company. He started it in a barn in Montana, right here. Employed a lot of people, turned it into a big success. And I'd like to ask, just to say a few words real quickly, Tim Sheehy, you've got to vote for him. Thank you. Tim, come on. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to have you here. You know, listen, I always supported the Trump policies. I never knew the man, but I supported the policies, no question. But I became a true follower of his about 4 years ago. For those of us who fought in the Middle East, we knew who we were really fighting the whole time. It was Iran. They were murdering us. They've been murdering Americans for 45 years. They were blowing us up with EFPs. They were sending their hit teams across the border and killing us so we could never cross back over and get them. We could never touch them. It was a one-way fight. And in the Obama years, those of you who were there, you know, our hands were tied. I had to watch these guys get killed and sent home in boxes, and we couldn't do anything about it. And that was so frustrating. It made me sick. And a few years ago, when we were fighting ISIS, Trump told the Iranians, don't touch any Americans. We're here to fight ISIS. You touch one hair on any American's head, we're going to kill you. And they didn't believe him. And they didn't believe him. And then they launched some rockets at some Americans up at Balad. And we lost a couple. And Trump didn't hesitate. The next day, he dropped a bomb on that son of a bitch, Qasem Soleimani, and blew him to pieces. He blew him to pieces. And I told the president in person the first time we met, I said, listen, you may endorse me or not, you may support me or not, but I'll tell you one thing, you will always have my loyalty because you're the guy that dropped a bomb on that son of a bitch Soleimani, and you'll always have your back for that. But listen, Biden, Harris, Waltz, whatever you want to call them, they are selling you out every single day. They are selling out hardworking Americans. They are taking your money out of your pocket and giving it to illegal immigrants. They're taking money out of your pocket and sending billions of dollars of it overseas to other countries while you're going broke. Our gas prices have doubled and tripled. Inflation's through the roof. Your life is worse off because the policies of this administration that John Tester has voted for every single time are killing America. So this fall, we got to send Donald Trump back to the White House and John Tester back to Big Sandy.
Great job. Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much, Tim. And I have to say, Tim stands for very strong borders, all the things that we want. He wants strong borders, a very strong military, low taxes, low inflation. But more importantly than anything else, he wants to make America great again. He's going to do it. We're going to do it together. Also with us tonight, and I said it before, he's a special man, Senator Steve Daines. You're lucky to have him. He's an unbelievable, respected by everybody. And it's an honor to have him as a friend. And he wanted to do this race. He said, we have to do this race. We have to take control of the Senate and the House. We're going to do the House. We're going to do the Senate. And this is the answer right here. This is the one seat. We do this seat, we're going to win the Senate. So important. And Tim, you're going to be great. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Steve, you're a fantastic man. Kids, you have a great father. Take good care of your father, okay? I mean that. And I alluded to it before. He's a fantastic guy, a friend of mine. I was one of the earliest to endorse him. Greg Gianforte, your governor. He's been respected by everybody. Greg, please. Please, thank you. A representative who has been absolutely a fantastic guy. He's a tough cookie. He's a great fighter. He has every military record you can have. Ryan Zinke, he's running for Congress again. Good luck, Ryan. You're going to do great. Thank you. I saw some good poll numbers on you today. That's very nice. And Ronnie Jackson, thank you for that speech you made. That was beautiful. And nobody could have done it nobody could do it like you. He knows this guy better than anybody, unfortunately. It was my fault, Ronnie. I shouldn't have done it. I should have said, Ronnie, enjoy your life. I had to say, come on, Ronnie. And then I tell these horrible people back there, it's going to be Ronnie, oh boy. But you know what he did? He came back and he said, I'm going to run for Congress. And he ran, and he won. And he won big, big. All right? That's pretty good. Think of it. You're a great doctor, become the White House doctor. You're a great admiral, you're doing great. Then you decide, I'm going to run for Congress. So you have Congress, you have doctor, you have admiral. Who the hell has a career like that? That's pretty good. That beats all of us. Tim, that beats all of us, I think. Former acting attorney general and a friend of mine, Matt Whitaker. Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much. Great job. Your auditor. Oh, that's good because you have a lot of money here. Troy Downing. Thank you very much. Troy, great job. Secretary of State, Christy Jacobson. Christy, thank you. Good job. You have my endorsement. She's got my endorsement. They both do. I'm giving you my endorsement now. This way I don't have to go home and write it out. Is that okay? She has my endorsement, complete and total endorsement. Your great Attorney General, Austin Knudsen. Thank you, Austin. Great, beautiful family. Great family. State Party Chair, Don Kalschmidt. Where's Don? Don, thank you very much. Good job you're doing. They're all doing well, right? They're doing well, Don. You're doing a great job. RNC Chairman Michael Whatley, very powerful man. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. What he's got one function. We don't need the votes. He's going to stop the steal. He's going to stop the steal. He's going to make sure that those votes are properly counted. You ever hear things like this? You vote two months early and you need more time. We want to go back to one-day voting and paper ballots. Very simple. Very simple. But he did a great job. He was the head of the Republican Party in North Carolina when those other states were being robbed and rigged. That guy held so true, and he's going to do it with. He had 603 lawyers working, and other guys just said, "Oh, you can never take it for granted with these people, because they do something very, very well. You know what that is? They cheat. That's what they is." And in the audience is a man that I gave a pardon to, and I'm very proud. Would you stand up, please? Stand up with a beautiful hat on, right there. Yeah, stand up. I was very honored. Handsome guy, too. And people were very happy with that. You were happier than anybody, but it was my honor to do it. Thank you very much.
and one of our greatest golfers in the history of, I'm a golfer, I love golf. This guy is a major golfer. He's a major friend of mine, one of the best ever. They knighted him in England or in UK, and he just knew how to win. He could take people and he'd play the best players in the world, and they always folded in front of him. In fact, I think I'm going to bring him into government because we like to get other people to fold. And his nickname is Faldo, but he's really, because he makes everyone, but his name is Faldo. Nick Faldo, and his beautiful wife, Lindsay. Where is Nick? Where is Nick? That guy can play golf. He's won 6 majors and many, many tournaments, and he's one of the greatest ever. So thank you very much. It's an honor as a golfer. I don't know how many. Did anybody play golf? Did anybody ever hear of Nick Faldo? Yeah, they heard. Thank you very much, Nick. It's an honor. You are a piece of work, I'll tell you. He's a tough cookie, too. You talk about a tough cookie, that's a tough cookie. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala and Crooked Joe, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day 1, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will stop the Biden-Harris war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. Going to bring them way down. That's what caused the inflation. Their stupid energy policies caused the inflation. I will terminate the Green New Scam, deliver historic regulation cuts, and I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate on day 1. You want to have a gasoline-propelled car, or if you want a hybrid, or if you want an electric car, it's great. But you can have your choice. Whatever you want, you're going to have your choice. That's the way it should be. We will pass massive tax cuts for workers, and that includes no tax on tips, as I said. We're going to stop outsourcing, demand a level playing field for the American worker, and turn the United States into the manufacturing superpower of the world. We had it going so beautifully, and then these stupid people came along and ended it. We're going to be the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we can do it so easy. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope and safety and beauty, better than they have ever been before, and we will end the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels. We are going to demolish those cartels. We're going to crush gang violence, support our police, and lock up violent offenders behind bars. And we are going to straighten out the crime in our cities. We are going to straighten out the crime in our country. We're going to get it done fast. We will deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. You see what's happening. And before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I will restore peace through strength. That's what I did. We had no wars. Think of it. No wars. No wars during the Trump administration, Steve. In my next term, we will build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our country, a dome like has never been seen before, and it will be entirely made in the USA, including Montana. And unlike Biden, who's destroying Social Security and so many other things, I will not cut 1 cent from Social Security. I will not raise the age, which they want to do. They're destroying Social Security and Medicare by allowing all of these people to come in on the plan. You earned it. You deserve it. We're going to preserve it for you just the way it is. Thank you. And as you know, I kept my promise for 4 years, and I will keep my promise very easily again. And seniors, as I said, will not pay taxes on their Social Security. That's a big deal. On day 1, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. We're not going to do it. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. Right? Right? And I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay. See, Nick, at least in golf, you know, they got a putt, right? Maybe in golf they have a little chance, but not much. No, I don't see it. I know you too well. I don't see them playing against you. But the women golfers are doing very well. But what do you think, Nick? You keep men out of women's sports? You think that's okay? I think so, huh? I think so. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech in our country. And I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and a thing called voter ID. They don't want voter ID. Why don't they want voter ID? You know, we start off with voter ID, and they say, we don't want. You know why? Because they want to cheat. There's only one reason you don't want identification. You want to cheat. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020. We will not let them rig the presidential election in 2024. Not going to let them rig it. And we want to do this as a landslide. We're doing great in the polls, and so is Tim. We want to do this as a landslide, and the one way you win, guaranteed, no matter what they do, it's called, we want to win too big to rig. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. Gets too big, and they just say, oh, we can't do it. We can't do it. They got us. Too many votes. We have a lot of votes. So get your friends, get your family, and get out and vote in numbers. And America, I tell you what, like numbers that you've never seen before. I think that's going to happen. I think we're going to have the greatest election victory in the history of our country. And to help ensure election integrity, go to protectthevote.com. Protectthevote.com. So in conclusion, from Big Fork to Billings, from Glendive to Great Falls, and from Big Sky to right here in Bozeman, this state was built by some of the toughest men and strongest women ever to walk the face of the earth. Montana is the land of cowboys and cattle hands, ranchers and farmers, frontiersmen and soldiers, adventurers and pioneers who charged into the wilderness, scaled the Rockies, trekked through the ice and snow, and carved out a life in one of the most beautiful places in all of God's creation. It's true. I saw that. So true. I mean, it's so true. All of that driving today, there's no place more beautiful than this. Together they built this state. They helped make America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We're a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation. And we will soon be a great nation again. It's going to go quickly. With our leadership, every disaster Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have created can be fixed, and it can be fixed quickly. It's going to have to be fixed quickly. We don't have time. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Promise. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. The American dream, which you never hear about anymore, will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the worst administration in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past. And our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. November 5th, Election Day, and that period will be the most important day and period in the history of our country. Our country will be greater than ever before. You have to remember November 5th and mark it down, the most important day in history. Because we are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Montana. Thank you. Vote for Tim. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Bozeman, Montana. We've had a great evening with President Trump, running into the late hours, but that's okay. It's been a fun evening here with the thousands of people packing this arena.
It's what a rally.
Yeah.
You know, how much fun is this on a Friday night? President Trump just put on a show and here in Montana, and really just absolutely having a blast here for my first rally.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We want to thank our sponsors, Birch Gold. You know, August is a very important month. You could earn free Trump silver coins. This brand new one-of-a-kind silver coin featuring Trump boldly raising his fist in the moments after the attempt on his life. To get more information for your chance to own this piece of history, text the word Trump to 989898. Don't forget about Sticker Mule. Get great merchandise from RSBN, stickermule.com/RSBN. grab some cool gear while you're there. The Wellness Company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Pinsky, they do a great job making sure your family is safe. Get your your medical kits, $45 off. Great deal there. Type in the code RSBN at discount and save yourself some money. That prescription is only available in the U.S. American Finance can save you up to $864 a month. And that's a good little raise if you think about it, saving about $10,000 a year. So give them a call, 888-402-0299. American Finance can help you on the path to financial freedom. Also, Tax Network USA, they're the professionals there as well. Every state they're licensed, tnusa.com/RSBN, 1-800-357-1415. They can help you with your back taxes or just, if you haven't filed your taxes yet for this year, that's okay. They'll help you. Last but certainly not least, get that free Trump book for your kids, freetrumpbook.com. Thanks to our sponsors. You've been great. The people have been great here in Montana, and it's just a lot on the line, a lot at stake when it comes to not only the presidency, but also to the congressional seats that are up for grabs here in Montana as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, what a way to wrap up an amazing day. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of you for spending time with us and getting to know our issues here in Montana and how President Trump plans to fix this country. The election's coming, and do your part. Get out and vote.
88 days away. It'll be here before we know it. I'm Vanessa Broussard. This is Mike Fortin. Thanks for being here. Lovely time. His first rally. Thank you for joining us. And if you're on the East Coast, it's late there. It's 1:15 in the morning. Thanks for watching and staying up with us here on this Friday night. We will see you next time. Have a great night, everyone.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay. Order today.
Hey, y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show right here on RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network, okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.